What's up, everybody? How y'all doing out there? We are. I'm on the road again. I got. Listen, I'm one of the lucky ones that didn't get hit hard with the storm. So I'm back in action. I got some, as you can see, some light electricity. There's not too many people that was as fortunate as I am, but look, we're gonna. It's the bye week. Nothing going on this weekend. So hey, listen. When I come back after the intro, we're gonna talk about, of course, the Dolphins. After all, this is a Prince tailgate, man. Hope everybody is doing well in Florida. Shout out to Daniel Berry Sports, John Featherland, Ms. Relentless, Chef Jew in the building. Of course, John Featherland. Hey, I'm glad you're doing good, man. So when I come back, yeah, we'll do a little rapping and whatnot. So, oh, there we go. Hell yeah. Look at my new drive time, baby. Yeah, this is the drive time. So when we come back, yeah, man, we about to get into this. Hell yeah. Stick around, y'all.
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything.
Get ready to dive into a new world of online shopping with the Fins Tailgate. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just looking for the latest fashion trends, we've got you covered. With a wide variety of products from your favorite sports teams to stylish accessories and home decor, we're your one-stop shop for all things tailgate. Our easy-to-use website and hassle-free checkout process make shopping with us a breeze. Plus, with frequent sales and discounts, you won't want to shop anywhere else. So come on in and join the party at the Fins Tailgate, your new go-to destination for all things tailgate.
Shout out to my main man, Scott Jackson, in the building. What's up, Scott Jackson? I hope you're doing well, bro. My main man, Bones. What's up, man? Sheba Army Brat. Hope you're doing well, man. I'm here in the drive time, baby. Hope you like this new little effect that we have going on here, man. That shit's off the chain. I ain't gonna lie. HB did it again, baby. Thank you, my brother Lewis. Let me know if you got a minute. I want to have a chat with you if you can. Can you spare us a minute, Lewis? Let me know. I'll send you the link. Because you kind of inspired me for this next little dialogue that we're about to do. Now, what up, Bryson? How you doing? So, one of the reasons I think Dolphin fans are really angry right now, they didn't like the way the season started, is because of high expectations. See, one thing Lewis brought up today in the spaces is the fact that everybody was happy with the moves that Chris Greer made, right? What's up, Tony? Everybody was happy with the moves that Chris Greer made. And unfortunately, lack of discipline and penalties and things of that nature, that doesn't have nothing to do with Chris Greer. So everybody was praising him. Now that the things is going south, they're blaming him. They're bringing up the offensive line issues again. But at the end of the day, everybody was saying, in Butch Berry we trust, and this is a great roster. But because we're not where we're supposed to be at least record wise, everybody wants to fire Chris Greer now. What do you think, Lewis? I was listening, man.
Yeah, listen, Shay. First and foremost, man, I'm glad to see you back. I know you were dealing with some power issues out where you were. You probably got it a lot worse than what I did. So I'm just glad to
actually
hear
I didn't get that bad like you did, bro. I only had like maybe one tree fall down, and that was like dead tree or anyway. So,
well, listen. At the end of the day, I'm just glad to have you back.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
First and foremost. But yeah, bro, like Shake today, bro. You were in space in there with us, and the fact of the matter is, to have somebody come in there and say, and I quote, "Well, we let Robert Hunt go." Everybody knew, right, during the offseason that everybody was talking about Robert Hunt was not worth $20 million.
Yeah.
That's what he got. So when Chris Greer did not sign him, everybody was like, oh, well, I mean, the guy got $20 million. It was a good move. So how are we blaming Chris Greer about that now, Shake? Is
Yeah,
what
no, but here's the thing, man. Chris Greer can't be blamed for penalties. Chris Greer can't be blamed for players dropping passes because he's not the one that's like you said. Is he supposed to sign players and then coach them up too? Isn't that what the coaches are for?
Yeah, Shake, but then they'll move the argument and they'll be like, well, who hired the coach? And it's like, God damn, bro.
Well, here's the thing though. When they hire, listen to I'm you know what? I'm gonna bring up the press. I'm gonna bring up the press conference, right? Right. When they hired McDaniel, right? And I want you to listen to. Hold on. I'm gonna let you hear. We'll you know how we do. You know how we do here. I'm gonna play the press conference, right? And I want you to listen to the words that are coming out of Ross's mouth. All right.
Let's do it.
All right. So other than that, how you doing, man? While I look this up, did you get that?
Hey man, I've been
already.
I've been telling people, right, that we've been working. People don't want to believe me. Let me show you. We outside, right?
Yeah.
This is the tree. It's going down. I got it pretty much. I just got this little last piece, the trunk left, with all these pieces. And then this is some damage to the carport and shit like that. I don't know if you can see that. But for the most part, the biggest tree I have gotten, and then there's just more work to be done. But when you got a beautiful young lady, which is my wife here helping, it's all good, bro. So we're getting it done. But we out here working, man.
That's what's up. Hold on, let me get my earphones on. Here we go.
Mike McDaniel.
All right, here we go. Let me cue this up real quick so we could listen to him speak.
And his family, and welcome. This is a very exciting day.
All right.
To introduce Mike McDaniel and his family and welcome them to the Miami Dolphins. We are excited that Mike is here, and we look forward to him working with us and Chris in creating a team that will win Super Bowls. First, we got to start winning our conference games, our division games, and hopefully get to the Super Bowl. That's what we've always said, that what we want is really a team that can win consistently. When we started our search, we were looking to identify someone with several qualities that would have.
So he said, what is he looking for? Yes, Michael K. And you look like Jabba the Hutt's twin brother, Jabba the Cunt. But anyway, you heard that, Lewis? Lou, you there?
Have a real impact on our team.
Yeah.
We were looking for those qualities of leadership, intelligence, innovation, and that could really understand what it takes to winning in the long run. Mike has all those qualities.
What do you think? He says he has all those qualities.
Yeah. Hey,
First of all,
I was saying it earlier, bro. Mike McDaniel had all these qualities 5 weeks ago, but now all of a sudden he doesn't.
He is probably one of the brightest coaches that I've spoken to. He is really known for his innovation on the field And many people, in talking to him, actually even call him a genius. That's a big word and a lot of pressure on it. But certainly, when you
Did you think those people were genuine, or do you think they were trying to like help him get a job?
What are you talking about with those people?
But McDaniel.
Oh, with people calling him McGenius or genius and things like that?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, from a McDaniel standpoint, I think McDaniel said everything he needed to say to get the job as head coach of the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah.
Right? Like that. On any job interview, whoever goes on the interview, you try to say what you think that employer wants to hear.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't blame Mike McDaniel for anything he said. I blame more of the people, like I said it today in the Space Shake, for the people that want to blame Mike McDaniel for everything and want to blame Chris Greer for everything, then okay, I'm going to start holding those same people accountable. Because there's a lot of moves that Chris Greer makes that everybody says they love and he's cooking. And they agree with. So again, if you hate Chris Greer, then hate yourself.
Yeah. Hold on, look.
Hey, Lou, did you hear what Shake? Hold on, real quick, because I'm listening. And did you hear what he said? And a lot of people call him a genius. That's the owner talking about Mike McGenius, right? That's the owner saying that. So when we say, who we're blaming, and also, what the organization from the top down is telling me we have a genius, the owner just said it.
Yeah. He's trying to sell it.
Go ahead, Shake.
All right.
People, the first thing they'll say about Mike, he is innovative and he's thinking outside the box. But at the same time, the respect that he has commanded through his over 18 years as a coach is really, remarkable. I mean, he went so far as I had coaches in his former division calling me and telling me how great he was. And I said, why are you calling? He said, really? To get him out of the division.
Yeah, that sounds like something he fabricated, dog. I'm sorry.
So, I mean, it says an awful lot about the person and who he is. But one thing that really you'll find out that stands out about him is his passion for football, his passion, how he approaches the game, and how he works with people. Because that's what it's all about. It's really motivating, working with people with passion and intelligence on a consistent basis that really will produce a winner. And I don't think we could find anybody, and you'll learn to see, with any more passion for this game and winning the right way.
Hold it right there, Shake.
See, the problem right there is Mike McDaniel was not brought in here to be a coach. Mike McDaniel was brought in here to be a babysitter because all these players in here are softer than toilet tissue. And what it is, again, I love hearing things like that because maybe it's just my perception of how I'm hearing it or how I want to receive it. But again, I don't blame Mike McDaniel, Chris Greer, Stephen Ross, or anybody else in that goddamn front office. I blame us, the suckers, that fall for this shit every fucking year. And I blame the players that are in between that white lines that are soft. I blame
to Shake's earlier point, Lou, wouldn't you trade all of this so-called passion, which I see the passion with the quarterback. I don't know about all this love QB coach and relationships with the players, but all that passion I would trade in for discipline, bro. Give me discipline with this amount of passion. Like, what are we talking about? Passion. Fuck, boys. Everybody's got fucking passion in the NFL. Okay?
Yeah.
Everybody's got
how do you think you got to be in there? That's like a requisite.
Yeah, like passion's the minimum requirement, bro. What the fuck are we talking about? How about discipline? Now, the sell on the innovation and all that stuff, good sell on that. Where's it at today? I don't know, but
All right.
I really like to say that, you know, that as we work together, and I've always preached, it's really about a team in every aspect.
But listen how he says how we work together and how when they hired him, we hired him together. So it just wasn't Chris Greer's call. It was his call with him and Tom Garfinkel.
It's the players there, but it's really us as the owner, the general manager, the CEO, working together to produce a team, and a team that is always doing the right thing.
So see right there, what I think what you're talking about, Lewis. You see how they want to put all the blame on Chris Greer, but he just said right now, like you said, too many. What you were saying earlier about Tom Garfinkel and too many hands in the cookie jar. That's the prime. That look what he says right there. He's saying right now in his introductory press conference that everybody's making a decision here.
Shake, it's the word collective, right? And again, let me so people in the chat can understand. Over here at T.F.T.G, it's a collective of guys, right? But I remember when I first got the invite to come over here to T.F.T.G, and the same thing now where I am now with the Blitz Pickup and Tony and Alex. It's the same way, right? I remember one of the initial conversations I had with Cap and Color, and they said, hey, we're a team here, right? Obviously, it's a collective, but you do your own thing, Lou, right? Shake, I know they told you that. They told Crypto that. They tell Color that. Ali, it's all of us together, right? But it's not one voice because, again, there's topics that me and Cap are going to disagree about, or me and you, Shake, or Color and Ali, or Crypto and everybody, because Crypto just argues with everybody, right? Sometimes that collective, right, as tight-knit of a group as you are, right, you're not going to see eye to eye on everything. And that's where the division comes. That's where the backstabbing comes. And with people like that, I'm not saying here at T.F.T.G we're doing that, or at the Blitz Pickup we're doing that, right? Because I think there's a mutual understanding. But in a billion-dollar industry, egos get in the way. When Brian Flores was here, Brian Flores, Chris Greer, and Stephen Ross were all on the same page until they weren't. Because
until Brian Flores put on that wife beater.
Exactly, Shake. Because Brian Flores wanted one thing, right? Chris Greer wanted another thing. Stephen Ross wanted another thing. Tom Garfinkel wanted it. And that collective that everybody's talking about, that shit went out the window. You see what I'm saying? It just don't make sense, bro. Can we stop with this collective bullshit?
Yeah. So hold on.
So, and I think, and just spending the time with him, I really feel that he is the person that really has all those attributes. At the same time, has that football knowledge and the leadership for men that the Miami Dolphins really will serve us really well in the long run.
So, in other words, he's gonna be like their buddy, pretty much, right?
He's gonna be the babysitter, Shake.
He will continue to report reporting to Chris Greer. Chris Greer reports to me and works together with Tom and me, actually, Tom Garfinkel. In really
Stephen Ross always sets that pecking order, though, don't he? Always sets that. Hey, you gonna work with Chris Greer? Chris Greer's gonna report to me and whoever minion
Tom
I have.
Garfinkel.
Well, it's Tom Garfinkel now. It was Bradley Beal before, and it was somebody else too. I mean, there's always a buffer between our owner and our GM. That's a fact. VP,
Did he just say that Chris Greer has to answer to Tom Garfinkel? Is that what he just said?
That's what he just said. And what's Tom Garfinkel's job? What is Tom Garfinkel's job?
I thought he was here to design the new uniforms for the Dolphins and hand out
No,
towels.
hell no. Tom Garfinkel is the president of printing dollars. That's his motherfucking job. First and foremost, make motherfucking money, son. That is Tom Garfinkel's job. That was Bradley Beal's job. That was every motherfucker's job.
Hey, Shake, can you rewind that just a little bit so I can
All right,
hear
I
that
got
again?
You, I know what you're talking about.
Just for the people in the back. I want people to understand and listen to what your owner just said, who Chris Greer has to answer to. Go ahead, Shake.
The right thing. So, and I think, and just spending the time with him, I really feel that he is the person that really has all those attributes.
now,
At the same time, has that football knowledge and the leadership for men that the Miami Dolphins really will serve us really well in the long run. He will continue to report reporting to Chris Greer. Chris Greer reports to me and works together with Tom and me, actually, Tom Garfinkel.
Yeah, he says actually Tom. He threw that at the end. He goes, actually, it's gonna be Tom and me. Actually, he's gonna be working with.
Unbelievable. So the general manager has to report and answer to a guy who is, to Cap's point, is here for the bottom dollar. Tom Garfinkel has nothing to do with football, right? So
Tom Garfinkel doesn't know anything about football, Lou. He don't know how to scout. He don't know fucking formations. He don't know none of that shit. He ain't a football guy. He a money guy.
So again, Cap, let me ask you this. What does Stephen Ross know about football?
He don't give a fuck about football, dog. He don't give a fuck. You know what Stephen Ross know about? Taking things that are cheap and turning them into things that are expensive, and then he leverages the profits to do it again. And he also, if I'm taking a shot in the dark, is a part of whatever's going on to devalue places before he comes in there to buy it on the low. Just saying. I mean, I don't know.
Hey,
I have no proof on that, but I would say that that's how it goes down.
So I just want to get this for the record real quick. I just want to know. So, because again, I'm not here for people's feelings. I don't care if you like Chris Greer or not. Chris Greer is a football guy compared to what Tom Garfinkel is, and compared to what Stephen Ross is. What I'm trying to get
Chris Greer forgot more about football than both those guys know together, dog.
Absolutely, Cap. So what I want people to understand, let's say Chris Greer goes, because again, this is what Stephen Ross said, he has to report to me and Tom Garfinkel. So if Chris Greer has a football decision that he's trying to make, could, according to what the owner just told everybody, the owner and Tom Garfinkel could basically tell the football guy, no, we don't want to do that. Am I understanding that right?
I would say that no football decision Chris Greer makes is made without them saying yes. Even further to your point.
Oh, okay. But blame Chris Greer.
Hey, by the way, real quick, there's a guy with the same logo that you have. Look at his comment.
Who?
Don't worry, me and Tony are going live later on tonight, and I'm about to turn up. God damn it, I'm turning up tonight.
By the way, I sent him a link, so he could come up if he wants to.
Oh, so Lewis was put on his apron. Let's do some cooking.
You know how I do, Mr. Paul.
I sure do. How's everybody doing?
What's up, Mr. Paul?
Cap. Oh,
doing
my
good.
goodness. So Cap. In other words, Greer. I just want to make sure I'm hearing this right. Greer, if he makes any football decision, he has to go to Garfinkel and Ross.
So I would say this, right?
Uh-huh.
If it involves a check being cut at any given moment, whether it's a trade to then cut a check or anything like that, he's not doing any of. I mean, he might want that to happen, but it has to go through the proper channels to happen. So, I mean, I don't know, right? Like, so say Mike McDaniel comes to, I would say Flores, but let's go with Mike McDaniel. Let's say Mike McDaniel wants to sign, I don't know, 3 interior guys, just dudes, right? But the same amount of money, they also want to sign a wide receiver. And they're like, all right, well, we can either allocate the money, $10 million at the wide receiver position or spread it out over, in the interior of the O-line.
Mm-hmm.
The decisions, the portfolios that come to the desk of the owner to okay one or the other from the general manager is get Tom, Dick, and Harry as backup offensive linemen or get Odell Beckham Jr. And it's an easy decision for Tom Garfinkel and them to ride with and be okay with, because the coach wants what he wants, but he also don't want to lose his job. So, and the job is make up for the offensive line depth with a wide receiver,
Okay. My goodness.
because
Hey,
one selling
listen, I agree with
jerseys,
Jermaine over here. Making money is what comes first. Hey, look,
making money is the first priority of this organization.
Again,
That is it.
the Dolphins organization is worth $7 billion. You take away that
It's worth more than that now,
it's still worth
Shake.
$10 billion.
It's worth more than that. Now, after the sale or something like that, it's worth, with other stuff, like 8.1, something like that. That's like the latest projection on it. It's like $8 billion. I mean, Ross has made $6 billion cold hard dollars in equity into the Miami Dolphins. Did you see Dave Furones from the Sun Sentinel? He posted a video of the Miami Dolphins facility. It was a 3D like cam type of drone video of the entire practice facility and everything, like the lunchroom, all that shit. See if you can go on X and look it up, because they post. It was, I mean, it's badass. Shit's state of the art. It's nice as fuck. But I don't see how it's bought me a playoff victory. Again, the priority of this is spend money to make money by selling hype, and round and around we go again. So when Tua comes back, expect the resale of the hype of Tua Tagovailoa, who will probably definitely deliver better than we've been getting. I promise you that. But will it amount to a playoff victory or an AFC East divisional title? Doubtful. What have we purchased in the last 20 some odd years of Stephen Ross? Since Stephen Ross got the team in 2005, what have we gotten? I know what he's gotten. He's gotten $6 billion fucking dollars. That's what he got.
Mm-hmm.
But what have we gotten? We haven't won a single playoff game or a division title in that time. The guy makes Jerry Jones look like a chump at business in the NFL, to be honest with you.
Yeah, because Jerry Jones don't even own his own stadium.
Yeah, Max, come on, man. Damn, my dog done took my sock. Stop. He always does
Jerry
that.
Jones don't even own his own stadium. Ross does.
Again, but I don't care. See, this is where I think I probably differ from Cat, right? I don't care that Stephen Ross is making money. That has nothing, that don't bother me. We can sit here and try to sugarcoat and say what we want. He's tried everything. That man has literally tried to cheat to win. He's done everything. The fact of the matter is he's in it for a business. He is a business owner. That's what he is. As a business owner, your first priority is to make money. So do I blame him for making $6 billion? Absolutely not. I salute that man. What I'm saying is why should I try to blame him for the production of on the field?
Because I'll tell you why.
Why is that, Cat?
Because the precedence of how he can make money will always outweigh any sort of game plan, any sort of non-flashy football play, non-free agent signings, non-fucking tap into fan bases for ticket sales. All that shit would have to go by the wayside and build a team properly. And when it looked to be in hand with a guy who was building, I mean, a hard-nosed football team, a no-nonsense type of football team, a type of football team that was not meant for most NFL players. Whether the results would have been better than we have now, I don't know. But when it came time to give that guy the money, they chose differently. They chose to go in a direction that they've always chosen to go in. The Adam Gase direction, the Joe Philbin direction, the every time since it came here. Purchase, free agent, flash, upsell, and try to outfit a high-powered offense. And it seems on the face of it that it's a right decision but it ultimately always ends in failure at the exact juncture we are now. So how is the third time the charm? No, it's three strikes, you're out, bro. They're doing it wrong. They're doing it wrong because the Dolphins are going to be the best team that they can be when they can go toe-to-toe physically and mentally against teams that are going to physically and mentally try to fight you.
Absolutely, but again, what is the owner doing with that? Because I'm the biggest Brian Flores fan, and would I say that he was afforded the talent that Mike McDaniel had? Absolutely not. But with all that,
I broke down the numbers of it, dog. The best season he had was, I think, the 27th of $66 million in dead cap. That was his best. That was his best cap year. So
absolutely, but what I'm saying is that wasn't. All that being said, we're talking in stuff about like a mindset, right? What Brian Flores was building in here, and no one up here would say that Brian Flores was soft. That still didn't change that when we seen Buffalo, we were getting our ass whooped.
Again, the mentality was correct, but the talent. Okay, you have to have mentality and talent, and they rather than going and spending the talent dollars on the mentality, they spent the talent dollars at the same thing we always do: sales of jerseys, flash, and hype, dog.
Cat, you're right. Was Jalen Ramsey a pussy in Jacksonville?
No, I don't think he's a pussy now. To be honest with you, I think he's still hard as fuck.
Okay, cool. Is Calais Campbell, when he was with Jacksonville, Baltimore, Arizona, wherever he's been, was he a pussy?
I don't think he's one now, but yes, I agree. No, never. I don't think he's ever been considered.
What I'm saying.
Hey, hold on real quick.
Ross,
before you do go, man. Hey, listen. I am blessed to be joined by this man who is your co-host. He's gonna be. You could see him live later on tonight. Who? One of the OGs, man. Shout out to my man. One of the halves of the Blitz pickup. My man Tony. What's going on?
That's my guy.
I don't know who that is. Good? What's up, Tony?
My dog, man. What's good, Tony?
What's happening, man? I had to, man, my phone tripping. I had to log in on the Blitz pickup account. This thing, it's tripping. I'm still on the road with my daughter, so I can't yell at y'all right now. You know what I'm saying? Because I want to yell at you, but I ain't gonna do it.
Well, hello. I just want to say hello, baby girl. You know what I'm saying? And I will be turning up tonight on the Blitz pickup. I'm feeling a lot of things today.
Hey, so I just want to. Go ahead, Cap.
Oh no, you're good. Go ahead, Tony.
I just wanted to point out one key point. When you rewind that, right? I want y'all to listen very attentively, right? Notice when he first said that, he said Chris Greer will report to me, right? Then he go back. So I don't know how many of y'all ever worked in the corporate world, but I have for many years. So I catch on key things that might go over y'all heads. Now, when he mentioned Tom Garfinkel, notice he switched from reporting to working along with. So for anybody that ever worked in a corporate office, you know there's a big difference than saying I report to you or I work along with. So I want y'all to go back and just get that key little point when he switched the words up, when he added Tom Garfinkel in there, because he know that shit could create a whole bunch of conflict. Just one word here and there. So, but I'm going to leave you with that because Lewis want to yell. But, I'm going to have to school this young man. He'll learn when I get done with him, but he'll learn.
Well, again, I just want to say salute to baby girl. You know what I'm saying? And
damn dog.
I'm not trying to turn up. You know what I'm saying? A father and a daughter's bond is very special, and I'm not trying.
Yeah, you don't need to embarrass.
I'm not trying to come between that. The simple fact is that's wordplay to say they basically cut Chris Greer's what off. And he has to answer to the white man. We all know what that means.
Shit!
He do.
No.
He do, but it's only one white man. Goddamn, not two.
Yeah.
Well, again, Lou, about Calais Campbell and Ramsey. No, I don't think they're soft. Do I think that? I see the point you're getting at, right? Players come here and become soft in Miami, correct? Is that what you're saying? Was that the point you were trying to drive home? Because that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had walked away from the phone. Bro, listen, again, at the end of the day, all I'm trying to say is there's a lot of blame to go around, and Chris Greer deserves blame, and Stephen Ross deserves blame, and everybody deserves blame. For me, though, and I wish Crypto was up here because Crypto is the percentage guy. If we were putting a pie chart up, for me, it's going to be 60% on the players, maybe even 65, maybe even 70% players. And Chris Greer is going to get 10, and Tom Garfinkel's going to get 10, and Stephen Ross is going to get 10, and we're going to divide that. But the majority of the blame, for me, again, it's under two regimes now. And Mike McDaniel, all I hear is Mike McDaniel's a pussy. He's soft. He runs a daycare. And all I hear is Brian Flores was tough. He was disciplined. He was strict, right? So in both scenarios, on opposite side of the spectrums, what is the common denominator? The Javon Hollands of the world that wasn't getting the job done. The Tua Tagovailoas on the field that's not getting the job done. The Xavier Howards, the Jerome Bakers. It's the guys in between the white lines. It just seems when they're in other places, like Tyreek Hill, he came with Super Bowl experience and a Super Bowl ring. Jalen Ramsey, Super Bowl experience, Super Bowl rings. Calais Campbell just played in the AFC Championship game last year. These guys are not winners. These guys don't know what it takes. It just seems when they get into that locker room with the players that are in there, the mindset is pussy. It's soft. And it just, again, does Stephen Ross, Chris Greer, and all those guys deserve blame? Yes, but not the majority. Because if you're telling me you're getting rid of Chris Greer, okay, cool. If you're telling me you're having Stephen Ross step down, okay, cool. Is Tua going to be your quarterback next year? Because I'm telling you, Chris Greer can be out of the building, but Tua's not getting the job done. Or Chris Greer is gone now. Okay, cool. Is that going to make Jalen Ramsey play better? Is that going to make Jalen Waddle catch the ball better? Is that going to make Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill become better blockers in the run game because Chris Greer is not sitting in the leather chair watching them on Sundays? Is the point that I'm trying to make.
I'm going to say no matter what, because again, I'm on a top down because the only consistent throughout all of the softness, right, from Bullygate and before, it's always been about what the owner feels most comfortable with. And it's just all too often what he's not comfortable with is what probably was the right way to go. That's kind of where I'm at with it. Because, I don't know, man. Could Stephen Ross bite the bullet for 5 years and not make an average of $1.8 billion a year in profit on the team because he's really trying to build a contender? I don't think anybody could fucking hold down their job long enough to do it the long way, the right way. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, it either has to be a drastic turnaround and right back on top so he can spend money and make money, or it's nothing. Priorities are out of fuck around here. That's what I think. Go ahead, Shake.
Yeah. All right. Let's finish.
Finkel in really leading the Miami Dolphins. So, with that, I look forward to, continuing this collaboration and hoping that we are, in many winning our division and then going on to much greater glory. Let's put it that way. I guess that's probably the best word. So I would like to now introduce Chris Greer and thank him for all the work that he's done in this search. So, Chris.
Thank you, Chris Greer.
Good morning. First of all, Steve took basically all my jokes and thunder for everything on this and to compliment Mike. So this might be shorter than expected.
Make sure to kiss. Make sure to wipe your fucking
Really, we're
nose.
tremendously
Chris
excited
Greer.
to welcome Mike and his family here to South Florida as the leader of the Miami Dolphins. And, you know, as Steve mentioned, Steve Ross, Tom Garfinkel, Brandon Shore, myself, we talked to many, many very qualified candidates for this job in both pro and college football. That resonated with us was how excited everyone was for this job. And where our roster was, the talent level, it was clear that there was excitement. And even into the last 2 weeks, you guys would be surprised the people that were calling trying to get into this job. So, you know, for us, as we worked through the process, we interviewed, as we said, many people, did our research extensively. Steve was very calculated and made sure that we didn't rush this process. And that's a credit to Steve, because there were times when I was like, let's go, you know, let's push this forward. And Steve was like, hey, you know, let's make sure we do this as thoroughly and correct as we can. So, you know, I thank Steve for his patience, because, you know, I was ready to get going and get us going moving forward. It's been a good month in trying to find the right man to lead the Miami Dolphins. And when we got through the process, you know, it was Mike McDaniel.
So everybody says who hired him. Chris Greer hired him. That tells you right there. It wasn't just Chris Greer who wanted him. It was also, like you said, it was a collective. It was a consensus. They said, you know.
And the one thing, as we kept talking to everybody, was Steve talked about the football intelligence, the innovativeness that he does. You wouldn't believe the calls and texts, like Steve said, just from players that he had connected with over the years, former players at his former team, and agents calling us just about the relationships that he's built over the years and how respectful he was in terms of guiding those players through, you know, dealt with adversity and things like that. So it's always good to hear, you know, those stories, because when you go through this process, everyone wants to tell you how great everyone is, and everyone wants to tell you, you know, their warts that they're trying to sell people. But it was very genuine, and everyone's, I guess, love and affection for Mike and how he had impacted people's lives at his previous teams. So for us, when we got down to the decision, it was a clear choice. And, you know, I mean, you guys have all heard everything that's been about Mike, his intelligence, his passion, his work ethic. The people that have met him in this building here over the last, you know, 48 hours have all talked about the energy level and how he is. And he spent time, you know, new coaches come in, it's not easy. And they come and they'll spend 5 minutes with people. He's literally in there still talking for like an hour with people as I'm trying to get his attention on other things. And that's who he is. He wants to genuinely know who people are, connect with them, and get to the whys. And that's what makes him a unique person in terms of getting the best out of people. So again, we're tremendously excited to welcome you and your family here. Richmond did a great job of pushing me too, you know, as we're talking about getting you through stuff and being patient, because you guys had a great run in San Francisco. So, but again, we're tremendously excited and glad you're the man to lead us here over the next years.
All right, what y'all think of that?
Now, Shake. Chris Greer said, and listen to what he just said at the end, right? He said, I forgot, I think he said Richard, something to that effect. He said, they were patient. They were telling me to be patient, right? Because the 49ers, you guys were on a long run. Now, 3 minutes before that, Chris Greer said he was growing impatient and he was ready to start the process and get it jumping. It sounded like, to me, Mike McDaniel wasn't Chris Greer's pick. That's what it sounds like to me. So, see, again, Chris Greer's the general manager. He said, I was trying to speed this process up. I was trying to get a guy in here so we could get the football operation start rolling. He said, Steve, I'm assuming that's Stephen Ross, right? Was like, nah, hold on. Now, again, from a football perspective, who knows more about trying to maybe get a coach or about football, Stephen Ross or Chris Greer?
Yeah, Greer definitely.
Yeah.
So Greer should have the decision of who he wants to bring in again. So we, the people, could be like, oh, you know what? Every goddamn decision is Chris Greer's because he's the general manager. And then I would be on board. Hey, fire Chris Greer. Because at least we got a hand to know where we're pointing at. In this organization, I got to answer to Tom Garfinkel, Brandon Shore, Stephen Roth. Everybody has a fucking input. And I'm gonna be honest, in the best crime stories, and when you watch novels or storylines that play out, the plot is always better when there's 4, 5, 6 people to point at. That's why it takes so long to figure out, damn, who really did it, right? Do a crime by yourself, your fingerprints are gonna be all over it. It's gonna be you, right? In Miami, there's fingerprints all over. But all I know, listening to that interview, Chris Greer says, I'm ready. I was ready to make this move. Stephen Ross said no. Stephen Ross pointed out, hey, we should slow down. We should do this. That sounded like to me that Chris Greer maybe had his mind up on somebody else, but Stephen Ross wasn't sold on who Chris Greer wanted. But again, it's all blame Chris Greer, right? But I don't care how many times people want to have these conversations and try to convince me of otherwise. Again, I can't feel how people feel, and I can't make people feel how I feel. I just know my truth. And y'all can get the fuck on with trying to blame Chris Greer and everybody else for what's going on in Miami. It's bullshit.
But hey, real quick, I got a plot twist for y'all. All right, y'all remember? So y'all remember everything that Chris Greer and Ross said, right? Because it's fresh, right? So we're gonna travel back a little bit more. This is Brian Flores' introductory press conference. Listen to Stephen Ross in this press conference, so we could kind of compare and contrast. All right.
In history, I'd first like to welcome and congratulate Brian on his great Super Bowl coaching yesterday. It was incredible. It's really a great. You feel good after you see something like that. But really, I'd like to welcome his family to South Florida.
If y'all want me to pause, let me know.
Long stay. As I told you earlier last month, when we were going to make a change, that we were going to go in a different direction. It's about winning, but it's by looking to the long term and making those decisions that will make the Miami Dolphins continually be a great football team and very competitive.
You heard what he said, right?
With that,
right there. Pause it right there.
Set upon looking for a coaching.
All right, go ahead.
You heard what he said, right, Lou? He said winning and looking to the long term, doing it a long term thing. And halfway through, the owner got antsy pants and wanted to, wanted some stuff done. Started meddling, wanted Tua, wanted all that. But go ahead, Jake.
Coach that could really take us and lead us in that direction. What we were looking for was a leader. And that was probably the most important aspect of what we were looking for, as opposed to what we've seen a lot of the other teams looking for offensive-minded coaches because of the success of Sean McVay and some of the other great offensive minds. But to me, you start an organization by finding a great leader. And I'm really thrilled to say that I believe we have found that leader that can really take us into the future. And with that, I'd like to introduce Chris Greer, and who's our general manager, who together with Tom Garfinkel really conducted the coaching search that we did. And I'm really thrilled with the job that they all did and how we came together. There's an easy consensus in really picking Brian to be the head coach of the Miami Dolphins.
So again, it wasn't just Chris Greer; it was him and Tom Garfinkel. What Brian Flores just said right now. I mean, not Brian Flores. Stephen Ross said.
Chris.
Hey, Shake, real quick. Can you pause it real quick?
Yeah.
All right. When he was introducing Brian Flores, he said we were looking for a leader He said the word leader like 3 times.
Mhm.
Now, when Brian Flores tried to lead, now I'm not saying the way he led was maybe right, because I do agree with the people that come out and say you can't go up to your employer and tell them they don't know shit and you're trying to fight them. I agree with that. But if you hired him because you thought he was a leader, but then again, you cut his balls off, do you really want a leader? Because when Brian Flores tried to lead, they cut his balls off.
Mhm.
Then the narrative was he doesn't work well with others. No. The problem was Brian Flores didn't think that the people that in the organization knew a fucking thing about football. And I don't think all the people that want to come out and say Chris Greer and Brian Flores had a problem, I don't think that was the case at all. I think the Brandon Shores of the world, the capologists, I think the Tom Garfinkles of the world, the guys that make towels and new logos for the team. I think the Stephen Ross, the billionaire owner that knows real estate, I think Brian Flores had a problem with them. But those are the people, now again, he just told you, we hired him to be a leader. Well, then why didn't y'all let him lead? This is all I'm saying, man.
Man,
Fucking ridiculous.
I can't. Man, I'm
I
so
don't
glad
know
you're
what your
playing this
obsession
shit.
with trying to exude Chris Greer
Tony,
from
Tony,
responsibility, right?
Is that not
Don't
what he
exclude
said,
him,
Tony?
Lewis. Huh?
Tony, is that not what the owner just say about why they hired Brian Flores?
No. I said I don't know what's your obsession with trying to exclude Chris Greer from this responsibility, and now all of a sudden you said you don't think he had a problem with Greer. But last time I checked, the rumor came out he was talking to Chris Greer and Stephen Ross. He didn't say nothing to Tom Godfrey or fucking Brandon Shaw. The ones he said didn't know shit, and what's the two constant things for
Well,
this
we
team
don't know
being
that.
failure?
Well,
Chris Greer and Stephen Ross. We didn't hear shit about Brandon Shaw or Tom Garfinkel.
Well, we just again because we didn't
Well,
hear
did
their
them
names
rumors
until this year.
come from the same place every other rumor about this whole thing came from? Because all I know is what Stephen Ross just told us, and I've been telling everybody for 2 years now to remember what this man says. But no, I'm not supposed to. I'm not no pattern recognition machine. I'm supposed to ignore all that and believe Big O and say that Brian Flores was a big evil monster that everybody wanted out of the building.
Well, I don't think nobody ever denied that. Where's that coming from?
I don't know what you. I'm just saying. I don't understand what I can't even believe what I'm seeing right here because this ain't. I would never have imagined this is what Stephen Ross said. You know, after I had people calling me a crackhead because I support Brian Flores. You know, them type of people.
Oh well, yeah. You got to stay away from them kind of people.
Them type of people. A lot of people call their boys, bro. So don't act like it's just randos, man.
All right, so let's finish the press conference with we'll wrap it up with this is what Chris Greer said about this is he came up.
Good afternoon.
Look, you don't even have a hat on this time.
First, echoing what Steve said, I'd like to thank Steve, Tom Garfinkel, Matt Higgins, and Brandon.
I see why he wears a hat now.
And Shore for their input and time throughout the coaching search. We had a very thorough and a very intensive process. Brian was the first candidate we interviewed, and for him, he did an outstanding job. But again, I'd like to thank those guys for their help, because without them, we wouldn't be here today. Secondly, I'd like to thank the other candidates that we interviewed. They all did a great job through the process. Wish them success in the future, except against the Dolphins. But today's about Brian. A lot's been written about Brian and I's relationship. We've known each other over the years, but it's not anything that's like we were super close. Our times at New England did not cross paths. I got to meet him on the road a few times, was in personnel, and just how he handled himself professionally and worked through. And you see he has work ethic and how he had done things.
You see how he's talking about how Brian Flores started. Before he became a coach for the Miami Dolphins. I mean, for the Patriots, he was a scout. He was scouting, so he knows how to look for to evaluate college talent. That was his first job, evaluating.
And so you kind of got an appreciation of him. And then the fact that I worked with some of the people that he worked with, talked about the type of person and character of what he was. And I kind of knew him. So over the years, I kind of always kept tabs on him and would check in on him. And then as he moved up the coaching ranks, I got to see him on game days before and we chat a little bit. But it was really interesting getting to sit down and talk with him really to the nuts and bolts about football, who he is as a person, what his core beliefs are. And we were really aligned in our vision for how you build a football team. You know, he worked his way up the ladder. Nothing was given to him, you know, from his upbringing, as you guys have all read the story, then through Boston College, and then working his way up at New England, working under one of the greatest coaches in football. And having worked with him, I know how challenging and hard that can be, and it brings out the best of you. And Brian thrived. So as Steve said, he demonstrates a lot of the characteristics you look for in a head coach that's going to be successful in this league. And I'm very excited to introduce Brian Flores as the next head coach of the Miami Dolphins.
Good eye, Greer.
Wow.
There you go.
Sounds like Greer's got a good eye.
So
and by the
go.
way, this is what I'm talking about right here.
I just made both the press conferences so you could kind of compare and contrast.
Yeah, yo, this is what I'm talking about right here. See, nobody's around now. I mean, people don't want to acknowledge it, but right here. Anybody saying anything to H right now? No, we're just going to accept that. H is a regular. This ain't no rando. I don't even know what the idiot's talking about. I don't even recall even speaking on Mike McDaniel's issue until today in a Twitter space where I was very clear about what I was saying. And people, and a lot of the people sitting here right now were there to hear it. At what point did I say anything about he's calling bad plays because of his addiction he's been fighting? Why do I even deserve somebody to say that about me and put those words in my mouth? Because H is butthurt right now that Flores is being vindicated. That's why. Hope it feels good, H.
Whoever idea was this to do
What's
this?
wrong with these people, man?
Yeah. It changes my perspective of what I thought of Flores.
We ready for some football back in Miami now? We
Well,
all in agreement?
We're going to go to Indianapolis. Then we're going back to Miami. I'll be there. Crypto's going to be there, right, Crypto?
Yeah, the Miami one, not the Indy one. Yeah, the Miami game.
Wow.
What's up, Mr. Miami?
What did I miss? I was thinking, I chimed in at the whenever I see Stephen Ross giving press conferences, thought he cleaned house. Came in at the wrong time. I was hoping it was more like that was a live press conference that was going on right now. That he just pulled the plug. That's what I was hoping that it was.
That's what I thought, Crypto. I jumped on here so quick. I'm like, wait, I'm reading the headline. I'm reading that right? It says, oh, it's Florida. Oh, it's old. I'm like, you had me going.
I was really duped. I was thinking that was a live one. I was like, uh-oh. Whenever he gives a press conference, you know something's going on.
And whenever he starts talking about that guy was a great person and a great whatever, I'm like, uh-oh.
Oh, welcome to the club. I thought the same thing when I jump on here.
And, you know, when he fired Flores, do y'all not remember? He thanked Brian Flores for his service.
Yeah, he did. He before he parted ways.
What's up,
But
CBA3?
that's something people gotta say though. That's what we were told. That's something he's gotta say. Okay, sorry, Shake.
What's up, CB? Glad you're back. I got your power back, man. Hey, some people still out without power, man. Glad you're back, brother. Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah, this changes my perspective.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, man.
Power.
Yeah. I don't know if this is your idea,
So
Shake or Cap.
Flores is about what, 6 years ago almost? 5 years ago? Was it 2019 for Flores? 2018, right?
Shout out to Mr. Miami 305. Glad you're in the building. We got a tech. Speaking of tornadoes, we got a Texas tornado in the building. A legend from Texas.
EM.
I think he said he's going to I think he was at he's going heading to Mesquite, Texas. Shout out to EM.
Yeah.
What's up, EM?
Yeah, Shay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, what's good, man? What
Alex
the fuck
said
y'all,
pull up.
So
bro?
did you see
What-
the press conferences?
Man, what y'all got going on tonight, bro?
We're just comparing the press conferences between Brian Flores and Mike McDaniels. How different to compare and contrast how they sound.
Oh, okay. I'm like crypto. Like, when I pulled up, I was like, damn. I said, I had to check Twitter and all of that. I'm like, is he pulling a plug or what? Is he getting
That's what
motherfuckers
I'm
up out of
thinking. I'm
here or
like,
what? God damn. So I had to double check to be on the safe
that's
side.
the
So
only note on a Stephen Ross type press conference. When you
Except now, wait, how many people are doing AI? And AI of Stephen Ross going, I'm burning this whole place down, and I'm getting in my helicopter, and I am flying out of here.
Yeah. So hey, what's good, fellas? How's everybody doing, man? This is Pope. Hey, what's this blitz? What is this blitz pickup shit? What is that? Who is that?
That's the legend, man. That's the OG Tony in the building. What's up, Tony? You there?
Tony.
Yeah.
trying to figure out who that is, EM?
Yeah. I don't know no Tony, bro. I don't know a Tony.
The official offensive line
I don't know.
I'm trying to set up. We finna go live in about like 45 minutes. So I'm trying to set it up right now.
Hey, man, look.
Well, what you trying to? Well, excuse me, sir. What?
Hey,
check this out. I got another member of the blitz pickup. Me and Mono is coming on here.
Yeah, they are the official offensive line of the Dolphin community.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. I'm not aware of who they are and what they represent.
Yeah,
so,
they'll be coming, man.
Character trying to call us out. I don't even know why he on this panel. Do he have the credentials to be up here?
Well, Shake, I was just about to tell you, Shake. I know every time EM comes up here, every time EM comes up here, you give him a warm welcome. He's the Texas Tornado, the Texas legend, and stuff. And if you do like talking to EM, Shake, I would pre-warn you, stop using the word mesquite. Because I tell you one thing, when that man hears the word mesquite, again, legend has it, the man goes running when it comes to Mesquite, Texas. God damn it. That's all I know.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I will say you got a portion of that correct, because every time that mesquite number calls, I go running up there because boy, they know how to pay. They know how to keep a nigga. Oh, excuse me, somebody's pockets filled for sure. So I love working in the city of Mesquite. God damn it!
Real quick,
I don't give a fuck.
Hey, so real quick, I heard you on a space today. I was going in and out. Apparently, you said Ian was running from some guy eating cheese fries.
Cheese fries.
Yeah.
Cheese. Hey, when I seen that certain individual, he was eating cheese fries. He looked to the left and right. I didn't see no security, no armed guard, pure by himself. And I was like, oh shit. But it's all good. Hey, I'm gonna leave that alone.
Oh shit, that's hilarious. That's really
Grumpy
funny.
was asking about Mesquite, man. Grumpy came on there. He was asking about Mesquite, man. He wanted to know what's happening.
Y'all seem to be real fascinated with the city of Mesquite, dog. Like, damn. Trust me. Listen, no. Shout out to all those those individuals that live in Mesquite. It's a beautiful city. But I mean, shit, in Dallas Fort Worth, Mesquite should be the last city y'all need to be intrigued about. And, you know, when you talk about Dallas Fort Worth. So I don't understand the intrigue with the city of Mesquite, but hey, it is what it is.
Let me get Alex on here, man. Hold on, give me a minute. Let me get Alex. Got Renee Diaz. Goddamn it, he gonna tell you about Mesquite.
Like I said, I didn't know cheese fries were that prevalent in Mesquite. I guess I was wrong. Though.
I didn't either, dog. I didn't either, man. So yeah.
Hey man, I'm getting up out of here though, man. I gotta get ready for the night show, man. I've been out here.
Well, you got it for what show? What show, dog? What show you getting ready for?
The Bliss pickup. We going tonight. The Bliss pickup, man. Me,
Oh,
Tony,
well.
and Alex, man. We going.
Okay,
we going live.
that. Well, again, I don't even know what that is. So it must be something new popping off. So, but yeah, who you know? I don't know those gentlemen over there, but I'm gonna definitely check that out. I'm gonna check the show out.
The hottest new show on YouTube. God damn it, that's what it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely check that out.
Hey, they
I'm gonna
even
definitely check that out.
broadcasting from Mesquite. Goddamn it, a live broadcast from
Oh
Mesquite.
Well,
oh man.
I only know one guy that goes live in Mesquite, Texas. But I'm gonna leave that alone. Like I said, I only know one guy that goes live.
Hey man, shout out to Mr. Miami 305. That's a true legend down there, boy. That's a day.
Yeah.
That's a day oneer down there, man. Salute to you, man. I hope everything is good with you, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop the link soon. Hopefully, Miami, Mr. 305. Hey, please come up if you do. I want to hear from you, dude. I tell you what, man. Mr. Miami 305 got the most infectious laugh you could ever hear, bro. You ever hear Mr. 305 laugh? God damn, that shit had me laughing.
Yeah,
it's been a minute since he been on them.
And if you are in the great state of Florida, just always remember this is gonna be my parting shot before you see me live tonight. Always, and I mean always, wear your goddamn seatbelt because you never know.
Yeah.
Damn.
Hey, Louis, what's so important about that seatbelt? What's so special?
It's only a phone call away, Tony. It's only one phone call away. God damn it!
Oh shit!
Damn.
At 2 a.m. Is it 2 a.m. phone call?
Can elaborate on that seatbelt? I'm just trying to figure out.
What's going on with this seatbelt?
I can't elaborate right now. I got to get up out of here. I can't elaborate right now.
I was trying to get him to elaborate earlier. Tone, he wouldn't do that though. He wouldn't detail too much.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, all I'm saying is I'm a good friend, man. I heard EM was going through some things, and again, I'm just telling them that the seatbelt and phone call is it's always there, bro. Just know that it's waiting.
Yeah.
Hey,
well, I told you.
Hey,
well, you know.
Brains is right. Brian's Blazers hotline bling. God damn it, hotline bling. Just remember that phone call away.
Damn. 2 a.m. Well, like I said, I'm making that call after 15 year hiatus.
15 flat.
Yeah. And at 15 flat, now I'll be glad to get it. Anything other than that? No, I'm gonna leave that up to y'all.
EM, the only thing that 2 a.m. phone call can't help is if you do 18 flat and you're part of the Chainsaw Massacre. God damn it, that's all I know.
Damn.
Oh.
Special guest Leatherface on the Blitz pickup.
Oh shit! What the hell are you talking about, Crypto?
100% cap. Don't you ever?
Oh yeah. So Leatherface. So he's affiliated, bro.
Not
shit.
Slightest bit at all. Goddamn it! You goddamn lie.
I don't know what Crypto talking about. Shit.
I gotta make sure I tune in for the Leatherface edition.
Yeah, that must be on Peace Take. That's my boy. You
gonna they got Fright Fest going on over there. You know it is October, goddammit.
Oh yeah, that's right. Hell yeah.
Fright Fest, goddammit.
That's right. It is October. They got the Fright Fest.
Tony gonna be playing them Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies over there tonight. Is that what you doing, Tone? Y'all gonna be watching?
Goddammit. Yeah. Not at all.
Fright Fest, goddammit.
Oh shit.
Yeah, shout out to CB8. I ain't seen CB83 yet since the storm. Good to see you're doing all right.
Out, man.
Hey, by the way, CB83, I don't know if you want to promote your what you're doing.
Corridor, man.
Because CB83 is helping a lot of people after the storm. So he's
got the generators going, man.
Out there, man. Shout out to CBA
Doing
Free. He's
God's
helping
work,
out
man.
people
CB83, man.
get their lives back together.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Get him going. Crank him up. Get that power restored. Cool. Is the flood subsiding that Shake? Where you at?
No,
In that place?
Well, there's been some floods around where I am at, but luckily I didn't get any flood.
Okay,
Luckily,
just
you know.
the parking lots and stuff that's on low ground. Yeah, they got to wait before they can even park again.
Hey,
Man,
F Money, appreciate you for listening through, man. Hope you
He's
get
like,
the power soon.
he's like, I got 5G and a solar charger, man. I'm good to go.
Yep, a 5G antenna withstood the storm.
Yeah. Well, they're actually really tiny, Crypto, believe it or not. They just sit up on them big towers.
Right.
And a lot of times they have them on roofs too. They're not always up on a big tower. They might just be in a tall skyscraper's roof somewhere. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Hey, so y'all know I'm not gonna be able to do drive time next Friday, so because I'm gonna be in Indianapolis.
Well, we're gotta have some kind of drive time on the
in Indy
on Friday.
We're gonna be eyewitness footage out there at the Lucas Oil, man. Hey, are you gonna be out there with
the emulate Shake, man? So we all got to come in with a cigar next Friday night.
That's where they had a combine at too. So you gonna do a little early preview of next year's combine, Shake, while you're there?
Was that a shot at the Tankies Crypto?
The what?
Was that a shot at the Tankies that you just made? Shake gonna go check out the combine at Lucas Oil.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right. He's just getting us an early preview.
Yeah. I'm gonna give you all of Cam.
Give me Cam Ward's 40 time, goddammit. I need his 40 time and his high jump.
I'm almost there. I'm at the tank dealership and I'm checking out a model right now. I'm almost there, guys.
I just need to know that 40 time, and I need to know the shuttle, man. The 10-yard shuttle.
Hey, listen. All I know is he brought his team back from a 20-point deficit.
Yeah, that's right. Hell yeah. Long drives, long sustained drives, too, man.
Tyler Huntley brought us back from a 10-3 deficit.
Yeah. I don't know how big of a hurdle that was, but I guess it counts. It counts as an official come from behind victory under his belt on his resume.
Real quick. So after y'all went back and you went back and watched rewatched the press conferences, what did y'all discover, man? Because apparently y'all were looking for some information. So did y'all come up with anything?
For myself, we rediscovered what we already knew that everybody conveniently forgot because everybody wanted to hate on Flores.
Well,
yeah, they forgot the real reason he was hired and fired.
So I'm glad you brought that up.
Actually, they even forgot why he was hired.
But here's the thing: one of the reasons I brought this up was because everybody says, well, everybody is trying to pin Chris Greer to Brian Flores and Mike McDaniel. And as you heard from Stephen Ross himself saying that it was a collective, a consensus between him, Garfinkel, and Chris Greer. They had to come to a consensus to choose who the next head coach was going to be. So this wasn't a Chris Greer thing. This was a whole. So if you're going to fire somebody, how are you going to fire Chris Greer for hiring the guys that they also said, hell yeah, we want him as well.
And that's the point. That's the point that I was making in the space earlier. Like to that, whoever that idiot, that person was that was trying to, he was trying to challenge what I was saying, and I'm like, again, only people in the building know truly 100% what the power structure is. So, but let's just say, for the sake of argument, that is true. Like in terms of the pecking order, right? How can you hold Greer accountable? Like if his relationship with and again, the owner signed off on it, and his approach to his head coach is to be 100% accommodating to that guy. Whatever you want, I will provide for you. There's no way in the world and if it goes south, there's no way you can hold Greer accountable because he's not making.
He didn't, EM. He absolutely did not, because I wanted to follow up what Shake just showed us. We should be following up with the press conference he gave after he fired Flores, because he said just that. He said, quote, I, owner Stephen Ross, am taking full responsibility for all of this. He didn't say anything. We can all talk about, well, he had to say that. Well, we're going to pick and choose what we believe out of these people then. Okay, fine. But that's what the man said. That he was taking full responsibility for all of it.
Interesting.
You don't come out as a billionaire and say, I'm taking full responsibility, and then hold Chris Greer responsible down the road. You can, because you're a billionaire. You can do whatever you want. But that's not what the man said to the public.
What I'm more interested about is what do you guys honestly think is the problem here? I want to know, like I'm trying to get a feel for what people think. That's all.
Well, in 2024, I think more than anything, I think the person that deserves the lion's share to blame, I'll put that on Mike McDaniel's shoulders, bro.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
You know what I mean? So, not to say Greer again. I'm not familiar with. I don't know what the, in terms of the structure. I don't know 100%. How the front office is structured in terms of.
Well, EM, let's listen back to what Stephen Ross said out of his own mouth then when he hired Flores, or before, or in that same press conference when he fired Flores. The next coach is going to have full responsibility for the next quarter, for the quarterback.
Oh shit! Yeah, he did say that. Fuck, he did say that.
And he said whether that's Tua, he said hopefully that's Tua, whether that be Tua, hopefully, or even somebody else.
Oh, what's
he
this?
even added that. He said, or even somebody
that
else.
is true. He did say that.
He said that for real?
Yeah, he said that. I remember that. He did say that.
But everybody wanted to ignore it because it's supposed to be public relations speak. It was PR speak. You see what I'm talking about? Appealing to authority, how it's a fallacy? Because we don't know what these people actually believe.
He did say that. I forgot.
Right. Okay. I see where you're okay. So what are you saying? Like, I'm a little drunk right now, so I'm gonna be super slow. Plus, I'm slow sober. So are you saying that this is what, a McDaniel or Greer or Ross?
Well, it's good as far as let's say if Ross,
like right now this season.
That's what I'm talking about. If Ross perceives the failure to be at quarterback, he's going to hold McDaniel responsible. But if he's going to hold anybody responsible,
okay,
and
especially if McDaniel had to, if again, just speculation here, right? What if Ross? Because we all know they were dragging their feet in terms of signing Tua, right? That's public information. All that is public information.
Right.
So if Mike McDaniel had to,
McDaniel begged and pleaded on behalf of Tua.
If McDaniel had to go up to his office and convince him to go ahead and give Tua that contract, that is on Mike McDaniel, bro.
Right.
That is on him.
All right, guys, listen. Hold on. They say, "Ask and you shall receive." Well, here we go. You got your wish. Hold on.
I knew you would.
This is the press
conference. I knew you would.
Right after
Awesome.
I'd like to thank Ryan Flores for all that he's done for the Miami Dolphins. He's a very good man, and I wish him the best. And I'm sure.
Stop right there, right off the bat. Not according to Big O, he's not a good man.
Now I'll take any questions.
We'll start with Hal, Palm Beach Post.
Yes.
Steve, I'd like to ask you what role, if any, the quarterback position played in this decision. Was there a question over whether Tua is your man for the future? How much does Deshaun Watson play into it? And was there disagreement over which direction you should go at quarterback?
So Hal Habit asks him, if you ain't hearing it, how much a role did the quarterback play in
right? I heard
Brian Flores.
Yeah.
First of all, let me be clear. It played no role in it at all. I have a lot of confidence in Tua.
No,
and I
That's
think
bullshit.
the next head coach will work with him or whoever else. But I have a
We heard what he said. Work with him or whoever else.
lot of
Right.
confidence in him.
Contradicting
I
himself
watched
already.
him grow. I think he's a fine young man, and he is right now the quarterback, and will be dependent upon the new head coach. But I have a lot of confidence in Tua.
So you heard that right there.
I don't know how it's any more clear.
Yep.
Hey, you can say he's lying all you want. You can say he went back in the building and winked at Mike McDaniel and said, "Yeah, can you please work with Tua?" You can say all that. But when it comes down to when Mike McDaniel gets fired and everybody wants to give the stink eye to Stephen Ross, he's going to sit up here and say, "I told you all this."
Right.
Steve, obviously the decision came so shock for some of us. When is the decision to fire Flo and also keep Chris in charge?
So he said, "What if you didn't hear it? What went in the decision of firing Brian Flores and keeping Chris Greer?"
Yeah. I heard it.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, I've been looking at this over 3 years now and watching the organization grow. And I think an organization can only function if it's collaborative and it works well together. And I don't think that we were really working well as an organization that it would take to really win consistently at the NFL level.
Omar Kelly, Sun Sentinel.
But no, real quick, pause that for a second, Shake. Not one follow-up question from the reporters to say, so it's your belief that Brian Flores wasn't playing ball?
Right. So what do you think? Hey, so am I wrong for thinking? Because again, am I wrong for am I listening right? Does this sound like it was a Brian Flores or a Ross problem with Flores? Like nothing to do with Greer?
It could be a case where, look, his perspective as a billionaire, we're all peons. We're all a bunch of children in a kindergarten class.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So he saw two people having a conflict in the building, and he had to make a choice between the two. Who's more important to the organization? From his perspective.
Yep. I mean, I go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's what Chris Greer has done in order for you to say that his job is satisfactory.
No, I think if you look at our roster, we have a very fine. I think
that's also your answer right there.
An excellent roster of young players. Right. This was all done in the last 3 years. We had a old aging roster before that was leading us.
We got another one now.
Mediocrity, and I think that if you look at our roster today, you see our salary cap and the players we have. I think we're well suited for the future.
Not no more.
Barry Jackson, Miami Herald.
Damn.
Funny how much he sounds like all of us up here when we make our takes about the whole situation. Funny. That's exactly what the owner says.
Report that you were granted permission, and do you plan to explore acquiring Watson again this offseason?
I have no plans. It will be up to the head coach in terms of what he does with the quarterback. Tua, as I said before, I have a lot of confidence in Tua, but it's really going to depend who the next head coach is, and
that was twice he said it.
Direction that he wants to take that position.
Hey, let me ask you a quick question.
Wait, real quick. And the direction he wants to take us. Now, if that direction is off of a cliff, you think he's going to ride with us? You think he's going to ride with McDaniel right off that cliff?
No. I'll tell you this: if supposedly Tua had nothing to do with the hiring of the coach, do you guys remember that plane when he was on the phone call on the plane? Number one. You remember how excited he was with Tua? Do you guys really believe that was McDaniel studying Tua? Or was he basically told, if you can't work with him, we can't give you the job?
Fair question.
That was the beginning of the propaganda campaign.
It's an irrelevant question when it comes to what he's going to feel responsibility for. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He don't care whether we think that or not.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick. So when Ross made the timing, see, what sticks out to me at that time of this press conference was the timing of it. So you remember the rumors swirling around the Dolphins connecting them to Sean Payton, connecting them to Tom Brady. So at the time of this press conference, right?
That's right. Got that.
that, the whole, them getting hit with the tampering charges and all of that hadn't happened yet. So I think when Ross came out and he made that public about the next head coach coming in is going to be able to, it'll be up to him what direction he takes that position in, right? You would extend that courtesy to an established coach like Sean Payton.
Exactly.
Not Mike McDaniel. So once all that drama happened with once that drama happened with Sean Payton and the Brady shit happened, well, they had to quickly pivot, which now Mike McDaniel pulls up, well, it could have been communicated to him. Now, Mike McDaniel, he said publicly, we all know that he had a lot, he was a fan of Tua, the talent, and maybe they didn't leave that up to him 100%.
Remember, they was in
you know what I mean?
They was in the coaching search. They was in the second week of the
I think
coaching
that comment was directly towards Sean Payton. That's what I think.
Right. And really quick, Marketeer's, making a good point. He says propaganda, and it's crazy that most people actually believe anything that comes out his mouth. Well, again, it's not a matter of what we believe; it's a matter of what words we can hold him responsible for. That's the point I'm trying to make. It's not that I believe what he's saying; it's that what can I hold him responsible for as a man?
Yeah, that's CYA 101. But listen,
exactly.
But by the way, like I said, one of the analogies I brought up. Him saying that the coach has is responsible for could choose his quarterback is like your wife saying, "Why don't you pick what we eat tonight?" You know damn well.
Exactly. But Shake, what happens if you get sick? You gonna be able to blame her? No.
Hey, and also another thing too. I think why this is direct. That statement was directed towards him. Sean Payton wasn't the biggest Tua fan. Remember when he
not? No, he was not. You remember him
when he came on the herd? He came on the herd with shit.
Yeah,
took a massive.
That's right. The herd.
He took a massive dump all over Tua.
Yeah, I remember that one.
So again, speculation on my part, but I just find it
back up. I remember. I forget.
No, man, the speculation. When you say speculation, that's what we're here for. We're having a conversation.
Right. But you know how people taking it wrong with it on the internet. You already know. But again, we're speculating here.
Yeah. But that's the thing. When I hear people say, "No, let's do this," and we fight each other as fans, I'm like, listen, bro, we all have different opinions, but at the end of the day, we all want one goal: is to finally fucking win. Yeah, we could disagree, but don't come and tell me that I'm wrong and you're right. Listen, this is just the way I see it. You see it different. All right, man, we disagree. Move on. You know what I'm saying?
True, and I'm glad we're all able to have this conversation right now because again, I for myself am able to really clarify to people. I'm not talking about what we do believe about what people are saying. It's never been about that, but people get confused when I say, "Hey, this is what the man said," and they're like, "Well, what what was really going on." Well, no, actually, I don't. I'm not in the building. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
So we can speculate, but beyond that, we can only hold him responsible for what he said.
I never.
He could have told Mike McDaniel.
I'm a person that I'm straight up. I'm forward and I'm honest. I was never, and I mean never, a Mike McDaniel guy from the phone call. I found it weird. But whatever, I stay quiet. Hey, man, you never know. He's a genius, supposedly, all of this bullshit. I was a Tua supporter. Now I'm not, for the simple reason, you just can't count on him. He's too fragile. So I want to see us move off of that. Greer.
The other nuance here is that he said he has confidence in Tua. But remember, confidence is a spectrum. He could have 60% confidence in him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas the two in ears would say, "You see, they totally love Tua and they're all for him." Well, he just said he has confidence in him. Yeah. That don't mean that ain't gonna.
I was never. Even as a guy, I wasn't. How do you say it, bro? I'm more of a realist. Again, I'm loyal to the logo, not the players. There's only one player I was loyal to, and that was Marino. But I never was that guy that was like blinded by anything. I wasn't in agreement with signing him to the 5th year, this contract. I let him play on the 5th year. He's had one healthy year. Let him play, and look, it's coming to bite us. If this doesn't work and it keeps going the way that I think it's gonna go, as much as I like Greer, it's blowing up in his face too. No, I mean it's just the way that it works.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it is.
I mean,
no. Not if again.
But I don't want
not if everything is collaborative. It's not.
Chris Greer has 52 other lives because you just heard what the man said about what he thought about our roster.
Exactly. And again,
Yeah,
I want to
but that was
reiterate.
at that time.
I want to reiterate, right?
The roster's not fully the
The
same. It's
primary
still
job of the
evolving.
GM, the primary job of the GM, is to acquire talent for his head coach.
Yeah, right.
So according to
The
Ross,
right
right there
talent, though,
again.
BM. That's a caveat to that.
Well, again, he can. That's up to the coach to figure out whether it's right or not. He goes to the GM and said, "I need X. I need X, Y, Z." The GM says, "Okay, give me some time. I'll get right on that." So it's up to the coach to figure out what talent fits with what
And that's where I think the problem
in terms of
lies
the
with
locker
head
room.
coach.
And who is
I just
Stephen
Who
Ross?
fits and
Since
who
everybody
doesn't.
say he's not a football mind, to say that you didn't give us I think you gave us the wrong collection of talent. Who is to say that Stephen Ross is wrong for making that analysis? Then?
That's right.
Even though the fans may
and
think
he
that.
may make that
Well,
analysis
again,
at the end, Crypto.
Well,
That's
again,
what I'm saying.
that'll be aimed. Well, again,
Guys,
that'll be aimed in the direction of the head coach.
well, let's. I only got 4 more minutes to go. We'll finish talking about that.
Yeah.
Marcel, ESPN. Marcel, we're having trouble hearing you.
Marcel Louis Jacques.
Yes.
But Stephen, with your comments about the state of this roster's talent level, what more do you think that this roster can accomplish as currently constructed?
Well, I think one, it's the roster. It's the way the organization functions, communicates together. And I think that really is very important in building a winning football team
He's
and
talking about
sustaining that
communication.
over the long term.
Mm-hmm.
But
he's also giving you other reasons.
No, he just totally dodged the question.
Communication issues or
He's
compatibility.
giving you other reasons that would save Chris Greer.
Well, I mean, I think, if you look at it, it's really communication and collaboration.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think there's any organization in this country that, unless you have excellent communication and collaborative efforts within the whole organization, that you can really win and sustain yourself in the long term.
He keeps preluding to that, and that was supposedly the problem with Flores.
Your thoughts on Jim Harbaugh, and do you have a coach in mind? As you
Dable was their first choice.
I have no coach in mind at this point. We're going to, do a thorough, review and interview process, and that Jim Harbaugh. I love Jim Harbaugh. He had the opportunity once before to come to the Miami Dolphins, but he's at the University of Michigan, as everybody really knows. I guess that's really one of my that is my school I graduated from, and I'm very involved in it. And I'm not going to be the person who takes Jim Harbaugh to the University of Michigan.
Yep.
That tells you right there, Miami is in
San Diego did.
That'll be that pasty looking dude out
yeah,
there.
that tells you right there that Miami isn't his number one choice.
Jesus.
Yeah.
But yeah, go let the Chargers do that.
Exactly.
Steve, you hired now.
But y'all remember when he said, he don't know why Brady wanted to come here. Remember that? Remember when he said that?
That he don't know why Brady want to come?
Career assistants, not been first-time head coaches.
Yeah.
Is having
Well, and to be fair, that was in the 2019 roster, the crappy roster. So.
Well, yeah, it was right after that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
But Brady can work with any
roster.
roster.
Or would you consider coordinators?
I mean, we're going to look for the best man. Certainly having the experience always helps. But I'm sure, if we believe we find somebody that's exceptional, that's been a coordinator and some other position in football, I certainly, would look at that, very seriously.
He thinks McDaniel's
Our mind is open. We're just looking for someone that can work together in taking this roster and take.
And who doesn't wear wife beaters?
Keep in mind, Brian Dable had a second interview offer before he accepted the Giants job.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey Steve, was there any
wanted
indication
Peyton,
from
and then
any
they
players
went
on the roster or even Chris that players did not want to play for Brian Flores or any other coaches on this staff?
I'm not going to comment upon that. I mean,
I guess he missed the
different
Patriots
people
game.
rub people different ways, but I have to look at it in totality, and everybody has their own opinions. But that was not the reason.
All right, we'll take one more.
Anybody that has to ask that question did not watch the Patriots game.
You mentioned collaboration a lot during this time. What are the people that were in place to collaborate?
And so I'm wondering what your responsibility for making that collaboration happen and your responsibility for having it fail.
Well, I'll take all responsibility. You know, I am the owner of the team. And if it's not working, it's really up to me. And this is why, you know, we're making a change. Good morning.
There you
So
go.
we're making a change. So he took it
There
upon
you go.
I
himself.
dropped in my helicopter and I disrupted the whole plan. And so I'm taking responsibility because it's my toy.
That I know of, there
Right.
was only one player that didn't want to play for Flores. There's only one player that said he didn't want to play here in Miami.
Did you just hear that man's question to Stephen Ross? The man said, is there anybody that didn't want to play or did the players quit on Brian Flores?
Exactly.
Now when
Right.
when the man got fired on that Monday, when everybody was shocked, right? Let me not say everybody, I was shocked.
Yeah, I think I was too. Yeah.
How quickly we forget that the Sunday preceding that Monday, we just beat the Patriots in New England. We beat the Patriots in New England when New England was playing for the overall #1 seed in the fucking playoffs.
Turn it up, Lewis.
Yeah.
Actually, the 2 seed, but yeah.
Was that Tom Brady's last game in New England?
Does
That
it
was the
sound
last
like
game
those
when we beat
players?
them.
Does it sound like those players quit on Brian Flores? You dumb fuck.
Hey, and now contrast that to the last game Adam Gase coached. Hold on. Contrast that to the last game Adam Gase coached.
Oh my
we
God.
lost by freaking. We like
Tell me who
45 to
quit.
10 or something like that.
Tell me which team quit.
Yeah. Yeah.
We got destroyed in that last game with Gase.
I remember. What now? Refresh my mind. I might be wrong. Wasn't the last game of Flores that Sunday night game here?
No, it was
his last game was against New England in New England.
It was the game that Tua ended.
No, that was 2019.
No, I'm talking about
last
Brian
game was at
Flores.
home.
Yeah,
that
so
game
listen
was
to
the
this.
game
I'm
that Tua
watching
ended by scrambling for
I go
9
watch
yards
this
and a
game,
We
first
beat
right?
New
down.
England at the end of the season in 2 years with Brian Flores.
Yeah, I'm watching the game, and then
That is
I get
right.
into
We
the
beat
truck
New
with my
England,
boy,
Yes.
and my boy tells me, "So who would you rather get rid of, Tua or Flores?" I'm like, because I wasn't yet so hard on Tua. Like, yeah, maybe he can win, right? I'm like, you're crazy. How are you gonna fire Brian Flores, bro? Look what the guy did last year with nothing, and this year, no, I get rid of Tua all day, and boom, bro, I find out what was it, a week?
Can I answer that? Because if you look at some of the passes Tua made in that game, okay, and you look at the end results, Tua ended the game with a 9-yard scramble for a first down.
That's right. That's
icing the game, which is what we all.
I was there. I was at the stadium.
We haven't seen that since then. Okay, icing a game like that, draining down the clock, getting the crucial first down at the end, and that's the way that game ended.
Well, no,
So
we've seen it.
We officially ended it on a defensive touchdown.
Hold on, let me finish.
I saw it in Baltimore.
Even as myself being a Tua detractor, I had more hope at the end of that game coming into the 2020 season or 2022 season.
Right.
I'm thinking, all right,
maybe he turned it around.
There.
Yeah.
They're starting to buy into what Flores is doing here. You know what I mean?
And then we got the news.
And then
Black
we got
Monday
the news.
was
Flores even had a
Flores'
tear
last
rolling
job.
out his eye leaving that game that day because he was so proud of the group.
Yeah.
And
No, he probably got word that he was being fired.
At that point.
He had already got word that that was his last game.
Yeah, he probably knew already. Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
I think
So he knew that
like,
he
look,
turned the
these
team
guys
around,
played
put
their
him on the
hearts
right
out for me,
trajectory.
and I gotta go.
He knew that they gave his all on his very last game.
Yeah.
And that there is nothing that he was going to have to go anyway. That's
the only two players. The only two players that I
he
can
wasn't gonna be able to
recall.
see
it was
his
in
vision
Miami.
through.
Right. It was Miami. We won 34 to 24, 33 to 24.
33-24. Yeah. Yeah.
The only two players
they
I
tried to
know
come back.
that didn't want to be in Miami, or at least whatever you call it. I know it was Minka Fitzpatrick because he wasn't happy playing. What was it, safety or cornerback, some shit like that. And then Tua because he said that Flores was too tough on him. But that I saw a team perform that had no business the first year. We should have been a 1-15 team, bro.
Do we have EM? Answer this question: have we have any head coach since Tua been the quarterback, won a game without him. Since only one coach is being accused of winning without Tua. What's Mike
Actually,
McDaniel's record without him?
he won
I
5
think
games
it's
without
1-6
Tua.
or 1-7. No.
He won 5 games
Yeah,
without
we won
Tua.
plenty of games with Fitz before he put Tua in.
McDaniel.
Exactly. Thank you.
McDaniel.
Yeah.
Thank
I'm talking about
you.
Brian Flores.
Brian
Flores.
Flores.
Yeah.
Oh, you
No,
talking about?
Patrick,
Oh, I
right.
thought you were talking about McDaniel. Oh, you talking about Brian Floyd? Yeah. No,
Right,
no.
but a lot of people want to say he didn't win a
Wait a
game
minute.
without Tua.
Wait a minute. We actually won a game because he benched Tua and put Fitzpatrick back in. So what are we talking about? He can't win with Tua. He couldn't win with Tua that day.
Yeah, that was the Raiders game.
Yeah,
exactly.
the Raiders game. The Raiders
the Raiders game. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
but then I'll tell you. Then you can see that's the thing is you could intertwine certain things. Then I could tell you the game where Brissett got supposedly hurting his knee, and we put it 2 against the Ravens here, and we won.
We were already smoking
No,
them
we were
that
winning
game.
that game already.
weren't. No,
we
we
never
weren't.
lost the
We
league in that
were.
game. No,
Oh, then
we
maybe
never
my
lost the
memory's
lead in
bad.
that game.
Maybe
that
my
was a
memory's
start to
bad.
finish lead. We won from kickoff to the final gun.
Was that
we
the
would
game
never
that we
we
brought
never
the zero
trailed in that
blitz?
game.
Was
We
that the
held
zero
Lamar
blitz?
Yes, that was the
Jackson
zero
9
blitz
points
game. Yes.
that
Okay,
game.
okay.
Right.
held
Like I
Lamar
said,
to
I'm
9
drinking, bro, so
points
my
that
memory's
game.
all fucked up.
Yeah, Vin, yeah, true, Vin. Yeah, he's we led from start to finish in that game. We never trailed.
Okay.
Hey,
He
Shake
couldn't
Money.
move the ball on us at
Shake,
all.
real quick, bro. I'm about to slide out. I got a show in about 9 minutes, man. Appreciate you for having me up. Appreciate
Of
all
course,
y'all on
for
the
sure.
panel.
Thank you
Sure,
as
man.
always.
Much love, like always, man. Holla at y'all, bro.
Hey, what's the name of the show,
Yeah.
dog? What's the name of the
Bliss
show?
Pickup, my brother.
Yeah.
Ain't no
Oh,
Hold
okay.
on, let me
honestly,
write that down.
so
I'm writing
much,
that down
baby.
too,
The
Em.
Bliss Pickup.
I'm definitely gonna check it out, dog.
Yeah.
You know?
Appreciate you. Make sure
I'm
you
writing that down,
subscribe,
man.
sir, Mr. Em, sir.
For
Hey, y'all be
sure.
good. All y'all
All
be
right,
safe,
Tom.
bro.
All
All
right,
right,
man.
salute.
Peace, bro.
Salute.
Be safe out
Salute, man.
True
Oh yeah.
Fit. Let me remind you one thing
Oh,
about
yeah.
that game. When Tua came into the game, our next 2 series were 3 and out. My section was booing, bro.
Yeah, he was on that. It was a Thursday night game, I remember. Yeah. That was the Thursday night not massacre, but
And our
mayhem.
defense held
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson to 9 points.
Yeah, that
game had
was
nothing
the
to do
first
with
time he was
Tua
under
coming
double
in.
digits in his career in a while. Flores, yeah, he solved them in that one.
Ayo.
He got the best of them in that one. I'll say that. Flores got the best of them in that one.
Hey.
He bottled them up. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think the final score was 23-9, if I remember. And the way
Or
that game was
23
going
to.
on
I
defense,
think they scored a couple more field goals.
We
I
should
think
have
they
put
eventually
40
scored a
on them
couple
the
more
way our
field goals.
defense was playing that night.
Yeah.
That was the performance that solidified JP on this team. Because he was dope, bro. He wouldn't let Lamar take that edge all night, man.
Yeah, they got.
Oh, this against the Ravens you're talking about, Color?
Yeah. He was treating
nice.
Lamar Jackson just like he was treating Trevor Lawrence in that
What
Clemson
year was that
Louisville game.
Ravens one you're talking about?
Or that
Thursday night
Clemson Hurricanes game. He was treating him the same way he was Trevor Lawrence in his backfield all night.
Yeah, he got the best of them on that one.
Matter of fact, it was that
But
Clemson
yeah,
Hurricanes
they couldn't.
game
He didn't want to throw the same look at him though the next time around. Yeah.
When I saw him in Trevor Lawrence's backfield all night in that game, I'm like, we got to drive this guy, man. Like, who's that number 15? We got to get him.
Yo. Hey, wish me luck tomorrow morning, boys.
You got going on tomorrow,
Good luck for you, man.
I got a 10-point
Get it
buck
done.
that I've been getting on camera, and I need to hope it shows up under my tree tomorrow.
Okay. Cool.
What's up, Bryson? How you doing, bro?
On the tree.
I'm doing good, man. I'm
Okay.
doing good.
And by the way,
Work's
Tonk wants to collab with you one day.
Bro, I love that. That'd be awesome. That'd be a really fun time. I like Tonk. He's funny. He's an interesting guy.
Oh yeah.
In a good way. In a good way.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, man.
Oh yeah. You said a
Are you
10
guys?
point,
What's your
a
guys'
10
thoughts
point
on
one,
the?
or
What's up?
you said a 10-point one? You said I missed
Yeah,
that
What's
10
last
up?
points.
What's
part.
up, man? My bad, bro. My daughter was asking me if
Okay,
she could
10
go out, and
points.
I'm trying to tell her no.
Oh
Fuck.
no, you good. Hey, what do you guys think about this time of the year having our bye? You guys have any opinions
I
on it?
think it's
Good,
perfect.
bad? Okay.
This,
Why
this,
why do
this
you
is
think
good
that? And
enough.
then this isn't just a argument. I just like kind of want to hear your thoughts.
No, okay. So I'll answer if you guys let me. I think it's perfect because we should be able to get 1 week off, an extra week for whoever the backup is going to be, which is going to be Huntley, okay, or whoever. But it's an extra week for them to prepare a little better,
Okay,
and
okay,
an
like
extra
that.
week for slow ass McDaniel to figure out a plan B.
Mhm.
Not a game
Practice for
plan. No,
McDaniel.
plan
Hey,
B.
that boy's spitting though. That boy's spitting.
Hey, all
So you
right.
saying the training wheels? Damn.
Yeah. Maybe it'll
It only
maybe
took
it'll give
two
him
and a
time
half
to take out
years,
them
bro.
training wheels,
Here we
dog.
go.
Hey,
Here
I'll
we
say
go,
this,
real quick, real
Yikes.
quick. So context is trying to correct me, right? Because he says we were down 10-6 and Tua scored 16 in the fourth quarter. Right, exactly.
No, it wasn't.
We were up 6-3 at halftime. They couldn't do dick on us until the fourth quarter. They scored a touchdown. We put up a goose egg in the third quarter when Tua came in. Just like I said, 3 and out after 3 and out after 3 and out. Then finally, we mustered 16 points in the fourth quarter to win the game. Yeah, that's right.
No, we busted 16 points after we had already scored 9. We had already scored 9.
Hey,
Right. No, I remember that. I remember that game very clearly. Go look at the drive chart and each drive possession. It'll tell you when we were up 9, we scored that 16 in that fourth quarter, and one of them was a defensive touchdown by Howard.
Thank you.
Hey, but I want to add on True Fin fan because he had a good point with that.
Hey, real quick,
extra
hold on,
week
real quick,
preparation.
Bryson. About
yeah.
one of the reasons I like I wanted the bye week here originally because if you think about this in the last 2 December collapses, remember a lot of those collapses happened after the bye week.
Yep.
For some reason, whenever we get off a bye week, we kind of sputter a little bit. So hopefully,
yes, I agree.
If we go on a hot streak,
I agree.
We're not
doing that
slowed
for
down
40
by a bye
years,
week.
bro.
Yeah,
We've been doing that
and
for
hey,
40
I want
years.
to add on to that real quick though,
What's up?
because Trufin had a good point with Huntley. Now, before my biggest like the most I was impressed about with Huntley is his development from game 1 to game 2. Now, he wasn't, in my opinion, a finished product. Like, I think his best days were with the Ravens, but that doesn't mean that he can't have those days here. I just think he knew that system. He knew those players. He had a connection with the team. And
Bryson, and what would that depend on?
No, but what I'm saying is, Color, is that
I'm not arguing.
No, hold on, but let him finish his
no,
point.
but let me
Color,
cook real quick. I think that we saw a huge leap, in my opinion, from game 1 to game 2 with Huntley. You add an extra week and a third game into there. I think that's going to be a solid.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
trust under.
Right. So what does that depend on, Bryson? Besides Huntley.
What do you mean depend on?
Besides Huntley, what would that depend on?
Coaching.
And
coaching and just
team.
time.
And the
just
team.
let him soak
and the
marinate
team
in this. Yes.
Just like we say with Tua.
I don't even know. We say a lot.
No, I'm
I
saying,
don't know, man. I know that
it's a team game, is it not?
Absolutely, it
100%
is.
a team game. But like you saw in the first game, like Tyreek, you can have connections with 4-4, 4-6 guys, but when you have a cheetah out there, a guy that can just run and run, it's different timing. I mean, Huntley has the biggest arm on the team. I don't care who you ask. Huntley has the arm to not underthrow Tyreek, but he just doesn't have the timing down yet, and that comes. I mean, it's already shown up that
That's a good point. I'm glad you just said it. It's already shown up because I noticed the same thing last week. What I think is what Huntley figured out was his arm is too strong for their timing right now. He needed to dial himself back because I noticed in one of the plays last week, he drops back to throw and it was one of these quick timing crossers, right? And he just slipped it in there instead of going through all his motions. He's starting to realize his arm might have been too strong for what we're trying to do.
Right.
So now
he was over. I like
almost
what Joe said.
And the thing that's scary, good scary, is that it's almost as if he's adjusting and realizing how simple this whole thing is.
Yeah.
Oh,
Listen, I
I
like
just need
Huntley.
to
He's a
dial it. I can
dog.
just slip these in. This is all I need to do, and he's gonna start dealing, man. I'm
Yes.
telling you, bro.
One of the
He
things that
will.
we've
I
been one of the
totally
things that
agree.
I've been seeing the last couple of years. I don't know if you guys agree with me. It's just me. I see an offense that's built solely on timing. Okay, and we could pretty much count the plays, whatever plays you want to make, however you want to disguise them. We all know the plays are going to be between the line of scrimmage and the 20-yard line on the numbers, right? When you got a guy like Huntley, it's not just Huntley adjusting to the offense, it's the offense adjusting to a guy like Huntley. This is different.
Yeah.
Yes,
He's a different player. So when Tyreek
big
goes
time.
down there, you come on, we all know this. Do you really think that Tyreek, when he's got a player beat and 15 yards down the line of scrimmage, he doesn't say, let me not go too much because he might not get it over here? As to where a
No,
guy
he
like
ain't saying
Huntley,
that.
Right.
he's going to say, I'm turning on the Rockets because Big Boy could get it over here.
Yeah.
There's a
Exactly.
difference.
Oh, you're spot on about that, bro. The other thing, real quick, just to put an analogy on all that nonsense I just said. Huntley got on a tricycle, not realizing it wasn't a dirt bike. Like he was expecting it to have to ride it like a dirt bike, and he's realizing slowly, oh, this is just a tricycle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You got to
Yeah.
tune
And
out.
he's just flip,
And another
and
thing
started
that
I
doing.
want to see him use his legs more because this game, this is the problem. Too many times, because, for example, I'm 46 years old, so I got used to all my life the pocket passer. We're evolving into a game where if you don't have legs, I don't care how accurate you are, how quick a read you have, if you don't have legs, you're a duck out of water, bro. You're you're fucked because the play breaks down. You're just stuck back there. We're playing in an era
listen,
with better athletes,
you
bigger
don't have to
athletes,
be a
smarter
freak
athletes.
athlete.
Yeah.
Sorry to
Brock
interrupt, guys.
Purdy.
Ali, do we have good news? I see you popping up on the proper panel. Are you got it? You
Ali,
got
what's
power?
up, buddy?
What's
I
up,
do
Ali?
not have good news. I'm still without power, man. I'm just
Sorry
here
to
to
hear
help my
that, man.
mind go straight while I'm
Oh,
waiting for the
Oh
power to come back
man.
on.
I'm
Oh
sorry to hear
man.
that, Ali.
Hey,
damn.
Glad
but
you're
you're
safe
here.
though.
Hey, but you're here. That's what counts.
Yeah, I'm
There you
glad you're
go.
safe, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm using this
St.
for some
Lucy's still in a
emotional
world of
healing
shit.
right now.
By the way,
I hear you,
St.
brother.
Lucie,
I hear
St.
you.
Lucie County is still in a world of shit. They took the most
yeah.
hurt from the tornadoes yesterday, and now there's a reported 6th fatality in St. Lucie
So
County.
sad,
So,
man.
Yeah,
prayers to all them,
yeah,
That time.
definitely.
That
It's not good, bro. It's weird. It hit certain points that if you're just driving through Port St. Lucie, down 95, you don't see much of the damage. And then when you're driving in the inner neighborhoods and even in the rural areas of St. Lucie County, man, they got hit so bad, bro. I was driving around looking at some of the damage, and I was like, damn, I don't know how people got, scared away from
Yeah.
it. So it
tornadoes
is what it is.
they look so different until you get down into the places where they actually did the damage. Then it's like, oh yeah, that's not so pretty looking anymore. You know what I mean?
No.
It's
No,
bad,
but
man.
here's
My
the thing.
family's in St. Pete, and my brother, he's got bad damage, water damage in the home. I mean, he's safe, and that's the most important part. But I mean, a lot of these guys don't have flood insurance, and it sucks, man.
Jose
You know what's
says,
even worse, Color? Check this out, real quick. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Bryson and Color,
no
but I just
problem.
want to
I
say
Go
was
ahead.
something real
finished.
quick.
You were done.
Go
I
ahead.
was finished.
This is why I need I'm getting antsy about my power. Across the street, same street I'm on, across the street, everybody has power. Behind
No.
me, nobody has power. But the across the street behind me, they have power. It's just our row of the street on my side and the person behind me, and all the way down, we don't have power. It is so weird. And I got hanging wires, hanging power lines in my backyard that I've reported multiple times
You
that they
have
need to at least take care of because someone can get hurt. You know what I'm saying?
you know of any tornado damage like down the road from you? Because it sounds like something tore a path through there. You know what I mean?
The damage that hit my specific area happened with the extreme winds that we got in the middle of the night after the hurricane hit. Hit landfall. The damage 5 minutes up the road and to the left, and I'm just saying that because it's really quick. I can get there in 5 minutes. That whole area, that whole rural area, that's what we call like There's a lot of farms and stuff out there.
Mhm.
That area got torn up. There's a 10,000 square foot sheriff's facility where they do a lot of maintenance and park their sheriff vehicles.
So it
Bro,
sounds
that is
like, bro,
destroyed, bro. It
so it
is
Where is it
sounds
that
gone.
like
you're
if
at,
I were to
Ali?
guess, it
Where you
sounds
at
like
exactly,
something
Ali?
formed over in your
Port St. Lucie is where I'm at.
bro.
Oh,
So
you're
it
in Port
sounds
St.
like
Lucie.
something was forming over by where you guys are at, tore up a little bit of stuff, and actually touched down beyond you, and then ran through that farmland. You know what I mean? That's what it sounds like.
Well, actually, something did touch down because we showed the video here on the show, bro. The one in St. Lucie County, that's the one that hit right up the road from my house. So I
Damn.
could have if I was outside at the time because my phone was going off crazy saying tornado warning, tornado warning, tornado warning. If
Yeah,
I went outside, I
get in your
probably could have
bathtub,
seen it.
bro. That means get in your bathtub in Missouri.
Yeah, well, we have a interior closet, walk-in closet
My
that we can
brother
go
lives in
into.
Asheville, bro. So he
Well, what I
he
mean
went
is
through a bad moment right now.
a warning is like it's near you and it's coming
Yeah.
your way soon.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's, in other words, tornado on the ground and it's heading your way. That's what a
Hey,
warning is
Ali,
supposed to mean.
Ali,
What's up?
Ali, I really enjoyed your show. What was it, last week or last Saturday? That was a good show, man. We all
Wolfpack,
everybody
yeah,
getting
man.
along. It was awesome, bro.
We're gonna do Wolfpack tomorrow. Hopefully, if I have power. If not, maybe Color can produce it, and I'll still be here using
Oh
my
yeah,
phone.
I'll
You
cover it.
know,
I'm in.
If
but
not, me, Shake, and the whole gang will help get it going. You know.
yeah, I had some things I was gonna bring up because I was doing some more research on stuff, and I was gonna bring light. But the main topic we're gonna be talking about after the win that we got so deservingly because we fought like hell for it, almost shot ourselves in the foot for it too.
Yeah.
A lot of people on Twitter are saying, we back, baby, we back. I'm saying pump the brakes. As much as I want to praise a lot of stuff, there's just as much stuff I need to complain about first.
With the Canes? You mean with the Canes?
But not with the Canes, with the Dolphins, man.
Oh, okay.
he's
The Dolphins. Everyone's saying we back, baby.
he's a
I'm
Buckeye.
sorry. One win is not going to get me back. I need to get 2 or 3 more wins going in a row, and then I'm back. Then I'm back at that point. But not yet. Not yet. We have a lot of work to do to clean up. And I like what you guys are saying about Huntley. There is definitely progression from game 1 to game 2. And game 3, with an extra week, like Bryson said, he's going to look much better, definitely. But yeah, ultimately, Color is right. It's not solely on Huntley. It's up to the team. The team has to work together. The team has to put the body on the line, and the team has to do everything, not just Huntley. This is not the NFL quarterback league, right? Yes, passing is number 1 priority in this league, but it's not all on the quarterbacks. It's a team game still. So that's where I'm with
It is on the quarterback once all things are equal. What makes all things equal is each team executing and playing and being a team.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Colin. That's what I'm talking about.
Once you get to that point, where you've got 2 teams that execute well together, then it becomes a battle between the 2 quarterbacks, and that's usually happens in the playoffs. You know, so
right.
Yeah. So I mean, there's a lot to build on. There's a lot to build on what we had
in the middle of
on.
the year. You might get it then. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Colin, I get you. But just to end my take, there's a lot to build on what we saw in New England, but there's still a lot of mistakes we made that we should not have made. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's still some things that we got to straighten out, clean up, run through the dry cleaner real quick before we can get there. That's what I'm saying.
All of that applies to Tua as well. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Is all of that what Ali's talking about absolutely applies to Tua as well, if and when he comes back.
Right. But
We
my
ain't
problem
going
that
nowhere
I have,
if we're playing like we have with the backup quarterbacks with Tua,
Mhm.
then it's gonna look like week 1 and week 2, and we ain't going nowhere.
my problem with all of that is where I'm
That'd
like
be a massive loss against the
where I
Colts.
got
Colts are
shocked.
better than the Bills. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, where I got shocked, like where all of this shit shocked me. Not so much shocked me where I started questioning a lot of things was, man, the way that we looked in Seattle, the way that we looked against Tennessee, 31 to God knows what. I forget now because again, I'm drinking, excuse me. And then we did, as much as we want to say that we beat the Patriots. There are division rivals, guys. This. What is it like? Probably we had what, the worst and the second worst offenses playing against each other.
Mhm.
And yes, I get it. It's New England. It's over there, but I'm just, I guess what I'm trying to get at is, maybe I'm being a little biased because my take has been this way since I first saw McDaniels. But my thing is like, man, if you're so great, why did we do a 27-3 to Seattle? Why did we do another loss to Tennessee at home? Why did we look so inept against New England, dude? Like what the only positive that I got out of that is that he was forced to say, wait a minute, I can run the ball. If I'm disciplined enough to stick with it. But him, and again, maybe I'm a broken record. Maybe this is not nauseating for you guys, but I'm just, this guy he just bothers me, bro. Like, I don't see it, dude. I don't see it, man.
Can I address this first? Do you guys mind? Because this is what my show was supposed to be about tomorrow, and then more than likely, you guys are probably going to be having to help in the back while I do some talking. But I don't have all my notes because it was on my computer.
Have at it,
Unfortunately.
Ollie. I've been monopolizing anyway. Go ahead.
So what I want to just say is that what you just described about McDaniel and what we've seen and how and all of that is kind of what we're going to talk about, right?
Yeah.
What we're going to talk about tomorrow is going to be primarily about this scheme and how, even though it can be very, very powerful when executed, right, properly,
Right.
it can be the best thing since sliced bread. It can also be the Achilles heel at the same time.
Yeah.
I
The
agree.
reason being is you're glass at the ankles, and the reason you're glass at the ankles is because in the position, specifically the quarterback, and this is why the quarterback position is so important. When you have a quarterback that is scheme fit, when things are not going according to the schedule, you need someone that can adapt on the fly without the coach having to instill a new scheme, right?
Absolutely.
And that's the problem we have, that Tua, as much as he's very talented, he really is a one-dimensional scheme kind of guy, right? He has a certain way, and when he executes it to the best of his ability.
Right.
Whereas Huntley, we might have something there, but he did not get the entire off season like Tua and Skylar did, and some of these other people. That's why I think that there might be something there, but we have to give it more time.
That's the biggest thing I'm
The guys
lamenting.
you just
Ollie.
mentioned, Tua and Skyler, have both been here for 3 years. This guy's been here for what, 3 weeks? You know what I'm saying?
That's true. So that is the issue with this scheme, is the fact that it emphasizes certain abilities that Tua has so much that doesn't matter who's on the field. Sometimes it can be one-dimensional, and that's the problem that we have.
Absolutely.
And that's the issue, and that's what I wanted to talk about tomorrow, and really go into detail about and kind of talk about it and see how can we evolve from that? What can Mike McDaniel do to evolve from that so it's not so one-dimensional, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I'm standing with it, because here's the deal. If you think this is the first time you've seen something like this with Mike McDaniel, no, this isn't the first time. If everybody goes back, how many years ago was it, Color, that he played the NFC Championship game where it was the Rams versus the Niners, right? Niners were cooking. Until their star receiver, I think it was a receiver or running back, I can't remember, went down, and the whole thing went flat because they're too one-dimensional. Now, it looks like we're not so one-dimensional because we have stars all over the place. You know, we got Hill, we got Waddle, we got freaking Achane, we got Mostert, we got the Wright Express, because that's the only train you need to be on at this point. You got all these guys, right? And even on defense, it seems like, we're not going to be one-dimensional. But the problem is that we emphasize the scheme way, way, way too much on the quarterback's shoulders. And when our star quarterback, who has the specific skill to execute, goes down, this is where we end up.
Yeah,
so now,
I don't think I could have agreed with you more.
Right. Well, and also
Yeah.
consider, and
I
also
got kind of a
consider-
different take.
Also consider this: if we don't have other plays that are tailored or able to be run by non-Tua quarterbacks, right?
Correct. Go
If
ahead.
we don't
Say it.
have those plays,
Right.
then that means we don't have anything for Tua to adjust to either. When they
Yeah,
figure him out.
that is
That's a
part of
great
the
point.
problem as well. Thank you, Color. That's more of it. I want to hear what Crypto has to say, because he has a different take, and I want to keep this as an open discussion for everybody. So what do you got, Crypto? I'm curious. I'm
And
curious.
one thing I do
Hang
agree
on.
with Crypto is when Brian Flores won those 5 games in 19 is because we had Devontae Parker. But go ahead, Crypto.
I get it. I'm sure that was the only reason.
Nah, don't shit
But
on
it
DP,
didn't mean
Yeah,
no
man.
no, come on, Crypto. What's going on, Crypto? What do you got? I'm
2019
curious.
is like
I'm curious.
Beetlejuice.
Go ahead, Crypto. Hey, go.
2019 is
Hey,
like
let Crypto
Beetlejuice.
go, man.
Say it 3 times.
Hey, let
Jake is
Crypto go,
gonna
man. He's been
bring
quiet
out a
there for a
Devontae
minute.
Parker reference.
Let Crypto go. He's been quiet for a minute, man.
Yeah, go ahead, Crypto. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I look at it as that the result of us running. Not saying we can't do it, is a byproduct of us getting high off our own supply. Meaning the passing game is what makes the run games effective. Is what makes it effective. Is that we do it so much effect when we were effective. I'm talking about like last year, the first quarter of the
Yeah.
season or so, half of the first half of the season last year, because the last 9 games didn't prove that out to be. But the passing game was effective. That Mike McDaniel's gotten so confident in it that he think that the passing game will always be the reason why the run game opens. To a certain degree, he's true, because when defensive coordinators line up against us, their first method of taking us out of our offense is to destroy our passing game, because we got a guy named Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle all lining up opposing their defenses. So
Yeah.
that's priority number 1. So they're willing to give up a lot on the ground as a pick your poison strategy. So it's not so much that we are imposing our run game on them, as I'm thinking more so that as long as Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle are part of our offense, that defensive coordinators are choosing to allow to be beaten by that versus the quick strike and the big over the top plays from Hill or Waddle.
Whole
So
lot.
I'm thinking it's more of a byproduct.
We're basically we're doing what we're supposed to. We're taking what the defense gives us.
Right, meaning if we got linebackers that can stop both run and pass, that's when we run into trouble, when they can do
but
both.
what I'm taking
Like San
from
Francisco been able to do that.
And Crypto, correct me if I'm wrong, because maybe, like I said, I've been drinking.
Yeah.
I think what Crypto is alluding to is the fact that McDaniel from day one here with the weapons saw that it worked. What he has not been able to do, or is reluctant to do, is that when he's in trouble, he doesn't know how to do
what's being given to him
plan
because
B
he's
and say,
impatient.
let me run.
Because
let
he's
me
not
do this.
patient. He hasn't shown he's patient.
Right.
Exactly. Right.
One other thing I wanted to point out was
and that's coaching.
Right. One other thing I wanted to point out was when it comes to taking what they give you, the key to the gamble that those defensive coordinators is making is that we're going to be able to stop your run 3 times in a row before you score. So we are forcing defenses into a bend don't break situation. And what happens is, without guys like Mostert who can take it in from the 12-yard line, we're getting into the red zone and we're not cashing in. The key to make their gamble work against them is to run down the field with your running game, but you have to cash in, because that's the only way they're gonna start to want to stop you from marching down the field.
Yeah, because they don't care about you moving the ball inside the 20-yard
until
line
you score. Once you score, they're gonna be like, well, we got to stop.
Yeah,
this
because as
run
long as
now
Jason
because
Sanders is
they're
racking up
scoring
points,
on
they
us.
don't care.
Right.
But what I see is what you said, Color. I hear you. But what I think that defensive coordinators are actually saying is, you're not going to run it 3 times in a row because you're not disciplined enough. You're eventually going to go back to
That
what
comes into play too.
It's your bread and butter.
Right. But remember, we're West Coast, so when I say run it 3 times in a row, that includes a bubble screen. You see what I'm saying? Or a pass.
Right. Okay, I got you.
That gets
right.
that gets blown
Good old
up.
Bill Walsh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just a matter of discipline on the offensive side, because sometimes we're helping the defensive coordinators be disciplined with the
hold on real quick. The only way to overcome that is to execute better, because if you're forced into those bubble screens, you've got to execute them.
So let me ask you this,
Or
because
just
this
realize
is
that sometimes linebackers are too quick to buy into
I
the
don't
bubble
want
screen
to.
game.
I
Just
just mean any
just get
play
rid of
me,
the
you're
to
bubble
be
running.
screen
honest with you
game.
I
guys,
just
to
mean
be
any
honest with you
sport
guys,
play
I
you're
think
running,
the
you have
league
to
has figured
execute.
out this coach's game plan. That's just me, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think
No,
that the
I agree
league
with you.
has figured this guy out.
No, I agree with you because it's a
But
copycat league to that degree.
so
He's got enough film on tape. He's not a first year head coach no more.
Right,
He's
exactly.
got
so
enough film on tape.
yeah, he has enough. He definitely has enough film on tape. I just want to make one comment here real quick because I was going to really talk a little bit more in depth about this tomorrow. Um, the one issue that I have with McDaniel, you mentioned about being more patient and stuff like that, and you mentioned about having enough on tape that they kind of have him figured out. This is why it's so important to have the right offensive coordinator hired, because it is Frank Smith's responsibility to get in McDaniel's
I
ear
agree with that.
and let him know, hey, what you're doing isn't working because the defense is doing this, that, and the other. You need to do this. And I personally don't think, even though I'm not in the know, I'm not in the room, right? But I don't think Frank Smith has his ear when it comes to calling plays.
That's what
I don't
that's what
think
I
he
was
does.
that's what
No,
I was
you're
just
dead
about
right.
to tell you.
And
I don't
that
think, when have you
I
ever
think
seen a
if
genius say, "No, you're right. You're smarter
because
than
I
me."
don't think that Frank Smith is a play caller, in my opinion.
Well,
Now, if you
Ali,
had Bevel, maybe he needs to have Bevel in his play ear because Bevel's called plays. Bevel's called plays in a Super Bowl. Now, granted, he made one of the biggest mistakes, and it's questionable if
yeah.
that was really his mistake or not. But the
Yeah,
reality
Marshawn
is
Lynch should have got the ball,
he
man.
needs to have yeah, definitely. He needs to have somebody in his ear that's telling him the defense is doing this, that, and the other. That's why
Right.
that's not working. These
Can
are
I
the weak
respond to
points.
you, Ali?
Attack that. He needs
Can I?
someone to
Right.
do. He
He's
needs
the
someone
reason
to
Tom
change
Brady
the
is
play
considered the
for
GOAT,
him
man.
when you know what I'm saying. He needs someone
Right.
to
Yeah,
make
yeah,
the audible calls
I
because
agree.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you go back to when McDaniel was hired originally, right? All of the reports came down that said that McDaniel would give Shanahan 3 or 4 plays, and Shanahan would pick the one that he felt worked out of those 3, 4.
Right.
It
Because
wasn't
Shanahan had a
Shanahan
And
making
temperature on
that's
the
all the
what
plays.
defense.
McDaniel is good for. That's it.
Hold on. It wasn't Shanahan making all the calls and coming up with the plays by himself. No, McDaniel gave him 3 or 4, and he picked the best one out of the 4. Right? He needs
Yeah.
someone to give him plays that can see what
Right.
the hell is going on from up top, and then he picks the best out of those 4. That's
Right.
really what he needs to do, and they need to tell him why those 4 are the best. And I don't know if that's happening. That's the
On the
problem.
I
other
don't think
That's
it
the
is.
big
I don't
question.
He's
think.
the
I
on
don't
play
the
think
other
it's
designer,
note,
not
happening,
a
Ali,
play
Ali.
caller.
when he gets
To that
those
point.
3
I don't
plays,
think it's happening. I don't think that he
what?
has the
Wait,
ability.
hold on. When
Okay, go ahead.
Shanahan
Go ahead.
receives those 3 plays,
Or
Shanahan is
4.
able to
Yeah.
choose the play based on what the defense is doing to him at the time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
And
that's
I
McDaniel
that's
don't
the
I
doesn't
don't
have
end
that
see
game.
Mike
ability.
McDaniel doing that. If it really feels like Mike McDaniel is a kid playing Madden, going, "Oh, this play will work. This
Right.
play will work."
Go
Oh,
deep every
that's what
time.
it
this
feels
will
like,
work.
Right.
Yeah, he's
Color,
He's
but
definitely
we
definitely
don't
playing Madden.
know. But
Well, it's
we don't
obvious
hey,
he's
know.
playing Madden
Well, here,
based on
real
his
quick,
fourth
Ali,
down calls.
a little bit of shred of evidence that might correlate with what you're saying about Frank Smith is that when I look at these press conferences on the day that all the coordinators come out, Frank Smith looks the most indifferent to the whole thing. Like he looks the most like whatever about everything when he's asked questions, dude.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
think, and
He
excuse me
seems
for
like he's uninterested.
excuse me for talking, but
Sorry, Truthman.
no, man, not at all. I don't think, and that was a great point that you made, Ali. Like that is on spot. You both did. But what I'm thinking, and correct me if I'm wrong, because again, this is great convo we're having here. I don't think what you see how Shanahan had the ability to say this works, this doesn't. I don't think that Mike McDaniel has that ability in him as much as he
So
thinks.
far, he has not shown that. You're correct.
Right. So
Yeah,
I
he
don't
hasn't
think.
shown that.
Right. So
Evidence supports what you're
let's say
saying.
Frank Smith tells him, "Hey, man, this is working." I don't even think anybody's telling him anything. At least not in the beginning. Maybe now it's gonna happen because of the shit show that we're watching. They're like, "Wait a minute, bro. You're not the genius we thought you were. You need help." So maybe he'll be a little more open to it. But the first 2 years, like I'll tell you this, and I was saying this on another show, and a lot of people were like, "You're crazy." It's not that I'm crazy. It's just an opinion. I think that Tua. Remember this: the Tua has put up the numbers that he's put up in spite of McDaniel. Everybody knew because Tyreek said it before the season. I want 2,000 yards, and he was still able to give him almost 1 yard away from 1,800. Okay, as much as the year before, highest all that bullshit. Whether we like him or not, we could all disagree on this, and that's fine. But I think if you can make a guy like Brock Purdy look the way that he looks, a guy like Jalen Hurts look the way that he looks, I think this guy Mike McDaniel, to be honest with you, is in over his head. As a Dolphin fan, do you think I like this? You think I want to go through the whole fire and rehire? No, man. I hope that tomorrow he has an epiphany and he gets it. But I just don't see it, bro.
Again, Trufin, this is why I called for a 10-year contract for him coming in the building, because if we're going to do that over and over, I would rather just let him work through it and
figure it out. Yeah, I agree with you, Color, in that aspect. And plus, I mean, the fact that he's had back-to-back playoff experience, representation, we've made appearances back-to-back. I think he's earned, in my opinion, more of a contract extension than Philbin ever did in his tenure. I mean, just going to be honest with you guys. So if we're going to give the guy time, he at least deserved it. Philbin, I don't think made the playoffs, bro. I don't think he did ever.
With Tannehill.
Well, look.
No, he didn't. That was Adam Gase. That was Adam Gase.
Look what we've seen the past couple of weeks start up. If you noticed, these videos coming out of Mike McDaniel explaining plays. That's on a show now called the Mike McDaniel Show.
Yeah, that's been out for a while though, hasn't it?
Just like Brian Flores. I hadn't seen it, Ollie. I didn't realize that was already. I thought maybe they just started it like as
they don't show it all the time though. You're right. They don't play it as often as they did before.
For Adam Gase and Brian Flores, they were doing it every week religiously from the time they got in the building.
That's been here since forever. Whatever head coach we have here,
right? But did they start it right away when McDaniel got in the building? Trufin, I don't know.
Yeah, they don't show it, Trufin, as much as they did before. You knew what time they started. They would advertise it, all that stuff. They don't advertise it.
10 a.m. Sundays.
But I will say this though. I said this last season. You can go back and find it clip it where I said it last season on TFTG. I said Frank Smith's got to go. As much as I like the guy and he might be a good coach when it comes to fundamentals and helping out with the offensive line and stuff like that, we got Butch Berry in the house. He should be able to hold it down, and Frank Smith shouldn't have to worry about that. But if Frank Smith can't get in McDaniel's ear to tell him what's going on, to give him the information he needs to select the right plays or give him plays, then Frank Smith has got to go. You need to go ahead and promote Bevel up top because he has the most experience in the building right now when it comes to stuff like that.
Yeah,
so that's just my opinion.
That's the reason. That's the main reason why
think
he's
that
here,
the upper
because
management is going to force that on him. Because they got to be talking already in upper management.
I want to hear what you say, Shake. Go ahead, Shake. I'm sorry.
That's the reason why he's here, because he's not going to challenge Mike McDaniel. He's pretty much,
So what you're saying, Shake, the same reasons that we complained about, and I'm not saying everybody here, but there's a lot of people in the community complained about Flores, is the same reason that we have Frank Smith here for Mike McDaniel. The same exact thing. Oh, none of these guys are as smart as him because he wants to be the smartest person in the building, is what you're saying.
Hey, no,
unbelievable.
You know what's funny is though?
Huh?
The difference between Brian Flores and Mike McDaniels is the two offensive coordinators. They've actually had offensive coordinating experience before they became the offensive coordinators. Where Frank Smith, I don't think he's ever had offensive coordinator experience.
I can't quote me. I just know he had a lot of fundamental coaching.
Stutzville and
My
Godsey
understanding,
they were callers. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Ali.
No, it's okay. My understanding of why Frank Smith was brought was primarily because he knew how to teach the offensive line and the offensive line scheme that McDaniel wanted to run. And it was, because they hired the guy from Boston College and that didn't turn out, they brought in Butch Berry, who really knew how to run the offensive line the way it needed to be. And that's why we see a much better performance than what we did, from years past. So my point is the fact that I just don't think Frank Smith at this juncture of where we are with this team and how this team has evolved over the past 3 seasons, I don't think that Frank Smith is the guy we need up top right now. We need a different type of guy, and that guy is a guy that's offensive minded, knows the offensive playbook, and knows what the defense and can read defenses, so he can be the quarterback up top for McDaniel, so he knows what calls that he needs to make. That's my thing. Everybody wants to hate McDaniel for his play calling and saying, oh, he doesn't know how to play call. He may know how to play call, but he may not be given the right information to be able to do that the same way that Shanahan was provided by McDaniel when he was a 49er. That's all I'm saying.
See, I hear what you're saying, Ali, and my question to that is, when you got the title of coach, in front of that title, it says head coach. If you're not smart enough to figure out what's not working, what is working, that's got to fall on the head coach, no? And another thing, if we could, here's another question that I want, and this is for everybody here because this is something I've been thinking about. I want to hear your takes, all of you. This to play the offensive line on this type of scheme, it's a little different than the norm, no? How do we know that we don't have the right offensive lineman on a regular offensive team? I don't know how to word it. On a regular team that doesn't ask this much with all these schemes on another team, and this scheme just doesn't fit the offensive lineman that we have. I don't know. I'm asking a legitimate question.
Before you guys answer real quick, I gotta head out, bro. I'm gonna head out. It's getting hot in here in my house and everything because we got no AC or anything.
Okay.
But
Yeah, man, get you some air, man.
that question, True Fin fan, if you want to answer that question, come hang over on a Saturday Night Wolfpack. I'll answer that question because we're going to be talking. We're going to be talking about that in detail. So we'll definitely we'll discuss that more as well.
What time?
But everybody, make sure you hit. Definitely, we're going to start around 8:30. Hopefully, that's the plan.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Everybody, hit the like button, turn on the notification bell, subscribe, tell your friends, and if you're on X or Twitch, come over to the YouTube side, join the chat, right? It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to even open up timeouts again, and or if you want to pay for someone to take a shot, rock and roll, we can definitely do that too.
Yeah.
But everybody, I'll see you all tomorrow.
See you
Fins
tomorrow,
up,
man.
everyone. Definitely.
Hey, Color Crypto, what do you guys think about what I was asking? I'm interested in your takes, bro.
I missed the last one. I was cut out on the last one.
What I was asking was, you see how this scheme is a little bit different for the offensive linemen. They got to do a lot of different shit. How do we know if we got the wrong offensive lineman for this scheme, but in most other schemes they'd be right? You get what I'm asking? Like, are
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, are we really
They only
judging this
specifically
bad?
tied down. They're tied into a box.
Well, that's where you tie in the basic fundamental structure, and that's going to be that's set in stone as a West Coast system. You see what I'm saying?
I got you.
So there's certain things that are always going to be built the same way in a West Coast. Really, it's more of an overall philosophy than it is a particular scheme. And there's certain things that philosophy forces onto your scheme.
Could we have drafted wrong for this scheme? Is that what you're saying?
What's that? What was that, Trufin?
Could we have, and I want to hear Cryptos too, could we have drafted wrong for this scheme?
I'm not sure because there's a lot of aspects of aspects of the West Coast that are similar to like a triple option where you have to really have guys gelling along the offensive line that have worked with each other for a while. So I hesitate to say give it time because everybody, remember, we were platituded into a Super Bowl window. You know what I mean? So all of this could have just been said, when Mike McDaniel got here and our offensive line took a dive. All of this could be said to excuse Chris Greer when he says we're less concerned about it than you are, and all that is because they know that about the West Coast, and they really know, and they want to say, look, people, it just takes time because our
Right.
numbers
That
are
was my
getting
next
better.
question. Do you
Our
think
numbers are
right.
night and day different than they were in 2022 on the offensive line. People can keep trashing it all they want, but we're not as bad off as we were.
Yeah.
Right.
And I agree with Crypto. We need Devontae Parker back.
Say, talk to me, Crypto. What
Right.
do you think on the offensive line?
If you, I don't know how much college ball other
Oh,
than the
man.
Hurricanes you watch. You know, some people are real, specific in their college ball. You know what I mean? But one of the things I love is about every 4 years. So colleges are kind of like any school. They have, you got young guys, and then after about 3 or 4 years, them guys have become seniors and they've been working together for a long time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so one of the things I love is back when the Georgia Tech used to run the triple option and all the wishbone and all that stuff, right?
Right.
About every 4 years,
Right.
they would be beating good teams here and there, and they were so fun to watch. About every 4 years, you sit down and just watch one of their games, and it's the most beautiful football you'll ever watch in your life. And it's unstoppable because them guys are all juniors and seniors now and been working with it for so long, and they gel. It's like a well-oiled machine. But that's the key. If there's
That's what I
any
saw
of that
Nebraska.
broken, the whole thing is it looks like amateur high school shit. You know what I mean?
Right. Hey,
And the
Crypto,
West
what do you
Coast,
think
the
about
West
the
Coast
offensive line?
system
I
is a
didn't hear
lot
you,
like
bro.
that.
I didn't hear you, Crypto, about the offensive line.
No, it was kind of similar. I said it all depends because some of it might be scheme based, the scheme fit. You have as a base, you do what Color was saying about the base of it. You want it to be that, and then you want to have it where the talent is good enough to evolve if they have to change on the fly from that base set to something totally brand new, like a non-motion, a motionless offense. Basically, don't have to go 3 different motions and screens in that where you could just line up and just go at the point of attack type offense, and that can use blocking technique to
Right.
push somebody vertically versus laterally.
Right.
Blocking laterally versus vertically, just pure power. And
Right.
you want people that can change on the fly if need be when it comes to that versus just
Agile. You want
put
agility.
into a box.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Exactly. You want flexibility and agility. Light on their feet. You want
Yeah,
it's a hot light offensive line. You know what I mean? That doesn't
Right.
mean it's
Now, if
soft.
you could
or
do
it doesn't
power
have to be
first, they
soft.
got agility. I would rather build it that way than when you have the option to go. Like, I don't know if you remember, I'm dating myself. Remember freaking the old power sweep by the Packers? You know, when you go right up the alley,
Of course, I remember.
the alley
What I'm
play,
talking
right?
about, Crypto. That's the shit I'm talking about, Crypto. It's the same shit.
What? Right. That was you can do that and say, well, bam, I'm going right up the alley, off the center guard or the tackle.
And Trufin, the evidence is right there. Because
Right.
what most people's take about Huntley and the fact that we have such a serious drop off when our backup's in. See, it's not so much that Tua's so much greater, does something special. It's that he's worked with these guys since Mike McDaniel's been here to get that continuity. It's about knowing, hey, the quarterback's might take the ball out of my hand on a handoff, instead of giving it to me. That kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Knowing each other so well like that. Now,
And don't forget that Tua has worked with Tyreek and Waddle during the offseason as well.
right. And so it's no surprise to me that when Tua comes back in, let's say Arizona, whatever, it's going to be no surprise to me that things look a little better.
Right. Let me ask you a question, guys. What is your definition of a Tua-near? What do you call a Tua-near?
Well, the original definite word was coined by Finsanity when she told us about the staunch Alabama people that infiltrated the fan base, that everything revolves around Tua, the universe is Tua, nothing else, nothing more.
Well,
everything's centered upon Tua, like
the first
unfielding loyalty to Tua.
Right.
At all costs.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. So by the definition of a word, I was never a Tua-near.
Well, we're not. Hold on, we haven't
Right, based
defined
on
it
the
yet.
literal definition of it. Yes,
Hold on, we haven't
the
defined it
original
yet.
one.
We've only defined one aspect. Hold on. So the first aspect is Alabama fan. I've met Alabama fans that are not Tua fans. I've met not Alabama fans that are Tua fans that might even qualify as a Tua-neer. But one of the first qualifications would be Alabama fan. Okay. Second, refusal
to admit any shortcomings with Tua.
No, it's not admitting. It's more like
That's one.
It's more like
Acknowledging it. Yeah,
and
seeing it.
it's also using rhetoric and using platitudes and all kinds of Socratic devices to make it look always like it's everybody else's responsibility but his.
Right. Everything is shifted.
You know what I mean?
It's outward.
I see what you're saying.
Instead of inward. Yeah, it's always an outward shift from to it.
There's
Yeah.
also people
That's a
that will
base
take
function
things
of
to a
it.
personal level because I don't feel the way they do about Tua and I don't have faith
Right,
in it.
right, exactly. That's right, Connor. You're right. You're 100% right.
Right.
The word,
Everything
the
is
word
outward.
personal level to me,
Right.
like I have, and you guys, we've been Dolphin fans. I think us three for quite some time. Can you remember any other Dolphin player that had a fan base more split than Tua?
No.
No, not at all.
Well, Tannehill was close, but even I could.
Tannehill was, yeah, but it was kind of like
fans,
Rocky though.
Tannehill fans never treated me the way some Tua fans do.
Right. That's what I was gonna say. It was real shaky with Tannehill. They could easily jump off of him. You know what I'm saying?
Were you guys Tannehill fans or no? Because I wasn't. I was never a Tannehill guy.
No.
Well,
I was. I mean, at the beginning,
I wanted
him to throw the deep ball so much.
See, and you know what's
Okay,
funny
so you were a Tannehill fan the way that I was a Tua fan. Where in the beginning I was like, yeah, and now after this last injury, I'm off. Like when I'm not talking about his play, I'm talking about my team moving forward.
True fan. One of the mistakes I think Adam Gase made was riding with Tannehill. It should have ended right there.
Agreed. Yeah,
right.
That was when I was like, no more.
That's the mistake
no
of the
more.
franchise.
He's not going to prove me otherwise. Let's do it now while we can, Gase, and Gase rode with it.
Hey, True Fin fan, are you familiar with TD Finn's talk?
Of course I am, Pete. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been listening to TD when he first came on the scene, right?
Right.
And one thing about TD, he was what you would say, he was like a Tua-neer version of Tannehill. Tannehill could do no wrong with him, and then after he was released, he says, "You know what? I'm not going to make that same mistake again." And he hasn't, and people resent him for that. You know what I'm saying? That he's actually seeing the game objectively instead of the quarterback can't do no wrong.
Right, and I think that's like, see, I'll tell you, I'll be honest with you. Again, I'm 46 years old, and I could tell you that the only quarterback that could not do no wrong in my eyes, even in his last year where he had that pinch nerve, couldn't throw the ball, was Dan Marino. Everybody else, they've got to show me.
Even to his greatest downfall, yeah.
Right. You got to show me. And with Tua, I never liked his size. From the moment I saw him throw a football, I didn't like it. But then I started seeing what he did well, and I guess what I turned to more was a let's wait and see guy, right?
Right.
And then I think I was like hopeful for him, and then now once there's certain things started slapping me in the face. Remember, not as a Tua-neer, but as a realist. Like, yeah, he is 1-6 against the good teams. Yes, he has missed time for injuries. Yes, we did draft somebody that's injury. What pissed me off completely and turned me off with Tua has nothing to do with his play. Is the fact that I know now, even though I knew it, but I didn't want to admit it, he can't. Anybody who counts on Tua to play a full season for the rest of his career, I'm talking about just 1 or 2 in another 8-year span. We're lying to yourselves. And my question is that what we want? Is that what we want?
Add that to the list of all the things you just said. Because
which is why I'm off the Tua band.
Ultimately, what it says is there's always going to be a reason that it's going to be next year for us.
Exactly. And that's where me and those Tua-neers are different. Where I'm loyal to the logo. So yeah, I believed in this guy. How many of us haven't believed in people that haven't worked out for our team?
Well, and here's the thing, bro. And I made this hypothesis like right when Tua started fully playing and I jump on social media and YouTube and start to experience the criticism from what we now call two and ears, right? And it's like I've said this from the beginning, Trufin, and it might help you understand what the difference is between a person that doesn't like Tua, even I would say a straight Tua hater, compared to a two and ear. Okay, so when we make a criticism about Tua, there's an actual thing of a figurehead that we're making a criticism of, another man. Okay.
Right.
But when you're a two and ear and you disagree with that and you want to come back to a person, right? Even if a person gets personal with Tua, like if I were to, be a true hater and be personal about Tua, because I rather like the guy, you know what I mean? But for the people that have gotten to the personal level with Tua and directed at Tua, the two and ear then comes back and and feels the need, rightfully so, to come back at the Tua hater with something personal. Here's the difference. The Tua hater only has an idea as a figurehead. The idea that Tua is not a good quarterback. So there's no
right now,
there's no
rightfully
person
so.
for them to
Is it
get
rightfully so?
wait, let me finish. There's no person for them to get personal with other than the hater himself.
Right.
There's no anti-Tua for them to get personal with.
No, I hear you 100%, brother, and that's where, like, I've like Pete, Pete from Pete's Take, whatever. He's always to a near and this and that, and I'm like, yo, you don't know me from a hole in the wall, homie. Like, I'm not.
Well, and there's Pete. There's always Pete. Now, part of Pete's thing is also grifting a little bit. He sees anybody that even has one nice thing to say about Tua as a two and ear. So he's doing that as a shtick, bro. So
That's what I told him. I know what you're doing, bro. You're doing this.
Well, Pete is calling everybody a two and ear.
Yeah, you're not. Yo,
Jake,
you know what?
that
man.
Hit
You know
the
what
Pete
that man.
meme so Trufin can see what we're talking about.
Well,
Like,
he
I
called
got an
PD
inter
a
with
two
him,
and ear.
bro. He and he'll like.
There you go, Trufin. That's Pete. And that's everybody. The officer is everybody that gets in Pete's way.
That's the icon video of Pete right there. I threw up right there.
Yo, I remember
The
that movie,
thing
bro.
rolling's coming. Yeah,
Completely
that's
do it
Pete right
there. I mean, completely Pete. And then the officer is everybody that decides, knowing what they know about Pete, to still engage with it.
And let me tell you, I've had conversations with Pete at the shows because I'm a Dolphin junkie. So if I see somebody talking about Dolphins, I'm gonna be that guy. Is gonna be like, oh shit, I'm in, And he's not a bad person, bro. He's actually a pretty cool cat. It's just the things that he says sometimes. I'm like, this can't be.
Pete is one of the most generous people I've ever met in my life, bro.
Yeah, man. He's actually a pretty.
Like, I'm 47 years old, dude. He's one of the most kindest, generous people I've ever met in my life.
Yeah, he is pretty cool, bro. So that's why I'm like,
Pete
I'm
is
not.
a good guy, man.
He is a good guy. He just says things, and you know what? He's actually a very smart person because he knows what he's doing. He knows the reaction he's gonna get out of people. He's not smart. He's not stupid.
Yeah, he
very
does know the reaction.
So
he's definitely savvy when it comes to that.
Yeah, man. This is exactly my point about how divisive people are, and like you were saying earlier, Color, how people take things personal. How many times you want me to tell you that this conversation that I'm having with you guys here? And,
oh shit!
Yeah, man. And the one with Ali last Saturday during the Canes game, you were there too. I mean, you guys were there. Those are the kind of combos.
Was I there? Was I there, nigger?
What?
The hell was that?
Why do people have to do that?
Who said that?
I knew it too, Jake. We knew it. You know what I mean?
But who said that?
I had my finger on the trigger. Don't worry, I had my finger on the trigger.
I know you did.
No,
I know you did.
Hey, no. Then listen, there's a lot of tough guys on the computer. Where I'm from, who just tell me the guy's name.
No, he spoofed somebody's Abby because that wasn't Vamos Gatos. It looked like it.
I know it wasn't. It was somebody else. I just.
But I think
but if you know him, you got to let us know, right? Like,
somebody stole his avatar thing.
Oh.
But did he steal Vamos Gatos' avatar?
No, it wasn't even Vamos Gatos. I know it was somebody. It wasn't. I knew it wasn't him because when I clicked on the signal, it didn't say Kane's 89. So.
And by the way, whoever that was who said "'cause I can," yeah, no, you can't. Goodbye.
Yeah, he's been blocked. So.
Yeah. Dog, he didn't use Kane's. I thought he used
Well, I
Kane's
should say
89.
you can, but you can do it somewhere else now. And if he spoofed Kane's 89, then that means it's somebody that we all know. That's the sad part of it.
Yeah, it looked like it was Kane's 89's avatar. I looked briefly at my screen. I was like,
Hey,
what
you
was
guys
that?
hear me? You guys hear me? For some reason, I fell off. You hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Hey,
got
well,
you.
first and
Yeah.
foremost, I don't know who that buddy is, but I want to let him know that I bet you won't say that. I bet you won't say that to a man to man. I bet you won't.
Yeah, it didn't even say Vamos Gatos on it. I re-looked at the thing. It didn't even say Vamos Gatos on it. So it wasn't
Yeah,
even.
so it's somebody that we know. That's
So
the sad
somebody
part.
He
else.
said what you heard what he said.
Yeah.
Am I crazy?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we
I
heard
bet
what
you
you
won't
said.
say that to me, but whatever. He's got to hide behind a computer and be that much of a little man.
Right, he's a
That's
keyboard
okay.
warrior.
I've got a
Like we could fight any day. Like that's what.
I've
Hey,
got the
listen,
audio.
listen.
I've got
Fighting for me is fun, fellas. I boxed from 6 to
True
20
Finn.
years old. I'll fight you with one hand behind my back, whoever you are. One hand, and I'm 46.
True Finn. So since they spooked somebody that is very specific to us, we know that it's somebody we know, right? What the person doesn't realize is Color has the audio version of a photographic memory. Okay, so I will be able to identify you eventually if you speak anywhere else.
All right, don't.
That.
Hey, Color. You know what? You know what? You know what we're doing? Actually, my bad. We're paying too much mind to a pussy. So let's just keep this going. We're
Yeah, that's
having a
why I
good
blocked
time.
him. That's why I blocked him out of chat. We can certainly move on. I just want to, you know.
I don't play that racist shit, bro. Like that with me is a no go, bro.
Yeah.
I don't ever forget a voice.
I'm fun, but I have that side where it's not a nice guy. So I see right now I'm drinking and he probably got me a little hotter than I should have been. He's probably laughing at me right now because I don't deal with this shit right. So go ahead, keep talking, bro, so I calm down a little bit because I'm hot right now. My bad.
Yeah, it seems to happen every Friday night, Jake, lately. Yeah. It's weird.
Another Friday night at the office.
Yeah.
No worries. We'll get HB to cut it out of the audio or whatever.
Yeah, he could put because it was only like a 3-second thing. Yeah, it's easy to do the 3-second flip out. Yeah, versus that video with somebody flashing Cap for life.
Yeah, that would be.
He was doing more than flashing, bro.
Yeah, yeah, it was more like performing.
Well, he went full spoof. He had Cap for life, the back end spoof too. Like it was.
He was playing solo on that flute.
Like when we click on the name back here in the backstage, it showed Cap for life there too.
It's a solo flute shake playing jazz and looking for jizz.
Yeah.
Whoever spoofed Cap that night had full access to his Google account.
Well, no. Actually, what I picked it up later on. He didn't have. See, what happens is the difference between Cap for Life is Cap for Life
had numbers at the end.
behind after his. He didn't.
Oh, okay,
That guy didn't have the emojis.
So it was a different account.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think very own would just stole the icon.
Mm-hmm.
Again, likely somebody that we know or knows us, that everybody knows,
And what's funny is every time Cap for Life comes backstage, the first thing he gets on camera and gives me the thumbs up.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
So just remember, for all the people that are that want to not let people say what's on their mind, for all the people that aren't First Amendment purists like myself, just know that there's people in our community that you all interact with every day, that you're probably friends with, that could be one of these people. You know, so let them speak, let them identify themselves. That's what I say.
Hey, you guys see me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, look how worried I am about that guy. Cheers, baby.
I know, right?
You already drink it.
I ain't worried. You know, I ain't worried. I'm a grown ass man. I'll tell a man what I gotta tell him to his face. People like that. This is my last comment on him. People like that used to get bullied and slapped in school. Okay.
Too much, but for the most part, they are.
Hey, Southridge, Carroll City. That's what God blessed me. I had great family. Those are the schools I went to. That
That's
fool
why
ain't.
you get along with
That fool
Shake.
ain't from there.
Oh yeah. Hey. Yeah, man. I'll call it. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah. I'm the same age as you. I'm 46, and I went to Carroll City.
What year?
97, 96.
I was class of 98.
Okay.
Wow, you guys are like 1 and 2 years behind me. I was 95 down.
Hey,
up
what
there
was?
in
Hey, what was you? Hey, you know?
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
Shake
you got
Money. What was?
2 years
Hey,
behind my class.
I still remember my address and my phone number. 4961 Northwest 198th Street, and my phone number was 624-3248.
Man,
Mine was 4550 Northwest 197th Street.
That's right around from the stadium, ain't it?
Yeah, no, that we were. What was it?
Stadium's on 199.
All right, hey, listen. Are you familiar with Central Supermarket?
Of course.
There was
I used
always.
to buy. When I'm talking about Carroll City, that was in my younger ages. Then I came down south.
Okay.
So I'm talking about.
So check this out. You ever remember seeing a black dude in a wheelchair with a radio? He used to drive around Carroll City with a radio, with an electric wheelchair. He always had his radio blasting.
Oh, you mean on the street?
Yeah.
Was he missing a leg?
No, he wasn't missing a leg, but he used to always ride around in an electric wheelchair with the radio on. He would drive all and down up and down Carroll City.
But by Honey Hill?
Yeah, on Honey Hill.
Yeah.
He was always with a Hispanic dude. That was me.
You were the one that was with him?
Yeah.
I cannot remember that. I do not remember who he
Jake
was.
had an ugly ass afro. I heard stories about it. Jake. I'm snitching. It was Chevy, not me. It was Chevy.
My family, my grandmother bought in Carroll City. My father's house was on 198th Street. My grandmother's house was on 197th. And then in between those two blocks on the Ave was my Aunt Mary's house. So all three of them moved in there from 1970 or 70.
You know, have you heard of a guy named Roderick, aka Big Dunk? Or Chief Eli?
No.
Oh shit!
But I know Casey and CJ. They were brothers that lived right across from me. I don't know if you ever heard of them.
No.
Hang on for a second. You guys were giving out numbers. My number is 8675309.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's a song.
That was my number.
Yeah.
I give it out all the time, man. I make sure everybody knows that number, man. I give it out all the time.
Carroll City Chiefs. That's crazy. You took me back. God damn.
Yeah, man. I grew up in Carroll City, man. I grew up on 91 off of 97th 99th Street and 47th Avenue.
Man, if you Carroll City, I'm from goddamn Westchester. Then get the fuck out of here. Columbus, baby.
Huh?
Columbus? Yeah, Chef Jew. 8675309. It's world known.
867.
So by the way, Truth, and as I was saying, although MC is
we had a little Carroll City reunion.
MCJB is quite the Tua fan because he's an Alabama fan. He's an example.
Hey, I don't know who the hell.
Hold on.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Well, hold on. Truth,
let's go Vanderbilt, baby.
MC is an example of an Alabama fan that is not a two and ear. You see what I'm saying? Like they do exist.
Oh, that guy. I'm just playing. Yeah. Yeah,
Like he likes Tua, but he's not
I
like
do.
Tua first. You know what I
No,
mean?
no, but that's not color. You're talking about. You're describing me too. That's what we were talking
Right, but
about
he's
earlier.
an Alabama
Right.
fan.
yeah.
So
I'm
there
a
are Alabama
bro.
fans that are
Listen,
not Tua
when
ears.
he got hurt,
But
when he
that's a
got
rare.
hurt, hold on. Let
You
me
do know
land.
it's rare.
God damn it, Crypto, let me land. Hold on. Sorry, I never get to
Go
say that.
Vanderbilt, baby.
Yes.
Go Vanderbilt.
Fuck you, Shake. Anyway, not the point. Not where I was coming from. Where I was coming from was when we played Mississippi State, Alabama. I remember this like it was yesterday. In 2019, Alabama played State. And I love the Dolphins, because of rock, paper, scissors, long story when I was a little kid. But anyway, not the point. So when we drafted Tua, it was like, big mistake. He just hurt that hip. I don't want to draft an injury-prone quarterback. And look what fucking happened.
Yeah,
And it ain't even having anything to do with it.
I don't think that anybody who had those fears in the beginning and he had those 2 good years. Right now, I think the people that didn't like Tua from the get-go are being proven right.
I think they're only half vindicated though for injury concern reasons because hold on.
Sorry, my bad.
I think if you're going to go on injury concerns, then you're only half vindicated because let's face it, he hasn't had a problem with his hip.
I mean, he can't slide. He can't slide on that hip.
Well,
Yeah,
he also
I hear
probably
what you're
had
saying,
some power
Cullen, but
diminished in his throw.
yeah,
You know?
but I hear what you're saying, Cullen. But at the end of the day, if you add up the injuries, the definition of injury prone is different injuries, and he's had the 2 ankles, the concussion in college,
Well,
the hip in college, the wrist,
if he
the
would have
knuckles.
slide,
as little as we know about concussions, there is a not less than 1% chance that the hip injury itself did something to his spine that allows concussions to happen easier for him. Who knows, man?
Well,
It's all connected, man. Every bit of it's connected.
Okay, I'll tell you this from somebody who suffered concussions, from the boxing and all of that bullshit. I could tell you, you don't know how it's gonna hit you. Like for me, I'm sensitive to light. Like I'm in my kitchen at night, and if you turn on the light all the way up, it bothers me. The car headlights at night bother me. My memory is shot to shit. My short term is okay. My long term is fuzzy here and there. So we don't know. There's people that I can't sleep right. I have to take sleeping pills because if not, I'm up all night.
Well, the reason I say that, Trufin, is because it is known that a vibration up the spinal column, let's say whiplash or some kind of shock to the spinal column, can send a vibration up into the brain that can actually cause a concussion. Right?
So, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
So how do we know that something wasn't disrupted because of that violent hip injury
We don't.
in his spine to where maybe those I'm not a doctor. I'm just saying that we don't know enough to know if that didn't have something to do with it.
Yeah, we don't. Like I could tell you one of the things for me with the concussions, like I don't know if any of you have ever experienced this, but I'll be here talking with you guys on the phone and all of a sudden I'll feel like sand going down my neck from the back of my ears to my first bone on my collarbone. And that's been happening I'm 46, maybe 15 years. Well, all of a sudden it sounds kind of like it's just the weirdest shit. So we don't know. I think that the brain is like the depth of the oceans where we know how it works more or less, but we don't know how it really.
But as football fans, in fairness to us, who pay all the money to see the product, what we do know is that we, on any given moment, can have a potential to have 5 games out of our season ruined.
Yo, Shake. Hold on.
I mean, I'm sorry to say that.
Right, Color. So let me
it's
ask
not
you
on
this.
him personally.
So let me
You
ask
know what I
this.
mean?
Would you rather? So let me ask you this. That's my point. And I know me and you are on the opposite fields when it comes to Tua. Not in a big way, but we have our differences. I think where me and you are going to agree is right now at this point, watching how he got hurt against Buffalo, which was a bicep on a smaller man, and he had a helmet. Is this what you want to see Tua back on the field?
No. But at the same time, as a person who has not developed the faith yet, in other words, I'm still not convinced about him in general as a quarterback. I don't think I wasn't ready to say, oh, it's done now, just because of one more game against a good team that he underperformed in.
See, that's where
I was still about, okay, it's a long season. I still kind of expected him to take one more half step up, or maybe finally convince me that, yeah, it's worth, kind of making him the core, or whatever I was waiting for. I wasn't totally done yet. But
Yeah,
I
do
mean,
you
another
remember
another 4 or 5 weeks, dude. It's like we have to deal with this potential every single season.
every season? Do you remember what I asked you a couple shows ago? I don't remember where it was, but do you remember when I asked you, do you believe that Tua could be a leading quarterback? Do you remember what your answer was to me?
It's probably similar than what I would give now, but remind me.
You told me we can, but I think that it would take too much for it to happen.
Right, and even if you're willing to do that, what is Tua improving right now, sitting on the couch? Put the wins and losses aside. If I'm to be convinced that Tua is that he's going to get better for himself and improve, which is what I'm expecting, I was expecting. How is he doing that on the couch?
Right, and that's why I say I don't want. That's why me personally, I get it. We're all individuals, but me personally, I've come to the point in his career, at least, as somebody who believed that we could win with him. I no longer believe in that. I believe
Well,
that
and here it again.
we should
The
move forward. And
flame
the
is
worst
not.
thing we did was that fight.
But here again, because I want to win so bad,
Yeah.
the flame is not completely extinguished yet, because I look at guys like Sam Darnold and I say, what is the value of somebody
Yeah, but you
taking
know
a
why you
step
say
back?
that, Cutter?
Hear me out for a second.
Go ahead.
What is the value of somebody taking a step back for a minute to see it from a different angle and see it operated by somebody else? Let's say if they were like, yeah, you can come back in, but you know what? Without telling the world that we want to sit you on the bench for a second, based on your last 2 games performances and arguably your last 9 games, you know what I mean? Or 6 games, you know what I mean? Then, hey, why don't we take this opportunity, both sides involved, to say, put you on IR, because I could at least grasp at a straw and say, sitting back behind watching everything benefited Sam Darnold. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Geno Smith also is another one that we thought.
And also, I'm not just saying that to grasp at straws. I've always said, look, when you're playing a video game and you're into it and you're like, oh, I got to beat this game. And you're all of a sudden you get to that one spot and you just can't get any further. So you're like, F this game. You put it down for a month. You pick it back up and you're like, you get by that level like it was nothing.
Yeah, that's me on Madden.
Use a cheat code.
Yeah.
Maybe we can generate some benefit out of that from Tua being out like he has. I don't know. We're lucky to have the chance, given that we've gotten 1 win at least out of the whole thing so far.
I think you're one of the few. I think you're one of the few. I mean few generously. I don't think
it's also because they've
accused
accused me of not being generous for the last 3 years, dude. So I'm trying to show that I have been.
No,
and I still am.
I think what I'm getting from you is something that I haven't come across much, which is somebody who might not believe it, but or doesn't, whatever. But for the sake of the love that you have for this team, what I'm feeling is that you would love it to happen. Forget not about Tua, just to win, and that I think is something.
Yeah, because I'm not
lost.
a tanky.
Yeah.
I don't believe in tanking, bro, as a principle. And the thing of it is, man, is all this stuff we're talking about is predicated on the team improving their execution. Again, it has nothing to do with Tua or Huntley or anybody else.
Right.
If we're gonna become the team that I want us to be, all of this stuff has to be corrected. If we blow it all up and bring in a whole bunch of new guys, they're gonna have to do it too.
Yep.
At some point, we're gonna have to work through the damn shit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If that means a six in whatever season,
6 and 11
season, and we still aren't doing anything, and we're just keeping trying to go with the same team. That's what it means.
Yeah.
Sorry, find a different way to get a better quarterback.
Yeah.
Other teams have.
Yeah. You're right.
You're
right.
I'm going to say MCJB real quick. What were you going to say?
Guys.
Hold on. Oh, were y'all done talking? I know y'all were debating.
Yeah.
Oh, Shake, I was going to ask you, do you know a guy named Alex Ramos?
Who?
How do I say? He used to rap. He was part of the music gang, but with like Chef Eli and Chevy.
What's his name?
Alex. I don't want to say his government name. That's kind of weird. Fuck. What the fuck? You gonna have to go back.
Text it to me.
I'll put it. Okay. Y'all keep on doing your thing. My fault.
Yeah,
No,
and
man, don't leave. Keep talking, bro. Keep
it
talking.
kind
It
of
gets
comes
lonely
down to
up
the
here.
same truth, and it comes down to the same take I had about McDaniel last week. He's coaching for his job in the respect that he's trying to show this is what I recognize what needs to be fixed. Forget the whole Tua thing right now and all that, because we ain't winning ball games unless all this is fixed too, including himself, of course. Yeah. You know, but at some point you got to say, get it. You know, this has to be done, whether it's Tua or Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes couldn't win with our team right
Hold
now.
on, my bad.
They're
Shake,
playing.
you're gonna kill me.
What's his rapper name?
I lost your number.
No, it's all good.
I'll tell you what.
Can you text me your
I'll
number?
tell you what.
Or text me. I know you got it.
Go ahead, man. My bad.
No, you good. I'm done. Sorry.
No, man. No, man. I like it when it's a discussion with multiple people. Go. Keep talking, bro.
No, it's not about Dolphins. It's something different.
You're talking about Carol City?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
So okay, it's the guy that I met in it's the guy that I know, who knows a guy that knows DJ LAZ, and he go way back. I was just wondering if Shake knew him. You might know him too. I don't know. Okay, but I got your number, Shake. Let me lock you in. Now he knew a guy that has a friend that knows my friend. That's why we were going that with it. My bad. Y'all keep talking Dolphins. We'll talk later.
Man, keep talking, bro. It don't matter. We can talk about anything here. It's repetitive anyway. We can talk about anything here.
I feel that. Hold on.
Go ahead, bro.
God damn, what's wrong with my phone? All right,
Friday.
but Shay, all right, hold on. I'm gonna send
just
you
like
guys.
Smokey said, it's Friday. You ain't got shit to do. You know?
Oh, God, yeah, my work we done. Hey, Shay, Cuban, go on your Instagram, look up Cuban Link Lex. I'm gonna send it to you text.
Damn it, son of a bitch.
What up, Aquavision? I see you in the chat.
Hey, Shake.
Yes, sir.
What does that car run on? That shit hasn't stopped for 3 hours.
It
Is
runs
that
on
electric?
Yeah. Oh, Shake.
Yes, sir.
He hung out with Christopher, code name Christopher. If you know, you know.
Yeah, I got you.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Hey, one other thing, Trufin, is the idea that I forgot what I was gonna say. I'll come back.
No, you better come back.
Keep going, MC. Keep going, MC.
He'll remember in a minute.
I would have had to interrupt MC to get it out, and before the courtesy of me made my stoner ass forget what I was gonna say.
I'm sorry, Color.
Hey, Color, you know we're getting
No,
close. You know how
don't
many
worry,
times that
MC.
happens to me mid-sentence? Hey, you know what I was gonna tell you? Hold on. I'll call you. Hold on. Let me finish.
So wait, did y'all go to the same high school?
No, I went to, like I was telling Shake earlier, I went to Color Ridge and South Ridge.
Shake, where'd you go, Shake?
I'm drunk right now. Listen to what I said. I said
okay,
Cutler Ridge and South Ridge.
Oh, Cutler
Ridge.
Cutler Ridge.
Yeah, okay.
I feel you though. That's funny. Are they right? Are they right close to each other?
I'm interrupting you this time because I remember now. Sorry, man.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Color.
I think that the shame of what's going on right now is the league. It keeps baiting us to stay in it because the league is trash this year right now. You know what I mean? Like everybody's still in it, bro. At 2-3,
it's crazy,
like,
right?
It's
crazy,
buying
right?
us time to get the nonsense fixed if we can. You see what I'm saying?
Hey, Color, who do you got winning on Monday night? Buffalo or the Jets?
I don't think all 2 or 3 is traded either.
Let me check because I already made a pick 'em in the pigskin.
Are they playing in New York? Because if it's New York, I got the Jets.
No. No,
Hold on, I'll tell you. I'll tell you who I've already picked.
It's in New York.
What is it, crypto?
Yes, in New York.
I'm gonna go with the Jets.
Yeah, it's they play in MetLife.
I don't know
Looks
what it
like
is with
I
Josh
got.
Allen playing in New York, but he does not play well there.
Yeah, I picked the Jets too.
Yeah.
Looks like.
So imagine this.
I'm back and forth.
My point
I'm
total.
sitting at Buffalo right now.
My point total for the tiebreaker is 52.
I'm going under.
You heard me,
I'm
Shay?
going under.
I think I picked Buffalo.
You heard me,
You got
Shay?
Buffalo?
No, I don't know who it is. Never heard of
Oh,
him.
you don't? Okay, well,
Okay.
okay.
You got Buffalo, crypto? You think they'll beat?
Yeah,
I think
Rodgers.
Rodgers is so desperate to prove he's right about the whole thing that this is going to be like a medieval tournament, and God's going to tell us who was right, and Aaron Rodgers is going to light it up.
I don't think so, bro.
I watch it happen,
I don't
bro.
see that. Yeah, I don't see that. You're
Yeah,
hoping for. We're thinking about a Rodgers that we haven't seen in 3 years.
Maybe, but I'm just telling you why my point total is 52.
I don't know his job.
I got this a low.
I'm not saying Buffalo won't. I'm not saying Buffalo won't make it a
16-10
game.
game.
I'm not saying Buffalo won't make it a game. I'm just
Yeah,
thinking.
they did hold Houston.
I'm thinking something like 33-30. You know, and the numbers are real high for both teams. You know, that's all I'm saying. So that's 63 points right there. I'm only putting it at 52. If Vegas comes out with something like 41.5, I'm over all day long. You know what I mean?
Hey, by the way, MCJB. You there, MCJB?
Dimelo, what's up, Papa?
Did you see did you see Chief's video with Pitbull back in the day?
Nah, what happened?
You
What?
know Chief is.
Oh, Chief. Yeah, Eli, yeah.
Yeah.
He has a video with Pitt.
Yeah, I'll send it to you right now.
Hey, I'm Cuban and on. I know Pitbull's Cuban, but I can't. I don't rock with that music, dog.
Truth
Now,
is,
I rock with Mr. 305,
Truth
not
is,
Mr.
52
Worldwide.
points.
I love Mr.
52 points could be 27 to 26. That's 53.
That's
you know what I mean?
crazy. I didn't know. Oh, my
You
God.
see Josh Allen scoring that many points
Send that
against
to
that
me
defense
right now, Shake.
If he does, that means he's back on the MVP track. We can get that
You see
much.
him scoring. You see him scoring
I mean,
either 23
think about
or
it though.
22
It's
against
Monday
the
night prime time, bro.
I don't see
Monday
it.
night. He probably can because he does play well in prime time, despite what's it called?
He's coming off 2 concussions, but nobody wants to talk about his concussions.
Well, that's the other thing. He's going to want to prove
When did he get
everybody
his second?
saying all that down. You know what I mean? He's like, oh, what are you talking about? What concussion? He's going to light it up too.
Hey, Color, he went 9 for 30. That's the lowest completions
shit.
in 30 years.
This shit.
If that
that
is
is
the sign
out
of
of
a
30
concussed
attempts.
player,
I'll be right back.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm willing to give him the concussed thing. Yeah.
Fair enough. So that
But
means
the completion percentage.
that Rodgers, despite Buffalo's defense, but despite Buffalo's defense, Rodgers is going to get a lot of chances. So you could say 30 to what would it be? 30 to 24 would be 54 points.
yeah, I don't have that score at all. The score that I have is I have a game more around the 16 to 10 game. That's the kind of game I'm looking at.
Wow.
Them two defenses is gonna get out that much.
I think we've gotten too many of those in the last few primetime nights, bro. I think the NFL's screaming for something.
Oh no,
bigger.
we
They're
know
gonna let that.
absolutely.
They're gonna probably they're gonna call a lot of PIs and shit like that. You know what I mean?
We've seen the Bills. The Bills are what you call if it's one team that should be known as regular season champs, is the Buffalo Bills. Like they especially the last couple years, man. Like, and that's I don't know what you guys feel. You guys are Dolphin fans. Maybe it's the Jets you hate most. For me, the team that I hate.
That's why he's due for a bounce back game.
You think so?
Because of that. Yeah, because of that whole nature of the regular season.
It's usually the Bills for me.
It's bounce back game. The Sims scoring 31.
But ask me on Tuesday. It might be the Jets, and then ask me the next Wednesday. It'll be the Bills again. You know what I mean?
What I say, liar? I told you it was the Bills.
But I do hate the Bills for them cock blocking us on the Super Bowl.
I have right, and that's where my hatred is because remember I was born in '78, so in the '90s I was still a teenager, and I was such a Dan Marino fan. I met him. Yeah, what they did to us then and what they're doing to us now is like, yeah, like I hear everybody hates the Jets fans because they're assholes, but the team is the Bills, bro. Like if you don't hate the Bills more than anybody, yo, they've been kicking their ass for decades, bro.
Yeah, man. Hey, listen. One of the reasons I hate the Bills the most is because Brian Cox. Because of I was really a heavy Dolphin fan during the Brian Cox era.
You remember that middle finger game in the stadium?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they were throwing snowballs with rocks embedded in them at our tour bus.
Yeah, but I'll tell you this. I think my biggest heartbreak was, do you guys remember, I can't remember the year, but you remember the AFC Championship that we had to play them in their Super Bowl run here in Miami and they kicked our ass?
Yeah,
Was
29-3 or something like that. 27,
92, 91, 90.
Yeah,
one of those.
Early 90s. It was
We had the home field. Yeah, we had the home. We finally got home field, and then they beat us.
It might have been
To go to that
92,
second
93.
Super Bowl.
We won the East, and we had
92,
home field advantage
it was
here, and they
their second-
kicked our ass.
it was their
Thurman
second
Thomas
Super Bowl.
all day. Thurman Thomas screens and running all day. Couldn't stop him.
Yeah, they was killing our linebackers.
Do you guys know that we beat the Buffalo Bills 20 straight games from 1970 to 1980?
Right. So, Trufin, the
23.
real quick on the odds right now for the Bills Jets game, it's Bills minus 2.5, right? And the money line is Jets plus 110. The money line is Jets plus 110, and the over under is 40.5. Bro, I'm taking the over, dude. That's 22-20.
Yeah.
That might be the final score.
Yeah, right. Hey, Crypto,
Tyler
listen.
Bass game-winning field goal.
Hey, Crypto, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't see that 34-20. I don't think that the Jets
Tyler
have
Bass
enough.
might be the difference.
I don't think the Jets have enough firepower to do so, and I don't think that the Bills have enough firepower to do that to the Jets defense. I'm going 2016 either way. I don't know. But I'm going like that, like a 36-point game.
It could be a defensive slugfest.
Now, granted, 24-17 would put it at what? 41. So that would still be over. 24-17. That's over.
You're right. All right. You're convincing me, Color. You happy? You happy?
20
hey, don't. Hey, use somebody else's money.
I thought you said 20-16.
I'm gonna put 5 on it, like the Loonies.
Put 5 on it. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely put that in my parlay. You know what I mean?
But I thought you said 20-16.
That's what it's feeling like to me. 20-16. Either way, though, I'm saying like it could be 20 the Bills, 20 the Jets, but I don't see how any of these teams.
Yeah.
You get me? Like I get it. It's division rivals, and that thing tends to blow up and happen. But they're so. Think about it. The Jets' offense is so bad, but they're going against the Buffalo Bills defense that's been shredded.
Oh, that pink lemonade's got my name on. I'm gonna buy me some pink lemonade here. God damn it! Gotta buy it.
On the other token, Trufin, I don't think that defense is happy that Saleh got fired, dude.
You don't think so?
Well,
I'm about to get me some pink lemonade now, Shake.
Sauce Gardner came out and said he was shocked, and that Saleh is one of the greatest
real good too,
ever been around, and made him a man, and whatever else praises he put on him. Yep.
Yeah, but you know what? Is it true? Is it true what this
Did he make him a man like Diddy?
Huh? No. Oh shit!
What?
Oh shit!
What you say, Shake?
I said, did he make him a man like Diddy, man? Like, or...
He made him a man like Diddy.
So basically, he came out in full support of Saleh.
You're wrong for that, Shake.
He made me a man in the showers.
You're wrong. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Hey, so you guys, Yo, this is. Hey, let me tell you. I hope you guys don't hang this shit up anytime soon. It's only 9:20, and I'm having a good time. Don't fucking hang this shit up.
I'm gonna hang it up around 10 in about 30 more minutes, Doug. But
All right,
10
cool.
o'clock, we're good, bro.
Cool. We got another 40. We got another 37 to be exact. I'm counting.
Yeah.
That's
Shout
good. I
out
got
Hooked
my
Up Joe in the building. What's up, Hooked Up
Yeah,
Joe?
hooked up, sniffed out some good conversation. He's like, I gotta be a part of that.
We're all set, man. I'm all good now. I got my pink lemonade.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Nice and impressive.
What's up, Hooked Up?
Not much. I think it's going to be a low score. I mean, they're both on the bottom end of the offensive, scale as far as like rankings on how well the offense is doing. And I just don't see. I don't see either one of them having a real breakout game. I think
me neither.
The only chance of, for me, really, the only chance of the Jets actually pulling this off would be a low scoring game. I don't think the Jets are going to just go off and all of a sudden become some. I mean, if the Jets score 7 on defense, then I could see them getting into the 20s, but I wouldn't bank on that.
Yeah, I see it like that's exactly what I was going to say. The only way that I see the Jets actually winning this game is with a couple turnovers.
See, now you guys are convinced.
We all know that Josh Allen is good for it.
Right. You guys are convinced me to take the under now. See how that works?
I said 2016 either way.
I'd call that over shaky.
I'm looking at a 5-3 ball game.
Damn. That's baseball. Okay, Crypto, who's scoring the 5? You're saying it's going to be a field goal and a safety?
The safety, yeah.
3-2.
Yeah. What do you guys?
What I was thinking. 3-2.
We're going to go field goal and safety, sir. Thank you.
3-2.
Yep.
Or 6-2 because the defense returns the extra point attempt back for a touchdown.
Yeah, right. And you know what's fucked up about this, guys? This is how cursed we are sometimes, I feel. Is this not tell me one year that it doesn't feel like this division is up for the taking?
Oh, it totally is.
Right?
Jens was running down the list, and man, it's the Jets. The Jets are going to have a hard time.
It's a race to whoever gets their offensive woes corrected, basically.
I'm so blind I can't even see because this is small. What does it say here?
We all have decent defenses, even including the Patriots. They're not that bad.
Joe, there we go. I just wanted to know who was Joe. What's up, Joe?
The AFC East is a race to see who gets their offensive problems fixed.
I would go, and you know what? It sucks to say, but I'm gonna go with the team that has the best quarterback in the division. It's gonna be the Bills again, even if it's a 9-7 year.
Thing about
I think and to hook up Joe's point, the only way I think the Jets have is if they make Josh Allen make a lot of mistakes.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying. He's good for the turnovers. We know he's going to give it to you.
Right. Okay, so let's say that the Jets get a defensive score, right? That's 7 points. We only need 24. What did I say? 24-17 would be over. Right, so that means that Aaron Rodgers would have to score 17 points against the Bills' defense, and Josh Allen would likewise have to score 17 against the Jets' defense for it to be a 24-17 game if you include the defensive score.
It's a toss-up, Color. To me, it's a toss-up.
I know it's real close.
No, let me ask you this.
Maybe I'll put the over on one parlay and put the under on another parlay.
Right, but let me ask you this. Now that you're saying that, like now that we're talking about that, who do you have more faith in as a quarterback at this stage? Forget the names, because we forget what Aaron Rodgers is today. We still think that, or at least not me, others think that it's still Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. Do you think that Aaron Rodgers is good enough after watching him play this year to put up 17? I mean, I know we saw him game 2 and he looked kind of like Aaron Rodgers, but it's been 5 games? 4 of them he doesn't look nowhere near what he once was.
I mean,
he lost to Aaron Donald.
I'm not sure because I don't watch their games deep enough to like I do.
Yeah, me neither.
To know what is going on their offense as to why they're not producing. I do know that in flashes in games I've watched in primetime, I've seen Aaron Rodgers make some gorgeous throws to Garrett Wilson, dude.
Yeah, but that's just it. Flashes. That's
And
what
I know
happens with the
Garrett
older
Wilson.
quarterbacks.
To me, Garrett Wilson, I want Garrett Wilson to be a Miami Dolphin. I think he's got the level of eyes and hands of the Justin Jeffersons and Randy Mosses of the world, dude, and Odell Beckhams. I mean, he's a really good wide receiver, in my opinion, when it comes to catching the football.
Now that you say that, it's funny you said that. Who do you think out of this receiving core has the best hands?
Ours?
Yeah, I think it's Beckham.
River Craycraft. Oh yeah, Beckham now. But River Craycraft before Beckham got here.
Yeah, because I think we could all agree on that. Hill and Waddle are it's not their hands. They catch those balls with their bodies, which is why they fumble so much. No?
Well, it's not even that they catch it with their body. I could catch it with my left foot if my eyes are on it. It's all in the eyes, bro. I keep trying to preach that to people, and I think people still underestimate how important it is. To me, eyes for catching the football is 98% of catching a football.
Yeah, I think that this team's identity, and I don't know if we've touched on this tonight. I think that this team's identity is built the wrong way. This is a physical game. And when you go, I'm trying to think of the last finesse team that I saw to win anything was the Greatest Show on Turf of the Rams. Everybody else has been physical. The greatest teams in history have all been physical. 85 Bears, even the Niners, who had all of those Hall of Famers on offense, they were deadly on defense. Like the Dallas Cowboys with that great offensive line, but they were physical. I think we lack that physicality. We're small everywhere.
I do think there is something to running the ball. Like, even if you're small, like Barry Sanders was small, but they could run the ball
quite right.
well. And if we can get Jalen Wright along with Achane as a dual threat, and then you got Mostert still in there doing his thing. And if we can get that run game, pound game going, it changes the aspect. I mean, you're not a finesse game.
Mm-hmm.
It is. I mean, even last year, okay, I do have to make a little correction there. Last year we had a good running record, but we were still a finesse team because the way we ran. But I think the way we're running this year is different. We're doing a lot of the other teams are running. They're running the defense that they figured out. They figured us out, and they're running
exactly. That's what I said earlier.
And so now we have a nice open middle, and we are slamming it up the middle, and we're making them come
we're finally starting to exploit that.
And that's, you have to adjust, and that's the adjustment we had to make. We've all been talking about it, right? It's not rocket science,
right?
But we're actually
hooked up, Joe. I'm sorry to interrupt, but adding to the running game up the middle. Jonu had a great game.
The tight end
we finally started using our tight end up to exploit that.
Hey Joe, out of all the running backs that you just mentioned, who would you be most highest on? Meaning Achane, Wright, and actually no, because most is
Achane and Wright. I would say Achane.
Right. No,
for me it's
right now. Most
right. Yeah.
I mean, future wise. I'm sorry.
I don't trust Mostert either, but you know what? I'm going to give Pete his flowers from last week. He did a whole show explaining the importance of Mostert to our offense.
I'm not even going to acknowledge that right now.
Tua or Huntley, because hold on. Because Jalen Wright got his 86 yards. Sure, all that's great. But Mostert put up 82, and let's not diminish the importance of that extra 80 yards.
No, you're right.
And they were hard.
Spot on. Pete called it.
Yeah, Pete did call it, but I think we still would have probably won even with that.
I mean, remember who we played, guys. Let's not forget who we played.
Right,
we played the New
Wright
England Patriots.
Look, if you take Mostert out, Jalen Wright would have put up another 60. You're right. You're right.
You could have got that.
Never forget, Crypto. You know what I mean, Crypto? Never forget.
On that.
Oh, yeah, never forget.
Having the stable of running backs that allow you to, if one person's out, and other people can come in like that. That's important, because last year, you have an injury, and even if they're out there and they're not 100%, their kind of negative gain, right? So being able to put fresh running backs out there, non-injured running backs out there that are really doing the job is a difference maker. That's why I'm so high on, if you had to say who is this year, I'm going to say Mostert and Wright on the running back, and Achane as a dual threat that can just change the aspect
Pure
of
scat
only
back
having
for pure scat back duties for Achan.
and some amazing. I mean, he had more yak in the first few weeks than any receiver, and then he was like second. He came down to second, and he's not a receiver. He's a running back, and he had. I mean, you're talking about yards after the catch. That means he got that many catches to have yards after the catch to add up to be at the top. That means he is seriously being the receiver that some of us wanted to see him become, and then being able to have Wright come in there and fill the gap. You can't let Achane be that if you don't have the other back, like, be able to rotate in that, and to see Wright just become, the best PFF rated running back in week 5.
Wow.
And we all
I didn't
saw
hear
it.
that.
Yeah.
That's
And
cool.
it's just,
I'm
be
glad that
so
we
high on
all
him.
saw him coming and we all were right. It's like no pun intended. You know what I mean? But like the guy has been another day one running back drafted by Greer. So that's kudos to him. You know what I mean? And to your point, Joe, I do believe Mostert got out of last week without exacerbating any of that chest injury and all that, and he's going to be fully healthy coming out of the bye. So
and confident.
You know what I think? You know what I think? One of the things I told this to you earlier, Color, and I don't know if Joe, you were here to hear it, but one of the things that I think was a plus coming from the New England game was because we were forced to run the ball the way that we did, which ended up being the game-winning drive on the backbone of running it. I think that I hope, better yet, I hope that this showed McDaniel, stay disciplined. If you run it 2 times and they stop you, don't go away from it. Stick with the running game, because that running game is the most physical aspect of your team. It's going to force defenses to play forward and then open up that passing
well, that's
game.
fair enough. That's fair enough. But I do still, in situational football, I do still saw a couple times during the game where it should have actually been the opposite. So, for instance, when you're on 2nd and 5 and you just gashed the defense down to the 35, 40-yard line, you just gassed the defense for 12 yards with Jalen Wright. It's 2nd and and then you get another decent run for 5 yards, and then now it's 2nd and 5. You've got to strike the end zone right there, dude. You can't run it again and then try to get out of and then try to convert on 3rd by a pass. You're done by then.
Right, but see, what you're saying is commonsensical. This and this is my problem with Mike McDaniel.
Well, I'm just pointing out also that's a case where a pass should have been made instead of a run. You know what I mean? Like, it's just situational. It's like, look what's going on here, McDaniel. You got the momentum. It's 2nd and 5. You've been gashing them this whole series with Jalen Wright. It's time to strike the end zone right here, right now, 2nd and 5.
Do you remember
that way? If Huntley has to burn the play by throwing it out the back of the end zone, it's still only 3rd and 5 now.
Do you guys? And you're right. Do you guys remember, any of you that want to comment here? Do you guys remember that game against the Chiefs in London? Do you guys remember what got us into the game?
In Germany, you mean?
The game tying, let's say the game tying chance. It was Mostert, no? And
I believe so.
What did McDaniel do? What did McDaniel do? If you guys were watching,
he went away from it.
Yeah,
absolutely. It was. Then he went to 3 straight passes on 1st and goal. And what happened? That's coaching.
I don't think that was the game.
That's coaching.
And that's where, when they're figuring you out and you have to make a change and we're running it up the middle, it's just going to make all the difference in the world.
Right.
There was, to a lot of people's have been talking about, there's been a lot of open opportunities that have been missed.
Right.
With Tua out. And
Right.
I think when you get and McDaniel still had to adjust and try to figure out how to fix the problem. And that is put on his run game coordinator hat and just run it. But then to what Color was saying, when you get the opportunity, when you're running it like that, you have to take advantage of them coming up on you because they're going to come up on you and
Of
stop your
course.
run. Then what are you
Of
going to
course.
do? Nothing.
Yeah.
Right. So McDaniel should be playing some poker in the offseason, learn how to play some change up in his action a little bit more.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Because
Right. Any team in the league, even the bad ones, in that situation would have taken a strike for the end zone.
Right, but that's my problem then, guys. What I've been saying since earlier tonight, and that was my question earlier. I don't know if you remember, Color, where okay, so why haven't we? And if it's not on coaching, then what is it? And to me, I get it. We could blame Greer because he's drafted a bunch of players that are injury prone. He could have drafted this, and I agree with all of that. I really, really do. I get it, but in the in-game situations, I want to sit here now in the 3 years or 2 years and 5 games. Tell me one time where we could say, us as Dolphin fans, McDaniel pulled that off for us.
there have been some games where McDaniel, I mean, even the opposing
Baltimore.
team felt like that we knew everything they were going to do and had the ultimate game plan and just wore them out. I think it was like the Browns, like that like a few weeks after we just finished beating the crap out
Yeah.
of Denver and then got our ass kicked and went and kicked somebody else's ass. We were like
Right.
on
You
that.
could also say Houston that year.
But when we're having a cherry pick, you're making a point.
Okay, I hear you. I get again, and one of the things about me is that I'm very honest. I will tell you that maybe I'm not being objective or I don't know if I'm wording it right. Maybe I'm not having the ability to be honest with myself because I just dislike this head coach that much. So again, I'm not saying that I'm right. It's just maybe I'm
Well, no. See, Trufin, it's been going on since he's been here. Even in games where we slaughtered the other team, I've seen spots where it's like, no, you should have done that there.
right.
But the problem is, and this is something Nene has constantly pointed out over the last couple seasons, is that when we win, everybody wants to see that as hypercriticism. You know, oh, we just won. Why you criticize? Blah blah blah. Well, because the Carolina Panthers had 14 points on us before we ever scored that day.
Was it 14 or 21?
Yeah, maybe I'm. It
I
was
remember
at
that
least
game. You're
14
right.
to
You're
nothing.
right. Whatever.
You know what I mean?
Whatever. Yeah.
Hey, listen. I remember Kim Bocamper when he was with when Adam Gase was the head coach. He used to have a segment called The Audible, right? And
Right.
one day after a win, he says, "Hey, coach, what do you think of these 15 penalties that you had or whatever?" He goes, "It doesn't matter about I don't care about penalties. We won the game." And Bo Camper says, "With that attitude, he's not going to last here very long." And sure enough, he got fired.
Who was that? McDaniel?
No, Adam Gase.
Oh, no shit. I don't
Yeah,
even
it almost reminds me of the Bill O'Brien presser.
It was that
After they made the playoffs in their 8-8 season, and their beat writer was like, "Bill O'Brien, what do you think about your chances in the playoffs as an 8-8 team?" And he goes, "We're in the playoffs. We made the playoffs." And he all like, you know what I mean? Where's Bill O'Brien today?
Yeah, exactly. On a podcast talking about when him and Brady got in a screaming match. Yeah. Yo, Shake, I didn't know that. That's a good point, though. I totally missed that one. I didn't know that happened at all. Again, though, like we've been Dolphin fans for how long now? And I don't know. I seriously doubt that anybody here right now is old enough to remember the 73 team. I wasn't alive. Go ahead.
One thing, real quick, Trufin fan.
Go ahead.
One thing I used to listen. I used to like listening to Bill Belichick's press conferences, right? And they would be.
You said Belichick would start conferences?
They will blow out the team, right? And the first thing he says, well, it was a great team win. We got to go over some of the corrections that we need to make and work on next week's opponent. I'm like, damn, after a win, he's saying, yeah, we need to make some correct. You know, he said we got to go over the corrections.
Yeah, because he's not happy. He because
we're on to Cincinnati. We on to Cincinnati.
Move on to Cincinnati. Yeah, I'm not talking about that. On to Cincinnati.
We're on to Cincinnati.
talking about that on this.
But that should say right there that even at a win, he knew that there's things they could improve on because it's going to cost him if he doesn't make those adjustments. It's going to cost him in the long run.
Hey, let me ask you something. What do you guys think is the best coach in football? Now, before I finish the question, I don't want to hear about accomplishments. I'm talking or Super Bowls. The best coach in football. Go ahead. I'll give you guys the chance to answer.
Andy Reid.
Active coach?
I think it's still Reed.
Oh, Andy
I
Reid.
say really. I said even him is still. If you go right after him, it's Tomlin. I would say
another coach is Spagnuolo. Spagnuolo is a great defensive.
Nah, for me, it's Mike Tomlin. 18 years, never.
I would say after that it'd be Tomlin. Yeah.
18 years.
As a head coach,
it's close, but I'm gonna say Andy Reid.
You're gonna say
I retract saying by far because it's not that far from Tomlin.
And it depends on your criteria too.
I have
now those two guys are miles ahead of the next guy. You know,
right? They in this year they own. Because I'm almost certain if Tomlin had Mahomes on any of his Steelers teams coming up, he would have had multiple Super Bowls.
That's what I was gonna get at next.
Or McNabb, or any of these other guys. Andy Reid.
Not only McNabb, not only McNabb, because we got to remember the Philadelphia team with McNabb suffered the same thing that everybody suffered in that era. They faced the Patriots, right? It's kind of like the Michael Jordan Chicago Bulls.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna give me a coach, tell me a coach that has done better with less than Mike Tomlin. They got to the playoffs last year. Who was their quarterback?
You could argue
better with less.
Mike Tomlin might in fact be the Dan Marino of head coaches.
Right, done better with less. Right.
Another
yes, he is the Dan Marino of head coaches. Yes. That was a great
Mike
comparison.
Tomlin, doesn't Mike Tomlin have a Super Bowl with Big Ben?
He does.
Oh yeah, he does.
He does have a ring. He does have a ring, but again, overall in his whole coaching career, he hasn't had much, man. He is
right.
He has molded
players. You're putting him on the same
molded players into great players. Like whoever thought Hines Ward would be Hines Ward. Whoever thought Troy Polamalu would ever be Troy Polamalu. Whoever thought AB would be AB, despite his head.
But I'm saying this guy's been a head. This guy's been a head coach for 18 years. 18 years. And he's never had a below 500 year. Never.
And you know what?
Juju Smith-Schuster, the best blocking wide receiver in the league, is only that.
Look at the stable of running backs he had.
Well, look at Bill Cowher, right? Bill Cowher went to a Super Bowl. He went to a bunch of AFC championships, but he couldn't get over the hump until he got Big Ben.
Until he got him.
Yeah, you're right.
They both coached Big Ben to one Super Bowl win. Yes.
But what I'm saying is, look at Bill Belichick and that very example right now, Bill Cowher. And I dare anyone to look at their record without those quarterbacks. And Mike Tomlin has done it with the quarterbacks and without
quarterbacks.
Mike Tomlin went to the playoffs last year. They had no business being there, but you know why they were there? Because they had a coach. That's a leader of men. That's a man.
He was Trubisky, right? Trubisky was his quarterback.
Yeah, man.
Actually,
give it another couple more seasons.
Had a winning record without Ben Roethlisberger.
Right, and give it another couple of seasons.
Yeah,
but I might add John Harbaugh to that group of Tomlin.
Oh no, John. You know what? That's a great mention. That is a great mention.
John Harbaugh, Jim Harbaugh. The Baltimore. I'm talking about John. Okay.
No,
John. Yeah, you got John.
Yeah, John, the one that actually won the Super Bowl. Yeah.
Yeah, because Jim beat him. He beat Jim. He lost to his brother.
Hey, what do you guys honestly think? Hey, what do you guys honestly think about Justin Herbert? Honestly.
Hey, I mean, this is the year he's got to do it.
He's getting stale. He's just getting stale.
He doesn't have to be Justin Herbert no more.
You know, he could find himself in the journeyman group if he's not careful.
I agree. That's why, and you know what sucks? I feel, and this is going to be blasphemous.
I don't know. He's averaging 30 points a game during the years his defense was trash.
Justin Herbert?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
think that if Tua wasn't Herbert, he would have proven the pick to take him over Herbert, because Herbert has a lot of pick sixes. He's very inaccurate. He's big, he's strong, but he's not. He's very inaccurate. But you know what's going to end up being the end all say all is that by the time Tua is out of the league and as a backup because he's injury prone, Herbert will still be a starter somewhere because of his ability.
Well, and that the thing of it is too is that nobody's
Well,
accusing
it's
the
gonna be about
Chargers.
their ability.
Nobody's accusing the Chargers of being a model organization either. So,
Oh, Lord knows.
you know,
Well, that's why they got Harbaugh to fix it.
You think he will,
The
Crypto? You
organization
think he
saw
will?
that.
Because I think that it'll take him 2 or
I
3
think
years,
he
but
the
I think there'll
approach
be
is
a
right.
problem.
I think his approach is right.
Yeah.
So to going about fixing it
I have a
and not
feeling it's. I have
not
a
playing
feeling it's
superhero
gonna.
ball.
I have a feeling it's going to end just like Gruden in with the Raiders.
You think so? That bad?
I
I don't
don't.
know.
I think their owners. I don't
I
trust
don't
their
think
owners.
Harbaugh is that bad.
Because I mean,
Depends
Gruden did
on
some
the
racist
organization.
shit too. Let's be honest about it. Or
Well,
at least
Right?
when he
Yeah.
was.
and again, the way they run things out of these organizations, we can't even say we know for sure that shit.
Yeah.
You know what
Well,
I mean?
I mean, I heard the tape about who's the Players Association, and he was talking about him in ways that you're like, yeah, that's racist. But
Well,
look, I don't
maybe
mean to bring
so.
race into this. I don't mean to bring
Yeah,
race
No,
into
no,
this,
no,
but
maybe so. I just haven't like done the research deep enough to know. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
Gruden is definitely.
I guess. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm thinking
listen,
he's way behind Harbaugh.
whenever you make fun of a black man's appearance or lips, whatever, like that, that to me is
yeah,
like,
I guess.
yeah.
Yeah, that's going
Like
far.
I don't mean this. I don't mean to break this in right now. Like, look, earlier we got that guy that said that. Hey, listen, like I'm not. I don't live that world. I just live in a world where I don't I don't see none of that. I don't care about it. You know.
Right, right.
Yeah, Jim Harbaugh is a different class when it comes to
Mm-hmm.
I
that.
reserve the. I do reserve
I
the.
think he competes with some like San Francisco.
The guy thought he had more license than he does. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Being around, that the football environment his whole life, maybe he thought he had more license than he did with his speech.
I guess so. But when you say what you
I'm
can't.
just
You got to be careful with what you say because
the
when
only reason I'm trying to be fair with some grace is because the guy has been, so long without something like that. It's not as if
no,
we're
and I hear
talking
you,
about some yahoo that
and
we
I
just
hear you.
met yesterday. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Yeah, and I hear you, but at the end of the day, if one, this is my opinion, Color. Like I said, I might be wrong, but if any moment in your life you retort to those kind of comments or
Mhm.
anything, maybe I'm wrong, but that's how you've always felt. You know what I'm saying? Like I might be wrong, but
Right.
that's how
Unless
I've
you're
always
flat
felt.
out joking and you're actually saying it with full intent, then that is your intent and it's coming from
And
inside
again,
you, and there's no way you can
my
deny that.
right, and
Right.
that's
Go
where
ahead, Joe.
that's where my intelligence is lacking. I do not know the nature of the relationship
Well, you're
between
not
him
intelligent,
and
lacking
the
nothing,
person.
Color. Stop talking like that. We stop talking about like yeah. Come on,
No,
man.
no, no. I'm saying that as far as in this instance,
No, I know, brother.
I'm
I'm
not
just
aware of the relationship that Gruden has with whoever he was talking to and whoever he was talking about.
yeah.
I just don't
Right.
It
We
have
was
don't
that
have
who was
full
it?
information.
Who was the Players
context.
Association
I'm not
president?
giving anybody any slack, but unless you have full context, like, because you say all kinds of shit to people out of context. Like, I mean, if you just pulled out a little nugget of what you say to somebody, like I'll say something that might sound racist because I'm being funny and I'm being overly racist on the thing that I'm making fun of racist people. It's a parody. It's called
Right,
being a
right.
parody, right? So if his full intent was that's just how you talk and he's being parody and it's not really full from within of a real intent that he really feels that way, that's one thing. We don't know that. But if you know for sure somehow through other
Right.
contexts that it's really coming from truly within, then to True Finn's fans' point, I mean, once that comes from within and you see that, it's just hard to give a respect
Sure.
level to a person like
Sure.
that after
It's not
that.
as if, right, exactly.
And
It's
that's a
not as
great
if
point,
there's
Joe. Great
right.
point,
It's
Joe.
not as if there's anything he's gonna fix now at this late in his life. I get what you're saying there.
Yeah.
You know.
I think and Joe, to your point, I do understand that we live in a world where we need to be careful with what we say and how we take things. So you're right. Maybe he knew the guy, and but when you're in the world of you're famous and you're in front of things like Yo, be a little extra sensitive with what you say, because unfortunately, there's people that are not going to take it as a joke. I mean, I'm not one of them.
There's also
I don't take
remember
those things as a joke.
a
Like,
corporation.
You can't joke about a Cuban person or a black
Right,
person to me
right.
because it's personal now. You know what I'm saying?
Right, Trufin. And a corporation is like a bureaucracy. They're going to take action and do things with basically autonomic functions that get triggered, regardless of what Gruden's context was, because it's now public. These actions are going to be taken regardless of whether they're fair or not, and we can't know whether they are or not, because again, the first thing I would have to do is investigate what the person he was talking to thinks about what he said, and the person he's talking about thinks about what he said.
Well, it was an email that he sent to
Right.
another.
I'm not going to base my hold on. What I'm saying is I'm not going to base my judgment based on what somebody at the New York Times thinks about what he said.
No, but that's not what happened. I get what you're saying. It was
emails that was being classified.
Fair enough. I just I
that was like,
personally
whoa.
don't have the information to
Yeah, it wasn't an opinion page from the New York Times.
hard in the paint. You know what I mean? But as far as the actual what you're saying and what you and Hooked Up Joe were just talking about, I wholeheartedly agree. There's no changing any zebra's stripes at that point. In which case, it's absolutely disgusting.
No, this wasn't an editorial. It was more like, oh damn, we did some scuttlebutt. We found out what you said, and these
right. But if both the people he was talking to and about are like, hey John, we know what's up, but we got to do this anyway. It's public now.
No, and not only that,
we don't know that.
Not only that, a lot of players who played for him that are black, they did say, listen, man, he never treated me any type of way. So it's like, okay, I get it, but I'm still gonna go about like what I'm saying, Color, is I'm gonna go by.
You have the right to feel that way.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. You have the right to feel that way.
Yeah.
Hey, I did want to throw in something about the coach. I'm gonna change the subject to the coaches. We were just talking about the best coach, and I do have to say that Tomlin, if you weight your criterias, Tomlin is probably, from a head coach perspective of your job, being a head coach and running the team and getting the most out of your players and letting your offensive coordinator run the offense and your defensive coordinator run the defense and actually be a head coach in the pristine manner of what that means. Tomlin is probably it. And the reason that I have Andy Reid in there is because Andy Reid is taking the brainy part, which is what it takes to have a game plan that has a completely different game plan when you hit the playoffs and a completely different game plan when you hit Super Bowl. And he's on a different level from the other coaches from a game planning and just a genius of
he's a better field coach.
Agreed.
So I just have to weight that genius of being the cream of the crop and actually having real results at a higher level even than being an overall coach of men. But if you just treat it as a strict head coach position, Tomlin could easily be, depending on your weight, number one.
Yeah, I think what one of the things that we haven't talked about enough is we got to remember Bill Belichick, for example, when he was in Cleveland, he did nothing, and Nick Saban was his defensive coordinator. He did okay, but he didn't do what.
Belichick was the defensive coordinator.
No, Belichick was the defensive coordinator with the Giants, and then he was the head coach.
The Giants did head coach.
Then he was right. But where I give more credit to Andy Reid than even a Bill Belichick is, Andy Reid got to take a team in Philadelphia to the Super Bowl. Belichick didn't. And then now my question is, do you believe that the Chiefs would be as great, even though they have Mahomes, with Andy Reid? And my answer to that is no, because I think that the experience that he's gained now as a top coach, I think he could put that guy in a position where build a team, give him the right players, and I think that he'll be just maybe not as effective as he was, because Mahomes is a generational player, but the greatness of Andrew Reid, I think, has been it's been advanced now because of the position that he was able to be in with Kelsey, with Tyreek, with Mahomes. So no, I think he's better. I think he's a better coach now because of where he is than he was in Philadelphia.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. Belichick, hold on. Andy Reid has a better record without Mahomes than Belichick has without
Exactly.
Brady.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I think he's a better coach. He's a better coach. And I'll go as far as saying Bill Parcells was a better coach than Bill Belichick because Bill Parcells never had Tom Brady.
No, he had Phil Simms and Hot Stuff for crying out loud.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I hear what you're saying, Joe. And when you break it down that way, yes, Tomlin. But that's why I'm like sometimes I feel like, damn, people don't talk about Tomlin and nothing about him being black or being white. I don't like. I look at what it is. Like I don't see color. I see it what it is.
In football, you can't. I mean, that's kind
Yeah,
of
and Mike
ridiculous.
Tomlin is
you
Mike
know.
Tomlin is for example. I think any of us here that are Dolphin fans would we not right now, not even right now, from the first year of Mike McDaniel and all of his promise, we'd still rather Mike Tomlin over him. That's just me.
And when you look at
I know
too,
I
I mean,
would.
if you're looking at this whole conversation about coaches and you're talking about these few super good coaches, right? And then you break down like you look at your quarterback situation. It's kind of like you have this very thin cream of the crop. And then that below that cream of the crop, it's all churning between who's going to be better and who's going to be worse and
Right.
what's going on. But there's this little cream of the crop there at the top, right?
Yeah.
And then if you're not on that cream of the crop, you're everybody else. You're in the churn. You're everybody below that, just trying to be that. And if you look at the available quarterbacks, like we talk about all the available quarterbacks came out in our particular draft and
Mhm.
compare them to each other. But if you compare them to almost every other quarterback besides a few of the cream of the crop that we've had since that draft, they're all better.
Yeah.
Right. And it's just and that shows the lack of talent at the quarterback position that's available in the NFL. And the fact
Absolutely.
that we're talking about
Oh yeah.
head coaches the same way shows you the lack of true head coach talent. Somebody you think is going to be a great head coach and they're doing whatever they're doing. And all of a sudden, bam, you're fired. You're 2-3. You're gone. You have no idea what the hell's going to happen in the world of head coaching. And there's only a few cream of the crops. So while we can hope for the best and wish we had a cream of the crop head coach or wish we had a cream of the crop quarterback, everybody that's in the churn that's not on that top layer is hoping for the same thing, and everybody that's on that layer is on thin ice because that can break at a moment's notice and you are back in the churn just like everybody else.
Yeah. I
So
agree.
you know, football's that way.
Who is? Let me ask you guys. Let me ask
real
you
quick
guys.
though, you know, as we're talking, one of the reasons why I think Mike Tomlin is a good coach, and this is something that can't be understated, is that he has a great owner. The owner, the Pittsburgh Steelers, is believes in him and is letting him and realizes that, you know, it takes time to actually win in this league.
And there's another common denominator, Shake. Look at Andy Reid. Andy Reid's got great ownership too.
Hey Shake, let me ask you a question. Do you know how many head coaches the Pittsburgh Steelers have had in their history?
Well, they've had a lot.
Exactly. They only had 3 of them.
They had six coaches, but 3 since the since 72.
Well, once Hunt the Third finally took over, we were reminded how good the Hunt family is as an ownership too. You know what I mean?
Hey, Cutler, let me ask you. Give me your top 3 head coaches of all time, or actually
all
everybody.
time.
Anybody, your top 3 head coaches of all time. I'm gonna be the last one, but I want to hear Crypto, I want to hear Joe, I want to hear Shake, and I want to hear you.
Mean,
top 3 head coaches of all time.
So Don Shula, obviously, I'll get that out of the way, and not just because I'm a Dolphins fan. I can tell people why if they really wanted me to, but we all know only head coach that's ever coached to a perfect season. I could just stop right there, and that's enough. Plus, he's also the winningest head coach of all time. And so on winning, you know, with his number of wins. So there's that.
347.
So he's there right there. He's there automatically. Then I also have other things. Okay. I'm gonna go Bill Belichick because 6 championships and the fact that I honestly believe that the NFL should rename the yearly MVP award after Bill Belichick. I think it should be called the Bill Belichick MVP award.
Okay.
So because of that, I'll name him. And the other one is the only one that's got the actual championship that everybody's trying to play for named after him, and that's Vince Lombardi.
Okay, Crypto. What do you got?
I would say Lombardi. It would be named Shula. Shula won the first one, but that's neither here nor there. I think it's because he won the first one.
One other thing. Shula, I'm sorry, Crypto. I
But
really
yeah.
didn't interrupt you. Shula is the first coach to ever go to the Super Bowl 3 times in a row.
3 straight times. That's
Yeah,
right. And the
he
first
won
one to
3
win
straight,
back
the
to
first
back.
3. He was the first that had a chance to repeat. Yeah, at that. Yeah, he was the first one.
My list is gonna shock you
Shula's
guys.
on my list. Shula's on my list.
First one to 5 Lamar Hunt trophies too.
Yeah, I would say the guy we just spoke of is on there and all time head coaches too. You know, he's only got 1 win, but he's been to enough title games. And that's Tomlin. I would say my other one a lot of people don't think of is I'm really going back now. I would say George Hallis, and I would say
Great mention. Great mention.
Papa Bear Hallis, and I would go. That's just a throwback to dating myself when I said Papa Bear Hallis. Then I would say, because that's who Shula was chasing to become the great. So let's not forget that.
All right. All right.
That's who Shula passed.
Quickly, Crypto. Can I
Yeah.
add a
Hey,
fourth?
hold on,
Because
hold on.
I know I don't mean to interrupt, but hold on.
No, you good, Color.
I don't want George Hallis to go understated. Isn't he the one that the NFC Championship trophy is named after?
I'm too drunk to remember.
I think it's the Hallis. Yeah, as far as the NFC title game, yeah.
I think it's George Hallis is who that's named after.
Yeah.
Hey, my
I want
list.
to say, yeah,
My list.
because he got the Lamar Hunt for the AFC, and then the Hallis, yeah, and then the Lombardi.
I may be mistaken, but if it is,
My
I have
list-
to add him as a
Hey,
fourth.
color. My list will not be beat, but I want Shake and Joe to answer.
The honorary guy I had in there
I'll
is
shut up
Tom
now.
Landry. The other honorary guy I had was Tom Landry.
Okay.
You know, was a he's pretty iconic, obviously with the wins too. But I would say it's a tie between Landry and Gibbs or Seifert. I'm indifferent on either of them other ones. You know, but Reed, I'm putting Reed as a 1, a 3B. 3A because
All right.
obviously he had he's got a current great quarterback. So his legend is his story is still being written. It's not finished.
I had to come in here because I'm already disappointed in all of you guys right now.
Hey,
I want
are
to.
you guys gonna let me put my list? Can you?
Hold on, real
Yeah, I'm
quick.
gonna let you get
I'm
your
not
list.
putting a
Hold on,
list.
hold on.
I'm not putting a list, but
I gotta rush Limbaugh. I'm not rushing.
No, but let me.
Rush.
Hey, let
Not
me make the list.
Rushmore.
hold on. I'm not putting a list. I'm just making a comment. Then you can go, True fan. I promise. I promise.
Hey, what's up, baby?
What's up, man? I just want to make a comment. I agree with Color that Shula needs to be number 1 overall. I agree with that. But the one name that I haven't heard yet, and it better be on your list, True fan. Otherwise, I got something to debate about tomorrow. Why is John Madden not on this list?
Oh, see, there you go.
Why is John Madden not on this list? I will tell you.
He's got a video game. He's got a video
He may not
game
have
named after him. That's why.
Hold on. He may not have all the wins like Belichick and Shula does, right? But the guy was pretty much the youngest NFL head coach at the age of 32. He has the highest winning percentage among coaches with 100 wins or more at 72%. And let alone him himself and his coaching mind really pushed forward a new path in NFL with everything that Madden represents.
Go
ahead.
You guys gonna let me answer?
Go ahead.
Color.
I've got a solution for the Madden thing.
Are you guys gonna let me answer or no?
Well, hold on.
Yeah, we're gonna get you, Ben.
Okay, I'll wait.
Just a sec. So this Mount Rushmore that we're talking about, right?
My list is undeniable.
Okay, but I would say that for Ali, for a solution to you about Madden, it's Mount Rushmore, but instead of calling it Mount Rushmore of all the coaches, we'll call the park. We'll name the park itself after John Madden.
There goes
you guys better let me finish.
Michael Caine.
Great coaches.
My one.
You know what I
Are
mean?
you guys gonna let me
Damn.
finish? You're not gonna let me talk?
We're not talking.
Go ahead,
Mark Levy is
True
never
Fin
on this
Fan. I'm
list.
sorry,
All
man.
right.
Go ahead.
Mark
Go ahead.
Levy is
It's all
never on
good.
this
It's
list,
all
Michael
good.
Caine.
Are you guys
Mark
gonna let me
Levy is
talk?
not on the list.
Let
I'm gonna
True
wait
Fin
until you let
Fan
me
go,
talk.
please. Let True
Hold on.
Fin Fan go, please.
Hold on.
Please
I
go
haven't
ahead.
went yet. Let me so let me tell you my best coaches are.
Wait. Shake.
Hold
True
on,
Fin
man.
Fan.
I haven't gone yet. I'm supposed to go yet. Tranquilo, man. Tranquilo. Anyway, I'm gonna make it
Tranquilo,
fast.
man. Tranquilo.
Good guy.
So, all right. It's
Go ahead. He said Mark Levy's number
all
one.
right.
Go ahead, Shake.
It's obviously it's gonna be Cam Cameron, Hugh Jackson, and Josh
Oh
McDaniels.
shit!
Oh my God.
Damn.
I knew I was getting trolled.
He said
What about
Cam
Jim
Cameron.
Caldwell?
You win, Shake. You win. Are you
What
gonna let
about
me
Jim
talk now?
There you
Caldwell?
go. There you
let
go, Shake.
let True Fin Fan go. I want to know what his
And Marv Levy
undeniable
is
list is.
honorary. He's honorary. Marv Levy, goddammit.
All right. Number one on my list is the person who hasn't coached for 30 years, yet his innovation is still running rampant on the NFL, and that's Bill Walsh.
Oh
Number
God, I
two,
knew he was gonna say Bill Walsh.
number
Jeez.
two
He
is
did
the
invent
only
the
coach
West
to
Coast.
coach is the only coach to have an undefeated season and take a team to 3 straight Super Bowls, and the first coach to win back-to-back, Don Shula. And number three is the only coach to win 3 Super Bowls with 3 different starting quarterbacks. Do you guys know who that is?
Joe
You don't.
Gibbs.
Joe Gibbs.
That's a
That was Joe
good
If you
Gibbs.
guys
point, man.
have a
I
better
forgot
list
about
than
Joe
that, I'll
Gibbs.
be quiet.
Yeah.
If you
That's
guys
I
what
have
I
only
a
have
better
said.
one
Joe
list than
Gibbs
that,
is
I'll
question.
be
gonna be on
quiet.
my list. I was
I
about to
only
put
have
him
a
on
one
my list
question.
though.
Is
I
Joe
said
Gibbs a better is he a better NFL coach or a better NASCAR owner? That's my question.
Either way, he's a
both.
winner, though, right? He's a winner.
That's
But
He
just
was
if
true.
you
good at
guys have
both.
better
That's why I
lists,
was
what I'm
wondering.
And
okay.
no love,
No,
and
my
no love
question
for
is,
Mike
if
He
you
was
guys
good
have
at
a
Shanahan.
better
both. He
list,
was.
then if
No
you guys
love
have
for
a better
Mike
list than what I just
Shanahan.
gave,
No
you tell
love
me.
for Marty Schottenheimer. No
Huh?
love for any of
No
those
love.
Marty
guys.
Schottenheimer.
Absolutely no love. Those
And
guys
Matt,
are
I want
imposters,
to throw in Matt
Butler.
Patricia.
Dan
Those guys are
Reed,
imposters.
Buddy
You
Ryan.
guys, hey, you guys have a problem with my list?
Those guys were all frauds.
No,
No.
I think your list is ferreting out the cream that we didn't necessarily see. It's called you tilled it.
There is somebody I have to give an honorable mention to that you guys haven't said, and it's because he's still coaching today. And no matter where this guy goes, the teams perform and have performed at a very top level, and that's Andy Reid. Andy Reid
Yeah,
was, I don't
those
know if
are
you guys
perfect
know,
pick.
was with the Packers for a hot minute and then went to Philadelphia where he rebuilt that franchise. And now he's with Kansas City, and all he
But
does
he's
is
not
win,
done
win,
yet,
win,
Ali.
man. That's
He's
all he
not done
does.
yet. But he's not done
He's
yet. I'm talking about
Yeah,
disqualified. He's
you're right. You're absolutely
disqualified.
right.
right.
But
Yeah,
I
Andy
think
Reid's
when it's said
Listen
and
to the
disqualified.
3
done,
names.
we'll be
Listen to
there.
the 3. Listen to the 3 examples that I just gave you. Number 1, Bill
Mm-hmm.
Walsh. 3
Mm-hmm.
the architect of the San Francisco 49ers won 3 Super Bowls, could have won 4, but he left
Mm-hmm.
and gave it to George Shula.
He's also the
Then
architect of the West.
number
He's
2,
also
I'm
the
gonna give it to
architect.
Don Shula because he's the winningest regular season coach. He's the winningest head coach overall, and the only man to be a coach of the only undefeated team. And number 3, Joe Gibbs had 3 Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah,
my
yeah.
list
I
is
hear you, man.
undeniable.
I'm not denying
You
you, bro.
sure?
I'm
You
not
sure
denying you.
Shula wasn't the worst?
But
You sure Shula wasn't the worst coach
Shula
of
had
but
three?
Shula
there's
had
a bigger reason. Then
No,
there's a bigger reason
because
than
remember,
winning three.
Shula went to the championships when he was with the Colts
excuse
before
me.
we got him. Shula was
Yes,
But
he
great.
did.
True
He
Fin
took the
fan, True
Baltimore
Fin fan.
Colts.
What's
He
up?
There
took
is
the
a
Baltimore
bigger
Colts to the
reason.
title game.
There is a bigger
Absolutely.
reason why Bill Walsh deserves to be there than what you just stated. And Color's been trying to allude to it. Bill Walsh
Because
really
when he
is
was in
the
college.
godfather of,
He is
or the creator of
he's the
the West
architect of
Coast
the West
offense,
Coast
bro.
No, I
offense.
said that. No, Ali,
90% of the
I
league
said that.
runs a
Ali,
version
I
of
said
his
that.
offense.
No, no,
No,
he
Ali,
said he was the
you missed it. I
architect of
said
San
that. I said
Francisco.
this. Ali,
No,
I said
San
that. I said
Francisco.
that he invented a system that is still being played today. I said that.
Okay, he did say that earlier. You're right.
Right,
You're right.
but he
Yeah.
invented it in Cincinnati, not San
Yeah.
Francisco.
But he
Yeah,
was
he
the
did
no, he
invent
was part of
Cincinnati.
it.
That's true.
But also he was a co-author because Paul Brown was a part of it too.
Right. You're correct, Crypto.
And I got something to say on it too. I haven't chimed in yet.
Right on.
You guys gotta give me
What's
my
up,
props.
Crypto?
You guys gotta give me
What's
my
up, man?
props. My list is unbeatable.
No, your list is fully beatable.
You should have had Cam Cameron at the
It's not
top. It would
beatable,
have
Color.
been number one if you had Cam Cameron
Shame
on
on
there.
all of you that don't have John Madden there. Shame on all of you.
John Madden over Bill
Hugh
Walsh.
Jackson and
I didn't say over Bill Walsh.
Hold on.
Over Don Shula.
Not over Don Shula.
Over Joe Gibbs.
I just want to say,
Maybe. I'm kind of right there.
Say hello.
Well, you know what? You might have a point, brother.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Color. I'm sorry, man. Go ahead. Go ahead, Color.
Don Shula went to 3 different Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks.
He went to the
Joe
Super Bowl
Gibbs
with the Colts. With
before
Johnny Unitas.
No, not talking about Colts. Before Joe Gibbs did, okay, he had 3 different quarterbacks and 3 different Super Bowls, possibly 4, because I don't remember who was in the 1971 Super Bowl.
Who?
Okay.
Who? Are you talking about?
I don't remember. Do you remember who was the quarterback for us in 71?
Or Morrow? Or was that
Oh, tomorrow Morrow.
Was that
He's
too
the
late?
guy that took us to the Super Bowl loss against Dallas.
It was Greasy.
No.
Greasy was in
Backup for
72.
Johnny Unitas. Backup for Johnny Unitas
Super
that came
Bowl.
to Miami was
Hold
Earl
on,
Morrow.
guys,
And the
we
coach,
can't-
the Baltimore.
I'm talking
Earl
about
Morrow.
no. God damn, man.
Am I
I'm
wrong?
talking about the first Super Bowl with the Dolphins in 71 against the Dallas Cowboys.
That was Greasy, I
that
think.
quarterback.
That was Greasy, wasn't it?
That was Greasy.
Okay,
That might have been.
what I wanted
Yeah,
to
it might
know.
have been Greasy.
Okay.
I usually know this stuff, but I'm too
Greasy,
drunk to remember.
Dan
Bro.
Marino. So actually, he went with 4 quarterbacks because
David
Johnny
Woodley.
No,
Unitas.
Dan Marino was 80. Dan Marino was 84.
And
81
David
was
Woodley.
Don Strock and Earl Morrow.
Yeah.
And
That's
David
Strock.
Woodley.
Strock number went to he went 82. What's
David
Strock?
Woodley.
81 is considered 82. Crypto. It's up for
Yeah, I
debate.
get it.
And
I know, but
Go ahead.
that was the last Super Bowl we won.
No, the last Super Bowl we won was 73. We didn't win 81 or 82. We lost against the Redskins.
Oh, that's right. The Redskins
Right.
did this. I forgot
David
about
Woodley
that.
was the quarterback. So that's
Or Dan Woodley, right. I don't remember right now. I'm too drunk, bro. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
that was the
I plead
Woodstock era.
ignorance.
Don Strock and David Woodley.
Okay, that sounds
Woodstock.
right.
All right. Go ahead,
Don
Hooked Up.
Shula. And
Okay, my take on the whole head coach thing is that when we had players with leather helmets, it's hard to compare them to what we have right now. So
Absolutely.
everything, it's just like you can't compare Dan Marino to any current quarterback because Dan Marino invented the game. And people that invented the whole game, to your point, they invented a whole new era of football, and just like quarterbacks did, in combination with head coaches. So I think you have to break down every scenario, whether you're talking about quarterbacks or you're talking about head coaches, which I kind of lump into the leaders of the team. You have to break those down by era. So I would have to break down the head coach, and instead of trying to pick and compare apples to transmissions, I'm going to compare the era quarterbacks. And then you have a different, like I was talking about, what do you weight as more important? Is it their genius of the game? Is it their ability to make people around them
Innovation.
better?
For me, it's innovation.
Right?
Yeah,
Or
but
is
some of
it
these coaches
something
coached
like
over 30
Madden?
years.
But
Yeah, I agree
Madden
with G.
is
I
a
agree with G.
legend.
Nobody brought up
Madden's
Chuck Noll. Look at Chuck Noll.
But Madden's a legend
Right.
across
He's got 20
multiple
years.
aspects of the game. I mean, he's not only and like the earliest, like all the things Ollie was talking about, but he's also a person that spent his whole life defining the game even after he left coaching.
That's what I was talking about, Hooked Up. Go ahead, keep preaching,
and they
man.
don't
Keep
call
preaching.
it Madden for, it's not called Madden when you go play the video game for no reason. It's called that because he's a legend. So
Well,
if you
that's why
wanna
I would name the
also
park after him, because he would be the one to know.
That's what I was getting at.
No,
right,
no,
he
no,
would
no,
be the
no,
one
no,
to know who
no,
the
no.
4
Hold on a second.
quarterbacks
But
should
which
be
one of the
on
coaches?
Mount Rushmore.
But which one of those coaches? Which one of those coaches was so innovative that their design is still being played today?
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
the only one is
that's
Bill
exactly
Walsh.
Well,
what
that's
I'm
why Bill
getting at.
Walsh is legendary. He made a whole era. You know what I mean?
And
The
that's
only
what I
one
mean.
is Bill Walsh.
Definitely.
That's why I said he was my number one. Bill
Yeah,
Walsh.
yeah. I
And his
get you.
greatness, and that's where it's weighted, right? if your
But
weighting was how much of a legend they were in the world of NFL,
but
you'd have to pick Madden. But if you're going to pick the person that was maybe the most innovative and had the most impact on the game today, it might,
Bill Walsh.
right. So
That's because the
there's your
system was
criteria. It's
like
all
adopted.
yeah,
about weighting.
I'm still with
That's because people adopted.
Shula, Bill Walsh, and Madden. Those are my
Yeah.
top three. And just like Hooked Up Joe said, and it wasn't just because of the video game that he defined the game.
And you can't
Remember,
lose
he
that
was a
list either,
commentator
Ali.
for a very
You're
long
right on that
time
one too.
watching
He did,
football.
yeah.
I learned more about football
What he
through
called
John
games.
Madden talking than I did actually watching the game sometimes.
Yeah.
I do want to
And you
add.
Yeah.
can't, Ali,
I do
And
want to add.
writing all over the
Ali,
damn
you
screen
can't lose
too.
with that
Writing
list
all over
either.
the screen.
I want to add
You
one
can't
more
lose without a.
magnifier to Bill Walsh real quick, because Bill Walsh is effectively responsible for the football we see. 80% of the football we
That's what
see
I'm
today.
saying. That's what I'm
Right?
saying. He's the greatest of all time.
Real quick. Hold on. To the point where it's so the West Coast is so common now, or some variation of it, that most fans don't even know that's what people are running. Like they'll argue with you about shit. You know what I mean?
They
And
won't
like,
even know that that's what they're running, Color.
right, it's become so
Yeah.
common that we don't even need
Yeah.
to call it that anymore.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of like when Steph Curry revolutionized 3-point shooting.
I'm not. Hey, Crypto. I'm not a Steph Curry fan. I'm a Jordan fan. The game that I'm watching today is a 3-point contest.
It's totally different, right? It's totally different.
Bottom line is, if I were to pull up any
Yeah.
football team right now in their 2024 season on Pro Football Reference, there's an 80% chance that it says they're running a West Coast.
Or to
Right.
Crypto's point, how Devontae Parker revolutionized catching the ball.
Oh yeah, he revolutionized having brick hands. Yeah, brick hands.
Shake
Hey, but you
understands
really,
good comedy.
that's why
You
I
know
told
what
you
I
my
mean?
list.
He really does.
That's why I told you my list
Shake's
is
one
gonna
of those
be strong
comedians.
because I
Hold
knew
on.
that I had the guy number one that everybody gonna be like, oh, I
Shake-
get it. There's a
Shake's
lot
one
of
of-
honorable mentions, but
Hey,
Bill
Shake's
Walsh.
one of those guys. Shake's one of those comedians that would like set up a joke earlier on by telling a joke, and then coming back to it at the very end of his show to make another joke out of the same thing
Hey,
and
I'll
get
tell you.
totally way off.
I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you guys one thing. And Shake, I hope you're listening. This has got to be one of the coolest, most enjoyable shows I've been on. I don't even want this shit to end. Keep it going
You know
because
what? I was just going to say that. I was going to actually say that your input on making
we're talking about everything here.
It's bye week, right? And how the hell are you going to talk about something on a bye week? And I think that
we got to run the
bringing up
ball and stop the
conversation
run.
point. It's been awesome.
Oh, we may have some news for our game versus the Colts, by the way.
Jet sweeps in a row. That's what we need to do.
I read somewhere that Jonathan Taylor may not play.
Hey, speaking of Diddy, say what's up to Michael K. What's up, Michael K?
Yeah. No.
That's wrong, Shake. That's so wrong. However, speaking of Diddy, hold up real quick.
You mean Luby? Luby?
Did you see that shit? What they're saying about Stephon Diggs?
What?
You guys didn't read that shit?
Don't tell me he was at the white party.
I shared it on Twitter, bro.
Hey, Crypto, goddamn, man, another one bit the dust, baby.
Yeah,
I forget who it is.
I reported it on my show the other day.
Yeah, I forget who it is, but supposedly, Stephon Diggs is a freak. It's kind of like on that freaky side. That's all I'm gonna say. You know, that's why I'm
he put
here.
a new definition of digs. We'll just say
Yeah. Well, and supposedly, his brother threatened the guy to keep his mouth shut.
Yeah. Well, that's how that's how it's supposed to be. You know.
The one that played for Dallas.
Which one?
Yeah, his brother that played for Dallas threatened the guy who's making these claims.
Trey Diggs? Trey?
Yeah, Trey. I can't remember the player's name, but this former NFL player is saying that Stephon tried to put the moves on him. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, okay. Hey, I've played a lot of slip and slide in my game, but I don't play that slip and slide game that Puffy played. You know what I'm saying? I don't play that shit.
I hear you. I hear
I
you.
don't play that. I respect everybody, and I don't give a shit what you do with your life. But me, nah, negative, sir. Ghost Rider, do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
And it was also about the fact that he did something where he drugged him or something like
Oh
that.
yeah, there was more to it. That's why I said it was really freaky shit.
It's not like he just reached over and rubbed his arm and did his eyebrows or something like that. I mean, it was something worse.
No. It was like something that nobody would want to happen to him. Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
It was
The only time I got
making me
my
wish he
eyebrows
was
done
still
was
on
when I
the
got
pills.
stitches after boxing. That's the only eyebrow shit I do.
Yeah, I agree with him, Michael. Who cares what they do? People do on their own time. Exactly.
Yeah, man.
As long
I
as
don't
they're doing what they
we
listen,
live in a
as long
society
as
where
they're doing it
everybody
with
wants to tell everybody how to live their life.
Long as they're doing it with consenting adults, who cares?
Well, this guy was not consenting, according to what he was saying.
Which is kind of
keyword is consent there, Shaky, right?
Exactly, Shake. Like I don't.
So we don't care about what
listen.
consenting
You do with your life what you want to do, as long as it don't affect me or my daughters. We're good. We're good. If it happens to, if you touch my daughters, you should hide. And most people, most dads that were pussy when they were little, they talk all of this shit and they would never do nothing. Me, nah, I don't play nice. So just stay away from me. I don't do the freaky shit, bro. Stay away from me, homie.
But I was thinking, man, I wish he was still on the pills.
Hey, so you guys all agree that Tua and McDaniel should get. I'm gonna fuck you guys up. You guys all agree that Tua and McDaniel should get another 7-year contract? Is that what you're saying, Color Ali?
I'm thinking 25 years each.
Yes, I hear you, Joe.
No, I'm saying coming into the building right on the scene. If you're gonna,
he said, "I'm thinking 25 years." Right.
Well,
now.
if it's each, it will be concurrent, so it will be a total of 50 years.
True.
They have to do it concurrently. He serves his first 25, and then the other one come back and serve another 25.
I think after this injury, we should sign Tua to an extra 3 years, just to make sure we give him time to get right.
What I was saying, True Fan, was coming into the building, I wanted him to have 10 years because I'm tired of the revolving doors. So if Steve Ross is going to drop in his helicopter and disrupt what we got going on, then I didn't want him to do that again.
Hey, what do you put the blame on?
I want him to put the fire every year.
Greer or Ross? Where do you
I don't know because
the real problem is Ross.
Well, Ross taking the blame
if
already.
Ross didn't have Greer, then Greer wouldn't be the problem.
I don't
And
think
Ross
I
is the
don't
only
think a
person that
person
can change Greer.
And I don't think a person entices. I don't think a person entices billionaires to give him millions of dollars to be a head coach without being smart enough to fix themselves. It may take 8 years, but I think what we're seeing with Mike McDaniel likely can be fixed if he is smart enough and a college graduate and worth millions of dollars.
Look, here's basically.
Hey, Crypto, you have the same faith. Crypto, you have the same faith in McDaniel.
Time is not on his side, but this particular billionaire, he's got to go 1 year at a time.
And not only that, Color, hold on a second. What general manager do you know that could survive 2 head coaches and a missed quarterback?
The problem, True, is the expectation that the organization set is that we're in a Super Bowl window. So no, it ain't time for McDaniel to learn how to be a head coach.
Yeah, you're right.
Right.
We're not in the Super Bowl window.
He's got to hit the ground running.
I understand, but I personally think that if Joe Philbin was able to get a 7-year contract and didn't amount to not a single playoff appearance, then I think this guy at least deserves a 7-year contract since he's had 2 back-to-back playoff appearances. Come on. At some point, you got to let the coach figure shit out. And sometimes it requires a bad season.
Ali, did Joe Philbin have this much supposed talent? Ali, did Joe Philbin have this so much supposed talent?
Not at all. He didn't
it didn't matter. Well, it didn't matter if he had the supposed talent or not. The reality is this. Joe Philbin had Brandon Marshall, for God's sakes, on his team, amongst other
Yeah, but he
running
was on
backs
the decline,
at
Ali.
one
Not the
point.
same
You
team.
know what I mean? I
Ali
don't
is
really
not the
care if those
same
were
team,
failures.
brother.
I don't really
Marshall was
care.
washed up,
The
man.
talent
He
has
was
been here.
washed.
The talent has been here.
Brandon
That is
Marshall
the
was
point.
washed, man. He was
Here's where I'm at. Here's where I'm at. Okay. My point is the fact that if we're going to hand out 7-year contracts to coaches that don't know what the fuck they're doing, can't get a win if their life depended on it, why are you going to sit there and penalize somebody that has had back-to-back winning seasons and getting us to the playoffs, actually getting us to the
You
playoffs,
want me to tell you
right?
why?
And back-to-back seasons.
Can
I
I
don't think
answer
you're
that?
going to do that. Let
We got
alone,
to the playoffs in spite of him.
hold on. The first season was jaded because your quarterback couldn't stay healthy, and you had to use two guys that barely made up a backup. Right? That right there shows you that he actually has some kind of knowledge of the game. The other thing I want to say, and this is the last thing, because I see Lewis up here, I think, and he
He
wants
ain't no
to
backup
say
quarterback.
something. I want to say this, that I really think that the other reason you kind of got to look at it, there's already precedent for it in the league. Who's I can't never think of his name off the top of my head. The coach of the Steelers, for example, right?
Sean Payton.
Though he's been to several winning seasons and Super Bowls, he's had a slew of really, really bad seasons as well, right? And he's still there. That's my point.
No.
Let
But let me.
it play out. Let's see where it
They have
goes, bro.
playoff wins. That's
Right
the
now,
difference
it's
between him
too
and us.
soon to tell. Everybody's ready to jump off the cliff, and we're what? One game of being 500? Come on,
Ali,
dude. Come on.
Ali,
We
I
judge,
hear,
we
Ali, I
judge
hear
him.
what you're saying.
No, Shanahan
Ali, I
had a
hear what
4
you're
win
saying, and you
season
make
in
perfect
the
sense. So
49ers.
I'm not even gonna start. I'm not gonna
If we
argue
were
with you
0 and
because you're.
16, bro, then okay, I got
Hold
some
on a
issues
second, but
there, right?
Ali,
But
hold
it's
on a
so
second.
soon. It's too soon.
Ali, but hold on a
I got
second, and
input on
you
that.
make a lot of great points. However, when you have a great coach, it doesn't mean that you're gonna pull a season out of your ass like Mike Tomlin because he's different, he's special. But when you have a great coach, usually the fan base has a good feel for saying, "Damn, we won this game we won this game we weren't supposed to. We won that game we weren't supposed to because we had great coaching." Name me one game that we've had
Last
where
week.
our coaching has won us the game, and you
Last
cannot
week.
answer it.
Last week. I mean, you got to
Not
start somewhere.
counting last week.
You got to start somewhere.
Do I have to raise my hand
The
and then
Patriots
Yeah,
coach
Lewis.
won that
No,
game.
Lewis,
Yeah,
just
because I didn't want to
barge
jump in
in,
front of
please.
Lewis.
I like the old
After
Lewis.
Lewis,
Don't be
please.
raising your hand.
Well, again, I don't want to jump in and then just be screaming over people because I can't understand what anyone's trying to say, really. I'll just say this. For me, when I hear FinFan ask the question, when he first posed the question, who do we need to blame, Chris Greer or Mike McDaniel?
Ross.
Right there, or Ross, whoever it was, right there, just the question. That's the fucking problem. Because it's none of those people. And I just want to highlight, if you gentlemen will let
False
me,
dichotomy.
if you just want to let me highlight a couple plays, because all I hear is Mike McDaniel now, for some reason, he don't know how to coach anymore. I had a guy, I do Twitter spaces, and I had a guy come in there yesterday and tell me that after week 1 of this NFL season, I'm not talking about 2 years ago or last year, I'm talking about this year, after week 1, which is nonsense, but just for the sake of conversation, that the Miami Dolphins and Tua Tagovailoa specifically led the league in passing. Then he went to highlight Tua even missed Tyreek Hill that was in that game. Tua missed him for at least another 70 yards. So what I'm going to ask is, on that play specifically where Tyreek was running up and down the field wide open, was that Mike McDaniel's problem? Was it his fault? Because all I remember on that play, the ball landed on the ground, nowhere close to Tyreek Hill. Is that a Mike McDaniel problem? Was that a scheme problem? Was that a Chris Greer problem? Because it looked like to me, the guy that Chris Greer brought in and Tyreek Hill, he got open. It looks to me like the quarterback, right, that Mike McDaniel chose and put the utmost faith in, right, and called a play for that quarterback to execute, he didn't execute. right? I've seen screen passes where it's been to Devon A-Chain, and we just needed one last little block. And that thing, instead of going for an 8-yard gain, goes for 35 yards. And I'm not going to tell you who the people that are missing those blocks. What I will tell you is all those people that I see missing blocks, they don't start with Chris Greer or Mike McDaniel. So the fact of the matter is, I've been listening and I've been hearing y'all talk about all these coaches, from Adam Gase to Don Shula to everybody else, to Cam Cameron, to all these guys. You know what the common denominator is? We get rid of, in this fan base, all we do is cry about the wrong goddamn people. The people we should be getting rid of is the people that line up, put that logo on the side of their helmets on, and play in between them white lines. Because the fact of the matter is, the reason that this season is going to shit is because Tua Tagovailoa has played like dog shit when he was here. And Jonnu Smith has dropped passes. And Tyreek Hill has dropped passes. And Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle don't want to block to save their fucking lives. That's the problem. Stop trying to blame everybody and their mom. Start blaming the people that are getting paid the biggest bucks.
And I want to follow up
And I'll
on
leave
that
you
if I
guys with
can
that.
too when you're done, Lewis.
Go ahead, Joe, and I want to come in after
Okay.
you if people don't mind.
So that was kind of my earlier point about how there's a cream of the crop, very, very few, and everybody else is churning, right? Until we get Tomlin that decides he wants to get a tan and come to Florida, I don't see what we're going to change for. What are we changing for? What are we going to hope that we're going to like get one of those few cream of the crop coaches are just going to happen to plop into our lap? It's not going to happen. We have to build the culture and this and let at least, I mean, until somebody's going to come in and we know that they're a player that's going to do better than Mike McDaniel, then fine, right? But this change for the sake of changing when there's not a problem. I can understand under Flores when he cut off all of his communication staff with his sub-coaches and there's like a problem and you have to make a change. You have to make a change, right? And that's that could have been us, not Flores. I'm not attacking Flores here, right? I'm saying if you have to do it, you have to do it. But just to decide, we hadn't won a Super Bowl. It's been 3 years and we haven't even won a playoff game in 24, and he's only responsible for 22.
Playoffs.
Exactly. So
Joe,
I'm like, let it ride, man.
Joe, you went right down like you're on the road I am with what I wanted to follow up with about Flores.
And I want to chime in too after.
But I'm gonna take a right hand turn and say there is an example of precisely that type of coaching that Lewis described. Of if you don't want to strap up this logo and play for this logo, then it don't matter even how good you might be, because there is somebody that Flores made that example of, and we started winning after this guy got sent to Pittsburgh, and that's Minka Fitzpatrick. So we did have that in the building. Somebody was willing to say, nah, that ain't how we win here.
Color, why did Minka Fitzpatrick
It takes
leave?
no talent.
Why did Minka Fitzpatrick leave?
Because he didn't want to do the job that Flores had envisioned for him.
Yeah. Basically,
that's no shade on Minka Fitzpatrick. My point is
No,
that
that's no shade.
Flores,
You're talking the truth right
Flores
now.
knew that
don't want
and
to
said,
talk about.
that's never going to work for us. Go ahead and get on out of here. If you don't want to strap up and do what I think is right for this logo, I'm the head coach.
And what's funny about that whole Minka Fitzpatrick situation, it's not that he didn't want to do what Flores asked him to do. He didn't want to be in Miami to do what Flores asked him to do. Because when we traded him to Pittsburgh, guess what they had him do?
He did everything
The same
Flores
exact
asked him to
thing.
do.
The exact same thing we asked him to do here. So it had nothing to do with what he didn't. It's not Brian Flores. He didn't want to be in Miami.
And real quick about that is, here's the thing: when he went to Pittsburgh, he was doing what he wanted to do, which was play high safety. But once teams started erasing him out of the play and realized if you don't throw his way, he's null and void. That's when he started shifting around.
Are we really going to pretend? Are we really going to pretend like Fitzpatrick was going to respect Brian Flores the same way he respects somebody like Mike Tomlin?
Maybe
Is that
not,
what we're
but the
doing?
point is,
Is
but
that what
that
we're
may
doing?
just
We're
be
going to
a
pretend.
matter of
We're
a
going to
difference
pretend.
of
Oh, he did the
personality.
same thing over there. He
But
did the
that may
same thing
just be
over
a
there in
difference of
Pittsburgh.
personality.
Come on, man.
What I'm saying is Flores recognized it and got him out of the building. To what I'm saying is Minka Fitzpatrick was traded before we turned it around and started winning ball games. So
I think we were
just want to know.
tanking, and he
Fitzpatrick,
caught
but
wind of that and
listen.
wanted to get the hell out of here.
Sometimes players don't want to have to put in the full work
Absolutely.
in a rebuild situation, right? And that's where we were at. He saw it was writing on the wall. He knew it was a rebuild situation. He didn't want to be a part of it. He would rather be the Swiss Army knife for an organization that
Then
was
you know
trying
what?
to make
I'm
a
glad he
run.
got the
And
fuck
that's
out.
why he wanted to go to Pittsburgh.
Then
I
I'm glad
want to
he got
know.
the fuck
I
out.
want to know. No. Hold on, because we're not going to just go over that. And again, true Finn fan. I'm not. This is no disrespect. That everybody up here knows me. I don't know if you know me. Again, I'm not coming at you. I just want to hear your reasoning behind what you said. You said, why would Minka Fitzpatrick respect Brian Flores in the same way he respected Mike Tomlin? Please explain to me what you mean by that before
What I mean by that is that you got a head coach in Pittsburgh who's never been under 500. He's been there for 18 years, and he was playing with a coach first year in as a head coach. How much more clear do you want me to tell you? If you're gonna to compare, hold on. Hold on. You asked me a question. Let me answer.
I thought you finished.
No, I'm not finished.
Oh,
so
okay.
if you want to
go ahead.
compare. If you want to compare a coach who's been in the game for 18 years, and in my world, I know what your world you live in my world, is the best head coach in the NFL to Brian Flores, then you go ahead and you talk and you tell me why I'm wrong, and I'll respect it. I'm not throwing no shade. I like to talk about it. But but you know what? Mike Tomlin isn't talked about enough for the job that he's done under a franchise that he had Big Ben for a few years, but we know what? He was in the playoff last year with less than what our coach had. So if he wanted to play for him, then you know what? I'm gonna go with Mike Tomlin over Brian Flores today, tomorrow, and twice on Sunday.
Yeah, because the guy comes in with 15 years experience. Go ahead, Louis.
No. Fuck all that. See, you said one thing, I listen, right? And I want you to listen because you said what world I live in. I'm going to tell you the world I live in. I live in reality. And let me teach you some things real quick so you can
ain't
understand.
Hey, listen. Let's talk.
I didn't cut you off.
Let's talk nicely. I didn't curse at you.
Now Lewis is talking nice.
So
That's how
talk
Lewis
nicely,
talks.
because
You know
I'm
how
not the
Lewis
one that's
talks.
going to
He's
be
not
nice
yelling
if you're
at
not
you.
nice.
True, Finn. This is Lewis.
Well,
This is
again, I'm not
Yeah, Lewis
disrespecting you, bro.
Lewis always talks like that. He's intense. He's not yelling at you.
I'm not
talking.
disrespecting you.
No, he's not yelling
My
at
bad.
you.
My bad. My misinterpretation.
Yeah,
right.
man.
And,
Really.
and again, I didn't cut you off. You just said in the world that I live in. And I'm telling you, I live in the reality world. Because all that shit you said is cute. And a lot of it I agree about Mike Tomlin. But when Minka Fitzpatrick got there, right? That's cool for Minka Fitzpatrick, right? But when Mike Tomlin first got to Pittsburgh, and there was a lot of future Hall of Famers already there when he got there, guess how many head coaching jobs Mike Tomlin had? That would be 0, right? And guess what those players in the Pittsburgh locker room, dude? Future Hall of Famers at that. They respected him from the jump. So for you to sit here and make that lame ass excuse that because Brian Flores came over here with no head coaching experience, what you fail to realize is when he got here, he came to here with something that no other head coach in Miami Dolphin history came here with, and that's 3 Super Bowl rings. And if you can't respect 3 Super Bowls, then I don't know what the fuck kind of player you're trying to be. So don't try to feed me some bullshit narrative that Minka Fitzpatrick couldn't respect. Right? A Minka Fitzpatrick player, again, mind you. A guy just coming out of college could not respect an NFL head coach because when Mike Tomlin, again, no head coaching experience. He was a DB's coach. When he got hired to Pittsburgh, he was a DB's coach under Tony Dungy here in Tampa Bay, the city that I live in. You know who was on that team when Mike Tomlin got there? Ryan Clark, Troy Polamalu, James Harrison.
And those guys respected him from the jump. So you mean to tell me future Hall of Famers can respect Mike Tomlin with no head coaching experience, but a guy coming out of college that hasn't done shit in the NFL can't respect Brian Flores? I'm sorry, but I can't. I respectfully disagree with your stance on that. I'm sorry.
No need to apologize. That's the beauty of this world that we live in, where we could all have differences of opinion and we could still get along. But my question to you is, out of all of that you just said, out of all of those excuses and experiences that you just said, did Minka Fitzpatrick leave? Yes or no? That's all I want to hear.
Well, no, he got shipped out. He
Did
didn't leave.
he not choose? No.
No, he requested the trade.
No. You got to speak the truth. Did he not ask his agent to ship him out of here because he did not want to play the position that Brian Flores wanted him to play? Yes or no?
Actually,
and again,
no. I let you talk. I'm asking you for a simple question, sir. Did
and
he
I'm
not
trying
ask
to
his
answer you.
His agent. I'm asking you. I let you talk.
Well,
I'm
he had
asking you a
personal
simple
locker
question.
room issues
Did
with
he not
freaking
ask
X.
his agent to ship him out of here because he did not want to play the position that they wanted him to play because that's not what he got drafted to play? Yes or no?
First of all, I don't give a damn what you don't tell me what you're getting drafted to play. I don't give two flying fucks about that.
I'm asking you, hey, it's not
and
between
I'm
me and you, brother.
just because
Hey,
you
it's
don't
not
like the
between me and
answer,
you. It's
you're not
about
going to
known
get, trust me
history.
when I tell
Did that
you,
not
you're new
happen?
to this.
Yes
You
or
ain't
no?
going to get louder
Answer the
than me.
question. Answer the question. It's a simple question. Yes or no?
Lewis doesn't answer yes or no questions. He's going to give you a full answer on that one.
It's not going to be, you're not going to just sit here and tell me how I'm going to answer your
Did
question.
Minka Fitzpatrick not ask to lead the Dolphins? Yes or no?
I don't give a fuck what is asked.
I don't give a fuck what you don't give a fuck about. It's a simple question.
Who the fuck
Did
you
he
think
not
you're
ask
talking
to lead? Yes or no, bro?
Yo, you can take that dumbass shit to Pete's channel and run Pete like that.
Hey,
I don't know who the fuck you
and
think you're
fuck
talking
everybody
to,
on Pete's
bitch ass
channel.
nigga.
I don't play that gay ass shit, homie.
I'm
asking you a
again, you think
question.
I'm playing? I don't give a fuck about none of that shit you talking about.
I'm asking
fuck
you a
outta
question,
here.
homie.
You gonna learn today who the fuck you think you
listen,
talking to.
I ain't gonna learn shit. You ain't gonna teach me nothing, homie.
Again,
learn that.
you
I don't
right,
play
you
that
a
behind
dumb
the
nigga
keyboard
that don't
shit.
know fucking
I'm
shit
asking you
anyway.
a question.
Fuck you talking about? You the fucking problem in this fucking community
Hold
and
on,
the fucking
real
life.
quick. Hold on. All right, I got to do it like this, bro. Y'all need to calm the fuck down, man. I just go out to get some fucking muffins for 2 fucking minutes, and it's fucking the damn thing went upside down. Come on, y'all, listen.
Shake is great.
What is
Man,
going
this
on? Hold
heat
on.
just burnt Shake's muffins,
I'm
dude.
asking him
What
a
the
question. He
fuck?
walks out. Hey,
Come
listen,
on, man.
I'm
Don't
a
be
man.
messing with Shake's
Truthman never stopped talking. Wow.
Damn.
The fact of the matter is, Shake, he asked me a question and he thinks I'm going to sit here and answer the way he wants me to answer. I'm trying to answer the way I'm going to answer. And again, him or anybody else on this panel, I've always been like that. I don't stand on nobody's drum or beat by someone's drum and I'm going to, it's a yes or no answer. No, I'm going to tell you what it is. I don't give 2 flying fucks if Minka Fitzpatrick said from day one he don't want to play that goddamn thing. Guess what? Didn't we draft you? See, the problem is, and this is the society that we live in now, it's not what Minka Fitzpatrick wants. Because the day that the Dolphins signed him, guess what his title is? Employee, not employer. So the fact is, if your employer tells you to do something in the real world, you do what the fuck you're told. So I don't give a shit if he comes out and says, I don't want to do that. Guess what? I have 4 kids, not 1, 4. You don't think I've heard once or twice in my goddamn life, Dad, I don't want to do that. Do you think I just, okay, hey, guess what? I heard you earlier. You said your daughter was asking you to go out and you told her no. If she comes up and tells you, Dad, you're not being fair, I want out, I'm going out, what are you going to do? You letting it happen? Because just because she told you, because that's what you're telling me, you're telling Minka Fitzpatrick, he told the Dolphins. I don't give a fuck what he told the Dolphins. Because at the end of the day, he's the employee. Do the prisoners, when they go to jail, do the prisoners run the prison? No, they do not. I guarantee you, they don't like the food they got to eat. They don't like waking up at 5 a.m. They don't like doing their bed, or if not, they got to go. But they do it. Just like Minka Fitzpatrick. When we drafted you, I don't give 2 flying fucks if we're going to put you at the defensive line. Guess what? That's what you're going to do.
All right.
So
Now,
no,
And they
he
also
didn't
offer us 2
leave.
first
He
round
got up
picks.
out of here because we shipped him up out of here.
all right, let's
And we
let's
got
let
overpaid
man.
doing
Hey,
it.
Lewis.
Go ahead.
Hey, Lewis. No. I'm talking with Lewis. I don't want to. Hey, Lewis. So
Hold on.
tell me.
Wait a minute, bro. Let me delegate here. I'll let you speak. You understand me? Go
Yeah.
ahead. Go ahead, True Fan. You're up.
No. Because I get what Lewis is saying. You know, but I was just asking a simple question: did he leave or not? That's it. I don't care about no excuses, about none of it. Nobody's thoughts about what it could be, what it can't be. Nobody knows what happened. But what we do know what happened for a fact is that he didn't want to play here. Yes or no? That's my question. We could all have our own conspiracy theories and our own
Well,
thoughts. And you know
that was
what?
I
And you know what?
conceded that when we started the whole conversation. We know he didn't want to be here.
Huh?
It's irrelevant. The point, the only point that was ever trying to be made was that Flores recognized that and got rid of him.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what to tell you with that comment.
How is it going to help us, True Finn, if Minka Fitzpatrick didn't want to play here?
It's
How
not.
was
It's
that
not.
going to
It's
help
not.
us?
It's not. No, you're missing.
So Flores did the right thing.
I guess it's becoming let me be behind the coolest or whatever. But my point is, I don't care about none of that. Like, did that not happen? Yes or no? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm asking.
Well, of course it happened, but why do you care? Like, get to the sub point. Like, okay, we say yes, of course that happened. Now explain your sub point.
My
Which is
explanation is that
follow
we're pretending like everybody was happy playing under Flores. That's my point. Yes or no?
Well, of
Yeah,
course
and people are
That
happy.
wasn't the
Listen,
argument.
people are happy.
The
People
argument
are
wasn't
happy.
about people
Wait,
being happy playing
yeah.
with
People are
Flores.
happy playing under whatchamacallit.
Huh?
Oh, hold on.
Happy
The
playing under McDaniels.
offensive tackle that we shipped to Houston, was he happy under Flores?
Tunzel.
Was Tunzel
Jeremy Tunzel.
happy under Flores?
No.
Wrong. He said he would stay, but the fact that they offered a ransom,
Right.
an
And he said he
unbelievable,
would trade
you
himself.
cannot
You'd be a
refuse
fool.
Exactly.
goddamn ransom,
He
bro.
said he would even trade himself.
He
Tunzel
would
said
trade
that out of his
himself.
mouth.
He even said he'd come back to Miami if they would want him and traded for him. He'd come back to Miami, no problem.
Right.
But
So,
Ali, to his point, even though you're 100% correct, Mika did ask for the trade.
Mika asked for the trade,
No,
but here's
because
the point.
you know what
Here's the point.
happened. No, you know what
My
happened.
my
You know what
point is
happened,
this,
Trey?
and this is
That
what
when
I
somebody
do
talks
agree
loud
with
and somebody
Lewis.
acts
Hold
brave,
on,
everybody always comes
True
and be like,
fan.
"Oh, I'm on that side." I don't
Hold
care
on,
about
hold
none of
on.
that. I'm just asking a simple question. Did that
But
not
True
happen? Yes or
fan,
no?
I get that. But
Yeah,
here's the
that's
thing, though.
Like everybody
Here's
wants that.
the
Oh, I'm
thing.
We
behind the
all
tough guy
answered
who's
yes to
talking
that.
loud. I don't
The
care
answer
about
is
none of that
yes.
loud talk. That don't
That
impress
is
me.
like I'm going to be honest with you, bro. Hold on, True fan. I respect you and I respect your opinions that you've provided on this forum and everything, and even on my show, right?
Yeah.
But when people say questions like that, yes or no, did the person leave or not? In my opinion, bro, that's a weak argument.
How is it a weak
The reason
argument?
it's weak, hold on, the reason it's weak, and just hear me out, please. The reason it's weak is that's the obvious. Yes, he left. But even you yourself said it yourself. Even you yourself said it yourself that nobody knows what the real reason is. So all we can fucking do is sit here and speculate and everything. Doesn't make you right, doesn't make us right, or whatever. But
even
one
if
thing is a fact. One thing is a fact. Regardless if he asked for the trade or not, Miami still got a fucking ransom for him, just like they got it for Tunzel.
And I
That's
still,
the fact.
And
True
Ali,
Finn, okay, no, wait now,
let
True
me
Finn. Now
answer.
it's my
Ali,
turn.
let me
Okay, it's
answer what
my
you just
turn
said.
now. Okay, we've answered your question. Now you need to answer this.
Who are you talking to, me?
How is it relevant to what we're talking about? How is it relevant? We know he wanted to leave. How is that relevant?
Okay,
That was
I
the
guess,
basis
you know
of the
what?
question.
We live in a world where the loudest person gets the cool points. What I'm saying is, did it happen or not? That's all I was asking.
We
I
all
didn't.
said
But
yes.
what,
I
So
what
still
was
am
the
based
point
just
of
No,
on
that?
but
that,
you
asking
guys
you
are
a
not.
Yeah,
Now you
question.
guys want to
I
Right.
was
turn it on.
answering.
I don't care.
Respected
Listen,
you
I
no,
and
don't care. I
answered the
made my own
question.
bones.
what
And we
is the
respected you and
point? Like
answered the
we want to
question. So
That's
follow.
I
it. Then
need to
let's. Hey,
know
you know what? If you
why we
respected
were
me,
forced to
if
do
you
that.
respected me and you answered the question, then let's move on. But that was
No,
between me and
no,
Lewis. Now you guys
no,
want to jump and
no,
cheerlead on Lewis?
no,
Cool. Hey, listen,
no,
I was.
no. Now I'm going to put you in back. No, we're not here to please you. That's the point Lewis was trying to make. Okay? You made a big spectacle for the last 15 minutes to get us to answer a question. We did it. Now you, as a guest, have an obligation to tell us why it was fucking relevant. I'm sorry.
At the end
Right.
of the day, I hope you
So
all
what's the
feel
follow
good
on?
ganging up on me. It don't make
No,
me. I'm still gonna
no,
be
no.
here.
True Fin fan. This is we're not
Oh, I
ganging
didn't
up
No,
on
gang
no,
you.
up
I'm
The
still
on
gonna
question
be
you.
there. But
is,
if you
okay,
guys,
we
hey, listen,
answered
if you
yes.
guys want to be
No,
here and gang up on
if we
me,
were
it's
ganging up on you,
like
we would
no,
do
no,
it,
no. It don't
and
matter
you
to
would
me.
say
It don't matter to
goodbye,
me. I ain't scared of nothing.
man.
But I'm
I
just saying
didn't,
it's
bro,
obvious that
I
that's
didn't
what's
gang
going
up
on.
on you. I just disagree with the argument. That's all.
Well. Again, I think the point of what True Fin fan is trying to say is that Minka Fitzpatrick asked for a trade and he left like it was his decision, like he wanted to leave, and that.
Right.
And again, where I again respectfully, this is where I'll disagree. If the Dolphins, he could ask for whatever he wanted, but if the Dolphins would have turned around and said, "No, we're not trading you," with everything that you just said, with him not wanting to be here, him wanting to leave, him requesting a trade, it was the Dolphins' decision. And let me just highlight what I mean. I think it was 2 years ago when Baltimore made Lamar play on the 5th-year option. Lamar Jackson requested a trade. Where's Lamar Jackson play?
In Baltimore.
This season, Brandon Ayuk requested a trade from the San
In San
Francisco 49ers.
Francisco. You're right, brother. I'm
So
listening.
again, the point you're trying to make is that Minka Fitzpatrick left on his reason because he wanted to get out. And what we're trying to tell you, again, respectfully, is that shit, I'm
Agreed.
sorry,
Okay.
don't
No, no,
hold
no, no, no,
merit
no, no.
because the
Hey, listen.
Dolphins are the ones that shipped him up out of here.
Listen. The fact that now we're having an actual conversation and the way that you're breaking it down respectfully, I appreciate that. And that's all I'm trying to say. Like, we have difference of opinions. We could get heated about it or not. You know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm wrong. I just stated my opinion, and maybe I'm wrong, Lewis. You know, I don't have a problem with that. But I just, it's what I thought, and maybe you could teach me something. Maybe color. It doesn't matter. Maybe I'm wrong. That's my point. Like right now, because me and you got an argument. You know what everybody here does?
Wait, True Fin,
They
I'm going to
oh no,
concede to
True
you.
Fin fan. Oh, you're wrong. Like no,
No,
listen, bro.
wait,
This is between me and Lewis. Nobody
I'm
else.
gonna tell you you're right. Minka Fitzpatrick hated Brian Flores and wanted out of here. I still fail to see its relevancy.
Right. He might even had a inkling that we were tanking and said, "I don't want to be on a tanking
I
team."
think
And
color.
kind of to
I
Ollie's
think color.
point,
What I'm
maybe
trying to get
he
at, and again,
wanted to
I get
be
it. I'm
with a
the bad
team
guy. I
that's
get it. I'm the
500
bad
or
guy of
better.
the hour because I'm speaking the truth. I
No,
guess
I don't
the
think you're a
let me
bad guy.
finish.
You're just not answering my
No,
question.
let me but you're not letting me because you're breaking me. What I'm saying is we want to come across here like if everybody on the Dolphins when Flores was here was happy with him. And my point is, at least that one instance is not accurate. That's all I'm saying. I'm not
And again,
I
I don't
wanted
think the
ever
argument
said that
was not
I wanted
everybody
to
was
keep
accurate.
happy.
Flores. I wanted to keep
Nobody
Flores.
ever said everybody was happy.
Oh my God, bro! Like, how did this turn into the how
Because
did this
you're
turn into the
assuming
true
that we
fan,
all think
the
that
true Fin
everybody
fan
was
hate hour? Like,
happy.
this is crazy, bro.
The
This is
reason
crazy.
it,
This is what's wrong with all of. This is what's wrong
if
with
you
us
would let me,
Dolphin fans as a whole, bro.
I
This
tried.
is it.
This guy's good. If I can't talk over him, nobody can. That's all I'm saying, man. Damn.
It's crazy. Like
You're the
how did
one
this
that brought
become
it
the
up,
hate on me
bro.
era? How?
You're the one that brought it up.
But did it not happen? Yes or no?
Oh
We
my
all
God.
said yes, but the
Okay,
point
that's
there
it.
is
Then you
like
guys could
when
talk
it comes to Flores, I mean,
and I guess
The
you
reason you don't
like this
understand,
doesn't
bro,
make
is
or break
because
me,
you're
bro.
coming in with an assumption that we all think that everybody was happy. You don't know us that well.
Yeah, bro. You guys don't know me that well either. It's
Well,
equal.
then why are you coming in here with all kinds of assumptions
Because I
about
can,
it?
color. Because I can. That's why this
And
is
we're
a show for
telling you
different
you're
opinions.
wrong.
If
And we're
you
telling
want
you you're
everybody to get
wrong.
along with
And
you,
we have
then you
the
gotta
right
do
to tell
something
you
else
you're
with it.
wrong. And we have the right to tell you you're wrong.
All right, you know what? And I accept your criticism. I accept your opinions, and it's still like okay. That's my point though. Like that don't make me like. I get it. If we disagree on this, my point is we could disagree on this and we move on.
And that's
no
why
problem.
I'm trying to let you know about, at least for me, I don't care if Minka Fitzpatrick thought Flores was the devil. I still fail to see its relevancy.
Right,
Okay.
like with me with Flores, I thought Flores was great at first, and then at the end, I was happy by the beginning of the first year when he was still flailing, trying to get staff to come work with him. Then I didn't like him, and it goes back and forth.
I
It's not
never
like
wanted to
we
see
have
Flores
some.
go. I never wanted to see Flores go.
Well,
I did
I
not like it.
realized you didn't want him to go,
Yeah.
and the point there is that
Hey, Shake, can you
sometimes
highlight G's comment?
Huh?
No, I was asking to highlight G's comment. That's quintessential right there.
Who is ARD?
And Alex Renee Diaz.
Hey,
That is quite the
Hey, but Lewis, you still here?
statement.
Hey, Lewis, you still here?
Oh man.
Hey, Lewis, you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, listen, me and you, listen, I want to, like, this is the problem with the Dolphin fanhood. Me and you could disagree about things, right? But it's never personal, bro. Like, I don't play the tough guy behind the phone thing. Like, we're all fans and we all want the same thing. You see it one way, I see it another way. I don't agree with insulting each other or acting brave behind the phone. That's not how I was raised. That's not how I am. Crips could tell you, I'm like, we disagree, but at the end, what's the one thing we all want? It's for the Dolphins to win. But you see it one way, I see it the other. That's it.
All I know is my wide receiver coach looked like Tully Blanchard. Okay. So when he told me that I needed to use my eyes to catch the ball, I thought if I didn't use my eyes, he was going to beat the shit out of me. So I used my eyes to catch the ball. You know what I mean? So what is all I'm saying? Like, I don't understand the relevancy of one player, if 5 players even, especially one that just got drafted, fresh out of college, young in the NFL, with what Flores brings to the table and his accolades, right, and accomplishments, how we give one iota of weight to what Minka Fitzpatrick thinks about Brian Flores.
especially with Brian Flores being just, I mean, who cares
Who's
about
that EM guy?
it's like spilled milk. I mean, a bye week, I like the bye week conversation. We're talking about like who's the best head coach and stuff. But when the bye week conversation turns into Flores, I could give a shit. I'm going to be just honest. I don't give a shit about Flores. I don't care who anybody thought about Flores. I don't care what Flores is doing now. I don't, unless he's playing against us, I could give a shit about Flores, right? So, I mean, just fuck Flores. How about that?
I agree. I would say
This season we don't have an opportunity.
Exactly.
I would agree. I would agree to the point of fuck him because he's not here. I completely agree. But I would be remiss if I didn't say at the end of the day, for a lot of the shit and the shit talk that people said about him, and again, that's the great thing. And I see EM in the chat, and he always brings it up to me, right? The one thing he always says is hindsight. In hindsight, Brian Flores was right. He was right about everything that he was saying, coming from the general manager perspective, ownership, from this team and their players. I'm sorry. He was right. He was right. Now, maybe the situation, how he handled it, yeah, maybe that he was wrong. Because like what I said, you can't just go to your employer and tell them they don't know shit. But if he was thinking it and stuff and what he thought about this team, oh, no, I'm sorry. He was dead ass right.
Yeah, I
on
think
a lot of things about this team.
I think that anybody who's real, I think that anybody who's a realist as a fan for this team would say the same thing. Like, he could have handled things better, sure. But at the end of the day, who did he want to pick over Tua? It was Love, right? And everybody laughed at that. Where's Love doing now in Green Bay? What's Jordan Love doing now in Green Bay? So yeah, we could
Would we have
disagree
had the
about certain
patience
things
for
about
Love to
Flores.
do
And
that
listen,
for
one
us?
thing
And by
about
the
me,
time
I'm
he
not
did,
saying this to
I
agree
mean,
with nobody
we're
because I don't
spilled
give, I
milk
don't,
on that.
I'm not that guy. I'm just saying my opinions. Yeah, and what I feel eventually is going to happen is this organization is going to be proven wrong against Flores. That's what I think.
Right, right. But here's the thing. To Lewis's point,
They both stood their ground.
I think. Look, Minka as a young player made the mistake of thinking anybody gave a shit what he thought about the head coach. And to be honest with you, the mistake Flores made was thinking that the owner gave a shit about what a new head coach had to think.
How long do you think it'll be before Flores is a head
I
coach?
mean, in other
again?
words, Flores made the same mistake Minka did, and they're both
Probably
out of the
Flores next year.
No. But how long do you think it'll be before Flores is a head
He'll
coach?
be a
again?
head coach next year.
I give him
With
2 years
the
tops.
lack of talent we have in the head coaching department, like I was talking about earlier, it
Yeah,
could be
next
seen
year
on
he's up.
paper no matter what. Because I mean, the head coaches in the NFL just they suck. You know,
To
I
be
mean, just
cycle. Hell,
He
hell,
might
he could be the
I mean,
Jets.
if you're looking
He
at
might be the
personnel,
Jets head coach next year. Who knows?
He might change his name to Milton because I don't think there's anything that's regenerated a life in the National Football League quicker than Brian Flores.
If Brian Flores, because I believe Brian Flores is going to be a head coach next year. And to Crypto's point, if he becomes the Jets head coach, let's say, if the Jets come calling and put Brian Flores in place, and let's say the Dolphins bring back Tua Tagovailoa, as Dolphin fans, that should be the last thing that we want to hear is Brian Flores is the head coach of the Jets. Because if you think that Brian Flores would not want to get his motherfucking hands on
Right.
Tua Tagovailoa twice a season,
Yeah, twice a
you have
season. Yeah.
lost your
You
mind.
think? Hey,
And
you
he
think
don't give a
Brian?
shit
You
about
think
no
Brian Flores wants to be
$20,000
the head
fine
coach of
either.
the Jets?
Actually, the best place for him would be if Mayo doesn't work out, to go back to New England.
No way. You know what's the best? You know what's the best choice for Brian Flores?
Y'all don't think they're
If
giving up on Mayo
McDermott
next
doesn't
week?
work and he goes to
I'm
Buffalo.
just saying, if it doesn't work out, it'll be his best bet.
Buffalo.
hey, I'm gonna push back on that and say that I think Flores, like I was a Flores fan, and then I was a Flores not
was
fan.
I.
Before he ever was not fired, I was a not Flores fan. I was hoping he'd get fired before he got fired, just because of how our team was doing, and whether it's the problem of our organization, and he was all right, and we were all wrong. We can't fire everybody but him, and he had disconnected from the team at that point. Right. So at that point, he had to go. Right. I mean, that's just not a question. And it doesn't even have to me, Flores is at that point, he was like not the enemy, but he was the person that just had to go because he was dysfunctioning with the organization. But at this point, if Flores can get in the right place and do the right stuff, he is absolutely I'm not even sure he's a head coach material because of when he got here. I think he's a great I think he should stay defensive coordinator, but everybody wants to be a head coach, and there's a lack of good head coaching. And if he can get in there and do it, then great. But all in all, there's no real disdain for me, at least, over like I hate him or any. It's nothing about that. And if he became the coach of a team that we're going against, I don't think he's going to try to go at Tua. His classy response when the whole Tua thing came out, and his response was something along the lines of, "Yeah, I was probably a little wrong on that, and time to just blah blah blah," and brush the whole thing off with class, without like attacking Tua, without shirking that he was wrong in his response to the situation that he was in. He got put in a situation where he was told to tank. I believe that 100%.
And he didn't
Like
tank.
that.
And he did
And
not
he didn't
tank.
want to tank, and he didn't tank, and he was
Yeah.
completely 100% in conflict with the team. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And Lewis is probably right that he was right and we were wrong, and the situation was we wanted to tank for Tua or whatever we were doing,
We wanted
right?
to tank for the
But
#1 pick, which
right.
would have been Joe Burrow at that stage.
But the way that he responded to the last instance changed my whole outlook on whether I thought that Flores could or would make it to the head coach. And it's not could, it's more would. Personally, I don't think he should go to the next level and try to be a head coach again, but I think he probably will, and he
He
probably
will.
can, and
He
he
will.
probably
He
will
will. He will. And
because
yeah,
he
he will.
has
A lot of people
the
mistaken that
ability
Steelers
and
thing.
he
Well,
does have the
he wasn't
clout.
he wasn't the defensive coordinator fully, but it seems just a linebackers advisor
They're
or
saying
coach at that point. So
they're,
and in that one game, the Steelers dropped 5 interceptions in that game. That was one of his worst games coming off his injury that game too. So let's not get selective amnesia on that one too.
they are, and
Those linebackers was hawking those balls. They was dropping
they're
every single
already saying
ball.
they're already saying that Brian Flores is one of the leading candidates for head coaching jobs next year. So again,
Well, he has to be.
Yeah.
he's going
Well,
to get a
another one
head
is
coaching job.
Mike
He
Vrabel is
has
another
to
one.
be, and I think
Mike Vrabel would be another one. The problem is, hold on, real quick, true Fans fan. What I was going to say though, with the Brian Flores talk, when again the misnomer, right? And let me not even say misnomer. In my opinion, when we come out and say Brian Flores stopped communicating and like he's the one that turned his back on this team. No. In my opinion, the team double crossed him way before Brian Flores ever double crossed his team. Cause yeah, he didn't embrace the tank, but when they started offing players during that season in 2019, as we all remember, Brian Flores kept on chugging. You wanted to go give him Walmart workers and UPS drivers, he didn't have no problem coaching those guys, right? The problem is, right, it was Brian Flores was the only one, when we talk about these situations, Brian Flores was the only one that wanted Deshaun Watson. But it's the owner that was actually willing to.
Love.
Again, I'm talking about, we know in the draft he got overruled, and that's fine. If people want to hold Chris Greer to the fire, whatever it is, I'm not here to debate that. What I'm saying is when Brian Flores turned on the organization, right? That's what the narrative is. Well, let me remind people, right? Brian Flores wasn't cutting check to those 22 women to go get Deshaun Watson. That was Stephen Ross. And Stephen Ross had 20 of those 22 women. He was paying them off to get Deshaun Watson. Did it sound like Stephen Ross was on board with Brian Flores at the time?
Nope.
But then when it didn't happen, it was Brian Flores that wanted Deshaun Watson. And who gets to escape clean out of all that? Stephen Ross. Who gets to
Yeah,
escape
he's
clean on
definitely
that? Chris Greer. Now, when Brian Flores is the one that turned his back on the team, right? But Stephen Ross is the one that supposedly had Sean Payton and Tom Brady on a boat, correct? That wasn't Brian Flores. That was the
Ironic, it was
team.
Brian Flores that didn't meet the goal in the bowl, so he stopped that plan.
But it
Are we
always
gonna say? Are we gonna say here that Brian Flores underperformed or overperformed? Because to me, he overperformed.
He overachieved. Absolutely.
Yeah, he
Right.
overachieved.
So what I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying. Yes, you're right. He. It seems like he was. I don't want to say it, but I'm gonna say it because I don't give a fuck. It seems like he was set up. Okay. So now, everything that happened in Miami, this is why I asked the question a little while ago. How long do you think it'll be before Brian Flores is a head coach? He's going to be a head coach again. And what I feel is that this that happened with him in Miami was the best thing that could have happened to him. And I'm a Dolphin fan. I don't care about who it was. It's never personal. I'm a Dolphin fan. I'm loyal to the logo. But imagine, just think about it this way. Sean McDermott with all those teams, eventually people are going to look at him as, damn, he's not getting the best out of this. If Brian Flores would be stupid to take the New York Jets the New York Jets job. It's just the Jets. But if he wants to be smart, looking at what he did here with nothing, imagine that man with Josh Allen as a quarterback.
I believe Brian Flores could go anywhere and coach. Because at the end of the day.
No. So do I, Lewis. But I'm saying, just to stick it to the Dolphins, if you're Brian Flores, you wouldn't want to say, nah, I'm going to the division. This is personal.
But Buffalo ain't going to get rid of
Well, the Jets job is open right now, so that's a shot to be in the division. They have it open.
I think McDermott's job is safer than freaking Mayo's.
Then who?
Then Mayo. I
Yeah,
think they want him to go. They gonna
they'll
give
give
him
Mayo
2 more years.
they'll give Mayo a year, 2 years, because
Yeah,
they're just
But why
rebuilding.
would why if
they're
I if
just starting with their
but if
rookie
I'm Brian
quarterback now.
Flores,
So
why do I
yeah,
want to go into that situation not knowing who my quarterback is, even if he's a rookie, when I know whether he's good or bad or he's a turnover prone. The Josh Allen's a baller. Give me me as a quarterback. I want to be that. I could work with you. I'm a defensive guru. I'm gonna give you a defense. You feel me?
Well, again, Josh Allen has had a defense though. That's not the
But not
problem.
like Brian
he's had
Flores'
a.
defense.
That's
Brian
not
Flores
Buffalo's
held the St. Louis
problem.
Rams for 6 points in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Hey, listen. Again, I'm not. I could care less where Brian Flores goes. All I'm here to say is
Hope it's not the Jets.
I'm done with the narratives, and just I know people get tired of the Brian Flores conversation, and I get it. What I'm tired of though is painting the picture like Brian Flores did something wrong here in Miami, like he turned his back on Miami. That's not the case. Miami turned their backs on Brian Flores. They're the ones that did that man dirty. He didn't do nothing. Now, did he treat people maybe in a certain way, and he talk rough around the edges? Absolutely. And I agree that you cannot tell your boss come in my office and close the door behind you. You can't threaten your employer. I agree. Brian Flores was wrong here, but the way he coached players and the way he went about his business and what he stood for, oh no, I will always take in, because again, that's how I am in life. I am that exact same way. I will always stand with Brian Flores in that aspect. He did not turn his back on the Miami Dolphins. The Miami Dolphins turned their back on Brian Flores. And that's the narrative that I will continue to kill every time I hear it.
And to be clear, when I said he stopped communication with the team, I was saying that it wasn't because he was an asshole, right? I was saying because there was a disconnect between the way that his feelings were on everything and the way things were going, and the team had already disconnected from him. It's not like, I 100% agree with you on that, Lewis, is that the team disconnected with Flores before he disconnected with the team. And when he said his classy response was, I didn't handle the situation properly, it didn't mean that he wasn't in the right. It meant if you get slapped and you slap somebody back, that just like in the game, the second person is the one that gets the penalty. And if you look at Flores, he was the second one that got the penalty because he's the one that reacted, right? And so could he have just not reacted and not got the penalty? Yeah. But would he have been doing what he thought was right in his own being? Probably not.
Yeah, but Joe, but I'm gonna push back on that. Like, I hear what you're saying, but I'm gonna push back on that, because coming from where I come from, if you if you push me or you make me feel like I'm threatened, I'm gonna push back, and I don't care about a job. I don't care about the millions. Like Evander Holyfield told Mike Tyson, no matter what you say, we still gotta fight. No matter what you say, all of that blah blah blah, we still gotta fight. So
He
you
still
gotta.
did fight though,
But
and
that's
that's
what I'm saying. Like,
that.
we could talk all this technical stuff, but when a man feels threatened, especially a man who, think about it like this, Joe. He got his first head coaching job. He's a black man, and now you want to tell this black man to tank, because when he tanks and he loses, you're gonna give the reason as to why he's not good enough. Nah. So he did the right thing. He said, "Nah, you want me to tank, but I'm not gonna be your scapegoat. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna show everybody why I could win with what you think is tanking." So I understand listen. I understand the reason why Brian Flores did what he did. I've never been mad at him for it. I was the one that said, when my boy told me after that game, we were in the stadium against New England, his last game. Who would you take, Tua or Flores? I was like, nah, Flores all day, bro. Flores all day. And look, they fired him. So you know what? Now he's the defensive coordinator of the 5-0 Minnesota Vikings, and he's going to get a head coaching job. And you know what? If he's smart, he's going to take the best job available, and you're going to see that man be successful. And everybody laughed at him when he wanted Jordan Love. Oh, Jordan Love. Oh, who? He only played 12 games in college. How Jordan Love in Green Bay now? So everybody who I never was in the mix of making fun of Flores, but everybody who did, they're going to be proven wrong, because you're going to be like, yeah, we fucked up. We fucked up.
Okay.
And how's Tua playing now? Tua's hurt. You can't count on Tua. The Dolphins right now are going to start drafting quarterbacks to move on from Tua. So who's right? This is the reality that we're living in, right? But nobody wants to talk about it. This is the reality.
And on that
I think
note,
Grid knows.
nobody
Grid
wants to
knows
talk about it.
in his heart.
We should probably
Grid knows.
change the subject so that the people in chat don't fall asleep us talking about Flores, because
Hey,
they
but
probably
yeah,
don't give a
speaking
shit.
of which, Color, you want to hold it
I'm
down
sure
for
they
me?
did.
I'm about to shut it down.
Oh,
He
no,
him,
Yeah,
you're good.
and I
he him
shut
loves it.
5 hours
shut
anyway. So
myself down.
Yeah. We about to shut it down anyway. It's been 5
Hey, well,
hours.
hey,
We don't
good
want to
night,
go
guys.
for
I
too
love
long.
you guys. Thank
We're
you for
going
the
to
show.
Dallas Fort Worth. We're on the Dallas Fort Worth.
Hey, True Fin fan, you're always welcome here, man. So
No, man. Hey, listen. Hey, Shake. I want to tell you something. This has been one of my favorite shows. You guys, we could disagree and whatever, but different than any other show. Like, we disagree and then we're right back on it. Like, it's not like this is a good show. So
No
I
doubt.
subscribed, I liked it, and I'll be here every time I see it. I'll be on, brother.
Yeah, man. And listen, we don't take nothing personal. Just ask Mac. Okay, we bust each other's balls all the time. But at any rate, yeah, man. Like I said, the one thing about the Fins tailgate, when we do panel shows, the beauty about this is it's not about me. When Color hosts, it's not about Color, or when Ali hosts, it's not about Ali. We make it about the people who we interact with. You know what I'm saying? It's all about the people, the fans, and the people that are on the panel, man. So, you know, at the end of the day, man, it's all about the fans, baby.
Hey, shout out to my boy Crypto. He been quiet all night. He don't want to talk. Hey,
Yeah.
Crypto, I see you, baby.
No, I'm good. I've been busy.
I see you, baby.
I'm good. I've been busy, but yeah, I'm good. I'm just listening and chiming in.
What he's doing, he's
Chiming in when I can.
Much love, Joe. Much love. Hey, Shake. Much love. Thank you guys for having me. I'm a nobody. I'm just a 46-year-old fan that's old and tired of the same old bullshit.
Yeah, me too, my brother. Me too. And
Same bat station, same bat channel.
And listen, all I know is Crypto actually been, because Crypto is gonna go to the Arizona game, Fan Fun weekend, whatever. And right now, Crypto's writing his he's making a case for Devontae Parker to be in the Ring of Honor.
What?
Hey,
listen. Hey, listen. On the real,
Stephen Ross needs somebody to run his. No, Wayne Nzinga needs somebody to run them trucks.
Hey, Shake. Listen, on the really real. My son
He needs driver.
and my nephew, they're gonna be fighting for the Golden Gloves Awards, and I'm gonna post it. I hope you guys support it. You know, he come from a family of boxers. His dad, his grandfather, his great grandfather. We come from amateur background fighters, and I hope you support us. You know, those are my boys.
Yeah. Send me the link. You have Twitter?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, follow me on Twitter. I don't know if you follow me on Twitter or not, but yeah,
Shake Money 4. I will.
Either Shake Money 4 or Shake Money 78.
I will, my brother. Hey, Shake. Hey, listen, it's all about them Carol City Chiefs, baby. I'm out.
Yes. Oh, by the way, I know a guy named Tom O'Gara. Hold on, real quick. Let me show you.
Yeah.
Shake is a part of Kane's Nation now. Shake has joined Kane's Nation, so I'm gonna be getting him a jersey. Yeah, I'm gonna give him a Gino Toretta jersey next week.
Hey, I'm on. Hey, Shake,
hey, listen, I'll drink the Michigan Flint. I'll drink that Michigan water before I root for
Shake. Hey, Shake. Look how old I am, dog. Look at this.
We
I
got
got glasses just to see your names. Look, hello.
We're gonna get the Gino Toretta jersey ready for you, man, with Michael Irvin's signature.
All right.
So, I know somebody who made this jersey for me. See this?
Shake Money. Hey, 78. That's the year we were born, Shake. Hey, Shake. I'm February 15, 1978. I'm me and my sister. I'm a twin. Yeah, baby.
78. So you got the number, man. The year, that's the number. Right tackle for the Miami Dolphins, man.
Hey, Crypto.
Hey, the same dude that made me that. Hey, the same guy that made me that jersey. He's gonna make me a Carol City jersey.
Hey, Crypto, you want to hear something? I got a jersey. I've had it for 10 years. I got a jersey with the old Dolphin 1972, and the number is 72, and you know what the name on the back says? Perfection. Ain't nobody got that jersey but me.
And by the way, too,
72
you said you graduated Carroll City in 98?
90. Well, yeah, 98 at night school.
Yeah, because no, 96, yeah, 97 and 98, they won state championship.
And hey, real quick, Shake.
Yeah.
Real quick, I don't know. I haven't seen the person all night. I don't think, unless you might have. But if Ms. Relentless happens to be listening, I'm going to get you your compensation for those parking tickets first thing tomorrow morning. I don't want the person to think I'm dodging them because they already sent the transfer.
You know how I know I'm old?
So,
This how I know.
Ms. Relentless is has been a regular lately in
Captain
chat.
Left.
So if you're listening right now, I'm going to get you that zelled over to you first thing in the morning.
So, all right. With that being said, man, y'all have a good night. We out this mug. Fins up,
Hey,
no matter what, baby.
Fins up, baby.
Fins up.
Hey, Crypto, I'll see you next week.
All right. All right, man.
Let's go.